everyone, welcome back to another day, the final day here of the 2025 RSL Revival StarCraft League last chance events. Sorry, playoffs, I should say. The playoffs are here. The last chance qualifier was yesterday, and it was a very long cast. It was what, 8 hours? 8 hours, maybe even a little bit more of a non-stop StarCraft. We have gone through the last chance qualifier, and now we are here with the playoffs. The top 4 players in RSL are going to be facing off before you here tonight in a plethora of best of 7s. Oh boy, sorry, I'll just update the in-game play. Oh, it's beautiful update in game title. But yes, we are here with our top 4. We do have a classic seeded in from season 1. We have Zoun from season 2, herO from season 3, and we were curious, was it going to be another Protoss through the last chance qualifier? The answer is no. We instead have a Zerg player, Reynor. Reynor had an intense series against Maru yesterday where Reynor was able to come out on top, and now Reynor, he has made it here into the top 4. Reynor surrounded by Protoss. Inserts the image here of Reynor being on the couch, and he's sitting on the couch with a smile on his face, surrounded by nothing but Protoss. Oh no, Bappy, oh no, not like this. So best of luck to Reynor, best of luck when it comes to the amount of ZVPs he's going to be exposed to, and we'll see if we can get a non-PvP finals. It's going to be a tough one though, because when it comes to the bracket itself, we do have our top 4. It is going to be Classic versus Reynor and Zoun versus herO. Oh boy. Here we go. In a way, it's kind of double elimination. We'll be getting into the bracket itself momentarily. You do just have to open it up. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves, as we are going to be checking out the bracket itself. If you want to support the event, of course, Patreon, exclamation mark RSL in the chat. We do have the Patreon for the event, where you can help support the event itself, fund the tournament, grow the event coming into future years and the future of StarCraft 2. When it comes to the overall, hold on, when it comes to the bracket, bam, there we go, we have it here ready for you. We have the lower bracket. I mean, I think they should be showing it soon on screen, but as you can see here, we have Classic versus Reynor. That is going to be the first series of the broadcast. We have our PvZ, and then we have a herO versus Zoun. Then these are both best of 7s. Bear that in mind. That leads into the grand finals, which will be a best of 7 as well. But before the grand finals, there is a 3rd place match. So basically, the loser of Classic and Reynor and the loser of herO and Zoun will have a chance at that bronze match here for some extra prize money, of course, for that extra notoriety. So that is going to be before the finals. So in the end, we have 4 series, but they are all best of 7s. I'll be honest, considering that the semis are best of 7s, I would have assumed that the finals would be a best of 9, but I also know that it's a lot of matches. A best of 7 is on average like an hour and a half, if not 2 hours long. So these are going to be long series, and of course they have a limited amount of time where they can be in the studio as well. So it's just a lot of matches, a lot of StarCraft. I would say if there wasn't a 3rd place match, we would want a best of 9 grand finals, but because there's a 3rd place match as well, then it makes sense for everything to be a best of 7. At least that's my thought process coming into this. So we do have our players. If you're a Terran player out there, if you want some TVP or TVZ or TVT, well, check out yesterday's VODs. check out yesterday's VODs, Pappy. Yeah, because no Terran here, not tonight. I mean, to be fair, it was either going to be a Terran or one Zerg, right? One or the other, and it happened to be a Zerg here for this event. It was Reynor who was able to take down Maru in the previous, in last night's broadcast. Bam, you can actually see them going over the last chance qualifier bracket here before you as we do switch things over. You can see it's all blending together. I will say that the non-stop black and white throughout the entire graphic and overlay does not do it. It's not amazing, but blends in a little bit. But regardless, we have Maru. He had a deep run. He took down Ryung. He took down Shin 3-2, and then he went down to Reynor in the grand finals. That was the qualifying match. Reynor, he took down a plethora of players himself. Took down Jimmy, Percival, Solar, and then Maru at the very end. I did appreciate that the semifinals went all the way to the ace match, and even the best of 7 qualifying match was a fun back and forth as well. Very aggressive, very active, very fast series. If we had some standard games, I imagine the broadcast would have lasted even longer. But to be honest, every game was an all-in, and it went both ways. So Maru and Reynor, they both all-in the hell out of each other in that series, made for a shorter best of 7, which personally I did appreciate considering how late it was getting. But here we have that top 4 bracket. I don't think this graphic, as you can see here, it doesn't show the bronze match, but there should be one, right?
We will also have a 3rd place
and
4th place match. We're going to be starting the day off here with Classic versus Reynor.
Yes, it's going to
Yeah,
be.
there you go. So they are explaining that yes, there is going to be a bronze match, so they have to fix the graphic. I would say.
Playing in the past, and they've been kind of
So
duking
just
it out
increasing the
a little
volume.
bit. And then herO Zoun also has been happening in some previous seasons. They matched up against each other. I believe it was season 3 where they did
God,
play.
don't forget to hydrate. But yes, Classic versus Reynor is going to be the first up in this broadcast here. So get ready for the PVZs. Get ready for the Zerg and Protoss action
So we're going to be seeing some
with Tasteless and Gemini. Oh, I see Classic in the
And we're
background.
going to see if a Protoss actually comes out on top here. Historically, StarCraft 2 has leaned slightly to Zerg and then Terran in the 15-plus history of the game. But every once in a while, whether it's the meta, the current patches in the game, or a combination of the two, we do see Protoss has come out looking very strong, and this year is one of those years.
Yeah, we've had 3 champions so far, all being Protoss in the RSL. I mean, this would make it 4 if we get, you know, the offline finals. But I mean, Reynor is definitely someone that could. You know,
he's the non-Protoss hope.
If you want to see making it a non-Protoss. And here are some of the clips that we were having from Reynor.
Just catching him in the chat.
As well, versus his
Este on him,
was absolutely crazy. Some of these games. I mean,
you see this hoodie? This is something that's important. I see Setsuna. Setsuna knows the meta. Like Reynor, when he's locked in, okay, when he needs to harness his inner power, his inner smoke, he's got to bring the hoodie up. He's got to bring the hoodie up. He's got to ramp up that he's got to ramp up that Italian rap as well. He's got to start getting into. He's got to lock in, right? He's got to lock in. So we'll see if he's got his hoodie. Is important to the play of Reynor. See in chat, is today the final day? Yes, yes. This is the final day. We have 4 best of 7s tonight. This is the final day of RSL for 2025. Those are 2-day events. Sadly, there were a lot of ZVZ and TBT. Kind of. I would say that in the last bracket, I would agree in the sense that a lot of the top Terrans were in the same half the bracket. The top Zergs were in the same half the bracket as well, right? So,
it's been a long time since I participated in an offline event, and I was really looking forward to the RSL because first of all, I love Korea, and then obviously it's organized by Nick, and I know a lot of passion went into this project from the community and everyone that's involved. And I feel like I truly give it all in offline events. I just can feel people cheering for me, being able to look at the players as well. It really helps me to get a little bit into their head, and I don't know, I'm more locked in. Classic is obviously one of my toughest matches in the recent history. He's a very good Protoss player, especially against Zerg. So I'll have to study him up a bit. I know what he does in general, still gonna be hard. Tonight, preparation priority number 1 is getting good sleep because I'm tired, dead. I want to sleep, but I'll look at some VODs and think of stuff. I would be very surprised if Zoun wins. I think herO actually is back to being the #1 Protoss. I thought Classic was better for a while. I think everyone saw that. But I think now after the patch and with herO's recent form, I think he's back to #1. Well, I'm gonna try to bring the Reynor Classic to the table tomorrow. Lots of multitasking, lots of fast, action-packed games, and hopefully it would be quite a run, if I manage to do it. Thank you guys so much for cheering for me. Thank you so much for supporting this project. Thank you for showing up to all the fans that came here. In a sea of Protoss players, the Zerg player stands.
Okay.
It's been really cool having Reynor here for the.
Honestly, there's a lot to digest when it comes to that interview.
Some pros, they stay in their home countries, and then we have others where Korea really gels with them.
They're having a more meta conversation. So talking about what Reynor just said, I would agree, and this is something that needs to be, I feel like needs to be like hammered down a little bit. He spoke a little bit about Classic's form. He spoke a little bit about how he feels like herO is performing better, and herO is the best Protoss in the world at the moment, no longer Classic. And he touched on the patch. He touched on the patch of the maps. There was this discussion that we were having yesterday because there were some people asking about it in the chat, asking about like how, do you think that people just figured out Classic's playstyle? I was like, no. Like if we were in the last patch, I feel like Classic would be performing better right now. The last map pool, I should say even. But we spoke about this, and it did impact the series yesterday as well. The new map pool is more open, is more aggressive. It does favor more aggressive play. It does favor more aggressive styles. It doesn't favor turtle heavy play, and that is where Classic is its best, right? And I think we're about to get an interview with Classic. No, never mind. Are we not interviewing Classic? What's going on? But Classic, he is the best macro Protoss. I would say that. Even still right now, I would say that if he can get into the late game, if he can get into Skytoss, if he can slow the game down and get into that kind of like end game death ball of an army, like Classic, like he's better than MaxPax, he's better than herO. But it's getting there, which is the issue right now. And we spoke about this yesterday as well, how in the latest map, in the latest patch, like games are a lot shorter in ZVP, where there's a lot more all-ins, there's a lot more aggression. It is difficult to be very tech-heavy, to be greedy, and to rush into Skytoss the way that you could in the last map pool. And that hurts Classic, right? That hurts Classic style, that hurts his style against Zerg, and it also hurts his style against Terran as well. So the patch has negatively impacted Classic, and it has benefited herO betbecause herO is that more aggressive player, and this patch and map pool does favor more aggressive styles. So it's a thing where in the early days here of the patch, like it's benefiting herO more than it is Classic. And I would agree with Reynor in saying that herO is looking like the more terrifying player at the moment as a result of that. So that's something to bear in mind coming into this series. But something that we also spoke about when it came to yesterday's broadcast is that would be the case, but this tournament doesn't use the new map pool. Right, this tournament doesn't use it. This tournament, what do they use? They use they have a custom tournament map pool, which has some maps that were voted in by the community, and it has some older maps from last season, like Tokamak, for example, like Maganatha as well. And that's important because these are some maps where it is easier to turtle up and be defensive on, and it is a little more viable for Classic to be more defensive and to get into the late game on some of those maps. So I'm really curious to see what the vetoes are going to be, bearing in mind that vetoes are limited, right? Best of 7, not a best of 5 or a best of 3 anymore. So each player only gets 1 veto each. So the veto is that much more important, that much more crucial, and it's obviously that much more limiting as well. So we'll see the ordering of the maps. We'll see how the overall series does kind of unfold. But part of it is going to be the overall map order, and of course how players do approach each map as well. I'm going to be favoring Classic on these more defensive maps. I'm going to be favoring Reynor on the more aggressive maps, but again, we'll see how it all comes together. Now, I should also mention that Classic, he's not just kind of penned into this purely defensive player. He's not like Showtime. And at Showtime, he can be aggressive at times as well. But Classic is not as extreme as Showtime, but I would still say that he's like, that's where his strength lies, like in the late game, not in defensive play, but in the late game, like if you can get there, if you can get into Skytoss, and getting to that point, of course, as well. But Classic can be aggressive. He's not as chaotic as herO, but he can be very aggressive. He can be very in your face. He can be very intense in his own way. Let's hear from Classic.
네, 우선 한국에서 오프라인 대회가 굉장히 오랜만이어가지고 좀 너무 설레고 긴장도 되고 너무 재밌을 것 같아요. 사실 RSL 시즌 1, 2를 다 우승하고 시즌 3도 우승하고 싶었는데 탈락해서 아쉽긴 하지만 지금 시즌 파이널이 제일 중요하다고 생각을 해서 이번에도 제가 우승을 할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 한솔이는 그래도 스타일 자체가 좀 안정적으로 하는 스타일이어가지고 제가 되게 게임하기 편하거든요. 김준호 선수 같은 경우는 너무 변칙적으로 게임을 이상하게 하거든요. 그런 변칙적인 플레이에 좀 말리면 저도 경기를 패배하는 경우가 많기 때문에 이번 결승에서는 김준호 선수의 그런 움직임을 잘 캐치해서 말리지 않게 잘 해야 될 것 같습니다. 3명 생각하는 게 성주랑 솔라 선수, 레이너 선수 이렇게 3명.
This was recorded before yesterday's matches. That's why I was talking about Solar, Mara, and Reynor.
조 1위를 해서 올라오지 않을까 그런 예측을 하고 있습니다. 미리 준비하면 좋겠지만 그래도 그럴 수 없는 상황이기 때문에 그냥 기본기 위주로 잘 준비한다면 누가 올라와도 충분히 이길 수 있다라고 생각합니다. 한국에서 오랜만에 잘 준비해서 오랜만에 우승할 수 있도록 할 테니 RSL에 오셔가지고 많은 응원 부탁드립니다.
That's a bit of a shame.
Yeah, very strong foundational play here from Classic. Definitely a real threat here. Again, it's going to come down to whether or not he can either reinvent the style that he had and make it work in the current patch.
So, very quickly, it is a shame, but it is very apparent with that interview that it was recorded before last night's matches, before last night's tournament, or maybe even halfway through the tournament. So unfortunately, he didn't say anything about Reynor. Like he's up against Reynor, and unfortunately, he had nothing to say on the series because he didn't know at the time of the interview that he was going to be playing against Reynor. So that is a bit of a shame that they weren't able to interview Classic this morning or later on last night, or maybe even like ask more pointed questions And like I guess the best way of doing it would have been, hey, if he thinks that Maru, Solar, and Reynor are the highest likely to make it through, which I think I would agree with, then I would ask him specifically about each one, and then like cut it and edit it, and edit in like whichever player actually made it through, right? So you'd ask him like a more detailed, in-depth question about how he feels about playing against Maru, then about Solar, and then about Reynor, and then like edit it in. That's kind of how I would have approached that, but unfortunately he only kind of spoke on Solar there. Would have been nice to have heard, especially because of the history between Classic and Reynor, and it also would have been nice to have heard about how he feels about the meta of ZVP at the moment. We spoke about it before, right? How in ZVP the meta has shifted, the meta has changed, the playstyles are very different now, and that, at least in my opinion, and based off of what we've seen, that's kind of where the opinion comes from, is that Classic has been struggling more in this matchup compared to in previous patches, in previous months, in previous seasons. It will be interesting to hear his perspective on that, to hear like how has he been adapting to the new maps, how has he been adapting to the new patch, how has he been approaching like practice, and is he willing to be more unorthodox, is he willing to be more chaotic and aggressive? He spoke about how he feels comfortable against Zoun, less so against herO, because herO can be so unpredictable. Ask him, is he willing to kind of meet herO there and be that unpredictable and be that crazy? Like is he willing to try to do that, or is he kind of like locked in his ways? And then is that how, like, is he a little bit more confined in how comfortable he is at playing the game and approaching the style? But yeah, I feel like yeah. But it is difficult, of course, because at the time they didn't know who his opponent was, right? And I don't know how much time they would have had with him to conduct an interview.
So he's going to have to bring a full package if he wins with that.
Yeah, so we'll see what he has to say about that. We can go to an interview talking with Zoun.
이제 시즌 2 때 준호 형이 없어가지고 뚫었던 것 같은데, 그 점에서 일단 준호 형한테 감사하고, 한국 오프라인 무대 오랜만이거든요. 그래서 좀 재밌을 것 같고 열심히 준비해서 오겠습니다. 스타2 팬분들이라면 아시겠지만 저의 푸푸전 승률이 안 좋거든요. 그래서 시즌 3 때 준호 형이 안 올라오길 바랬는데 준호 형이 올라서 일단 아시고요. 동호 형 클래식 선수는 저보단 스타일이 단단하고 이제 우직한 그런 느낌인데 또 노련해요. 또 이렇게 보면은 준호 형 같은 경우는 일단 날렵하고 게임적으로 티키타카를 할 수 있는데, 그날 운에 따라서 좀 게임 내용이 되는 것 같아요. 일단 한 자리 뽑잖아요. 그래도 같은 팀원이 올라왔으면 좋겠고, 아무리 생각해도 그래도 성주가 시드 한 자리를 웬만하면 먹지 않을까라고 생각을 하고 있긴 해요. 근데 그거는 전 패치까지였던 것 같고, 이제 지금 패치는 토스가 많이 안 좋다고 생각해서 토스는 떨어진 수준이라서요. 대회가 많다는 점에서 주최 측이나 팬분들한테 감사하다고 말씀드리고 싶고, 앞으로도 쭉 그렇게 열렸으면 좋겠어요.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how he's going to perform here today. A little bit modest, but honestly, he did get here on a strong performance.
Yeah.
PvP, you know.
Yeah, it is again a bit unfortunate that he pulled herO, who blasted him a little bit. In Season 3, he was definitely hoping for a different matchup.
Remember, Zoun did beat herO in GSL this year.
Just herO's got that kind
like
of swagger to him, right? Just some weird
that happened. like Zoun did beat him in GSL.
I feel like herO really kind of thrives in the chaos.
I'm not saying that Zoun is favored, but you know, Zoun he has it in him to take it to herO. You know, I wouldn't downplay him too much. They're like, you know, so unlucky. Like he hit herO. You know, he's never gonna win. It's like, what? Like he's done it before. I mean, it's different because it's a best of 7, right? Best of 7 format, so it's harder to try to get a cheeky win out over a perceived greater player. But I want to believe that Zoun has been training hard for this. Another factor, of course, is that Zoun, he's not the most active of player when it comes to online tournaments. He doesn't play in the Open Cups as often as players like Classic or herO or Solar. But what that means is that, you know, it means that he has more time to focus on his and prepare for his opponent, right? He's known ahead of time who his opponent was going to be, so he has more time to get ready for that kind of series.
Again, the best win rate in the matchup. He's going to be a real threat going forward.
Yeah, I really love that he just leans into his style.
Yeah.
He's just been known for this for years at this point. He I mean, we kind of clown on him every now and then because, you know, Lings obviously go through his wall all the time. He doesn't have the most pretty walls sometimes. I like to get a little annoyed at that every now and then, but he still backs it up. He gets results, and he's been able to do that for years upon years. Even, I mean, he came back from the military back years ago when we thought
I'm here at my wall. That's the wrong herO, Pappy. That's the
doesn't matter anymore. Apparently,
Not
herO
anymore.
came back. It's been stronger than ever.
the other herO, Pappy. The other herO.
He really takes that style and owns it coming into today as well. We'll see if he can do it more.
Yeah, you know, he's even in the matchups that are not PvP, for example, like PvZ, which could be you know, a pivotal matchup for him tonight. He is somebody who kind of changed the way that we understand that matchup. He's the guy that figured out that you could kind of go Oracle, Blink, Stalker, and like bleed out and outgrow the Zerg, which was a very unique concept. I would say introduced maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, something like that.
Yep.
But he's very, very, you know, able to approach this and kind of navigate the matchup in his own way. We've actually got an interview ready for him that we're going to check out right now.
I feel like we should say these interviews for this series, to be honest.
RSL 시드가 워낙 극악의 조건이었기 때문에 제가 시즌 3에서 시드를 딸 수 있을까라는 의심이 있었는데 이렇게 따게 돼서 너무 기뻤던 것 같고요. 열심히 준비하면은 또 좋은 결과 있지 않을까 생각합니다. 결승 다이렉트로 갔을 때 어드밴티지를 줬던 RSL 측에 너무 감사했고 그 덕에 올라갈 수 있었던 것 같고 마루랑 해봤을 때 진짜 이게 힘들어서 다시는 만나고 싶지 않다. 너무 많은 게임을 하다 보니까 서로 집중력 싸움이었는데 그 부분에서 제가 좀 더 낫지 않았나 싶습니다. 한 소리 좀 많이 이겼다고 해서 방심이 안 드는 게 푸프전 자체가 워낙 변수가 많고 방심하면 안 되는 종족전이라고 생각해가지고 마인드는 항상 똑같이 최선을 다할 생각입니다. 이미 3토스 올라온 거에서 RSL 측에 굉장히 유감이기 때문에 테란이나 저그가 올라왔으면 좋겠고 치고 올라오는 선수들은 뭐 신이범 선수, 솔라 선수, 마루 선수, 뭐 레이너 좀 극악의 난이도인 것 같아요. 잘 예측이 안 되는 것 같아요. 한소라 그 푸프전이라도 아무리 대회 측 입장도 있으니까 재밌는 게임 하자. 주말에 티켓까지 끊어가지고 응원 와주시는 팬분들 정말 감사드리고 좋은 경기 보여드릴 수 있도록 많은 준비하도록 하겠습니다.
I like how
Very cool to have him here in our Final Four.
I love that he is one of us. It's like, yeah,
Yes.
he feels sorry. Yeah, thank you, herO.
He's a Protoss player, but he does see the problem with it if we get too many Protosses here.
I was gonna say, I love that for the other interviews, like they spoke about their opponents. Here he's like, you know, good luck, Zoun. He's like, like he didn't talk about classics play. Didn't talk about like more. If he spoke about any player at length, it was Maru. Like he spoke a little bit more about his series against Maru, but he didn't really talk about his opponents at all, compared to like the other interviews, which I found very funny. But what I was getting at is that production wise, ideally you want to save these interviews for the break, because we're gonna cast Classic versus Reynor, right? And then after that there's gonna be like a 10-minute break. You can shorten that break by showing those interviews ahead of time because they're corresponding with the next series and the next players. They might still do that. They may just double up and just keep showing the interviews anyway and just show them again. But like ideally you probably want to save it for that moment so you can shorten the break and shorten the downtime coming into the next semis, right? Ideally that's the case, but they might just show the same interviews again. You know, it's possible. They could just double dip. Let's play it back. Play it back.
To basically flex that muscle strategically and mechanically for an entire full day is a lot. And I hope that Reynor was able to recover and come back in here because, you know, Classic.
Or they have more. Maybe. I don't think they would have more before the next semis. They should have something before the finals, but it wouldn't make too much sense if they have something more before the next semis.
That's the idea that they have the advantage coming in. They, like you said, get to see the games, they get to relax, they get to chill out, they have a little bit more prep time maybe. Unfortunately for Classic, since he was the...
God, why is their sound so low?
He only knows the from yesterday, but still, you have that rest time a little bit, whereas the other opponent, they went through
I can barely hear them back.
Super exhausted through the day, and now they should be coming in assumingly pretty tired, but there's still a factor of that's a warm-up that you get in day number 1. You can come in fresh the next day knowing that you just played some of your best StarCraft the day before, you have the momentum going on your side, whereas the other player maybe not warmed up just yet. They might drop a game or two because they're still kind of getting into the setting, they're not used to the venue just yet, so I'm curious to see if that has a factor to play in this opening series.
Yeah, Reynor definitely acclimated to our set here in the RSL. But Classic, he's a real veteran. You know, there's been periods where he's like the strongest Protoss that there is. But, you know, again, this different patch, how is he going to perform here? And, you know, no disrespect to Classic, but he got here killing a lot of Terrans.
Yes.
Protoss. Specifically with the way his brackets look, too. Sometimes you just have to...
Yeah, again, it would have been nice to have heard from both Reynor and Classic about the latest patch and latest map pool. He would have added a little bit more extra context to
we talked about herO's
the series we're getting into.
Put Reynor in that same category.
Yeah, no.
He's just sort of, his default is ready to go.
All right, we get the maps.
Feeling good.
Yeah, he just oozes
Got
confidence
Persephone.
whenever you're talking to him, whenever you're seeing him on stage.
Game
It just
1.
feels like
Interesting.
He knows his power.
That
in
feels
these
like a
series
Classic
and just
pick.
knows that he's able to bring it no matter what. I mean, he's a previous IM Katowice champion.
I want to know what the vetoes are. Evil Heart, yeah, that's a Reynor pick.
And so I am not going to be surprised.
So when it comes to context here, we spoke about this. Persephone is not a map in this map pool, in the latter map pool. It's a map in the previous map pool where it was easier to turtle up and it was easier to be defensive on. So it makes sense for Classic to go for Persephone. Evil Heart is hyper aggressive, makes sense for Reynor. Here comes the first veto. Mothership is going to get vetoed. That makes sense for Classic to get rid of Mothership, as Mothership is a very open map, and you can see here that Reynor's trying to pick his veto. So it's Reynor's ban, and he's going for Celestial. That makes sense. Celestial is hyper defensive.
It's very interesting that we have Evil Heart so quickly. I'm curious as to who actually picked that one.
Reynor picked that one.
It's a very unorthodox map. It's very small. It's very rush-oriented. And I feel like, I mean, I've seen Reynor...
Botanical, very defensive. Makes sense for Classic.
On that map particularly.
So Classic, he's picked Persephone and Botanical. Reynor has picked Evil Heart. And up next, Pylon isn't in this map pool. Only opposed to Pylon. Is Tourmaline in this map pool? Hold on. Only opposed to Tourmaline or... Magnetic North. Tourmaline is not in this map pool. Ooh. Yeah, Magnetic North, that does favor all-ins. So far, at least, when it comes to the map picks, it's been very obvious, right? It's been Reynor going for the hyper-aggressive maps. It's been Classic going for the hyper-defensive maps. They've also vetoed the opposite kind. What's left? I feel like Tokamak would be good for Classic. What's left? Tokamak, Winter Madness, and what's that last one? Oh, Maganatha. Interesting.
I'm gonna pick some of the maps I don't like first to get them out of the way, so that way if the series goes long, I can end the best of 5 or whatever on my strong suit. And
Winter Madness. He had to think about that one.
Well, I never got that far.
So maybe my idea was.
I wasn't sure if he would go for Winter Madness or Tokamak.
Looks like Winter Madness was picked here, and so that leaves one more choice left.
It's Tokamak.
Here.
And then at the end, Maganatha.
Is that the trophy reveal?
That is our trophy reveal. Drink it in, everybody. Super excited. Yeah, we finally got a trophy for this. We were so busy, like, cobbling this tournament together.
I'll be honest, looking at this map pool, I'm leaning towards Classic.
Yeah, we get a trophy, too. We can actually hand it off to him.
But we'll see.
So, that's it, guys. We've got our best.
There's a lot to get into.
Cemented as far as the map lineup. Now it's all going to come down.
Is there a reason why Classic's jersey says Kappa on it? I just realized that Classic his Virtus Pro jersey says Kappa. Is Virtus Pro sponsored by Kappa? What? why is that on his jacket? Oh no.
Back and forth throughout the year. Literally the last like 6 or 7 times they've played, it's been no streak for either one. It's 1-1-1-1 each single time. So it's really up in the air on who's actually going to be coming out on top. It's really about the form of the day, the strategies we pick, the maps in selection, who it's going to be.
Mothership would have been a nasty map for Reynor for sure. I mean, yeah. That's his favorite. Yeah. I agree, Mr. Miller.
It's very cold here in Seoul.
Yeah.
Absolutely freezing here. A little cold here in the studio.
Snowing yesterday.
We're getting people slowly filing in here. To our venue here, but we're about to...
Yo, I'm jealous of them being cold. It is very hot today. Are we at 40 degrees? What's the
Make some noise. Classic versus Reynor. Game one here on
What are you up to?
Persephone starts off.
Jesus. All right, 33-34.
In the red. Give it up for Classic.
And on the bottom left-hand side, playing from the LCQ yesterday, making it into the Final Four. Give it up for Reynor.
Where's the fanfare? And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is? It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Remember, we are jumping into our best of seven semifinals match between Reynor and Classic. Personally, I'm leaning towards Classic here, but I'm hoping for a back and forth. I want to see Reynor do well. I want to see a Zerg player make it through into the next round so we can get a non-PvP finals. That's what I want. But, you know, that's what my heart wants. My head says something different. We'll see, though. We'll get into the series. We'll get into the series. We'll get into the best of seven. Let's get into Persephone for game number one.
We also, if we get into a macro game, and I suspect we will with these two, this is a map where the Zerg, for example, can basically hug the bottom of the map. You don't have to expand towards your opponent until the 5th base, which is unique compared to a lot of the other maps we have here.
Yeah, so you can see some interesting strategies come out from that. I mean, there's definitely some late games that you can have on this map. I mean, considering the fact that it is kind of technically close by air, it's not the closest by air map we've ever had in the history of StarCraft, but it is still pretty close overall. We've seen some interesting strategies there. I mean, SOS tried to bring out a mothership rush against Reynor on this map. It didn't work, but it was still cool to see. So there's definitely still some things that can come out. I mean, you can maybe see fast Tempest rushes coming out as well from the Protoss player. I'm very interested to see if Classic has something like that cooked up for this map.
We've had some drops and like Warp Prism harass. It seems a little bit.
So touching on what Gemini just said, he briefly, both the casters, they briefly touched on the fact of the map layouts. I would focus on that. I would emphasize that. They spoke about how you don't expand towards your opponent. That is true. That is why we often see late game here. It is very common to see late game on Persephone because you're expanding linearly. You're expanding away, if not just like neutral from your opponent. So you're able to set up on 4 and 5 bases relatively easily on this map. This is why this was Classic's map pick, is because it is easier to turtle up and get into Skytoss and get into the late game. I would imagine that is the plan for Classic, but that is where mind games come into play, right? I would say that coming into the series, Reynor knows this. Reynor knows that Classic wants to slow the game down. Reynor knows that Classic wants to get there. So then Classic can use that against Reynor, and Classic can be aggressive and try to catch Reynor being too greedy and try to catch Reynor off guard. Like, this is a possibility here for Classic. He's willing to go into Glaive Adepts. He's willing to be hyper aggressive in the mid game if he sees an opening, if he sees an opportunity to. That's why I say that he's not like Showtime, for example, who's more hyper defensive. Classic, his late game is the best. Like, if he can get there, he will, but he's also willing to get down and dirty in the mid game as well.
So we're going to have the second gate come down here. The Oracle going to be jettisoned across the map, and basically it's about controlling the creep on the map and also trying to get the Oracle in there to scout in this game that, again, is really all about development.
Yeah, we got the double Adept coming on in, threatening the Shade, will not finish it. There's a little bit of space on the high ground there without creep that you can maybe finish that off sometimes to be able to juke and jive and maybe force a couple of lings to be to use to kill it off, but won't go for that. Classic just wants to stay nice and safe with these two Adepts. We'll just send them right back home as Speed will be finishing up just now, as the Oracle will come on in and actually get a drone or two because the Spore is actually mistimed a little bit, so not able to get that up in time. A few drones dying as the Queen's not quite in position. Honestly, that's not bad coming in as the Protoss, but you don't normally expect to get many drones nowadays.
Yeah, well, more of a, I guess, a mistake from Reynor than a good play from Classic. You know, in the early game at the highest level, you kind of have everything that you need.
I mean, for the most part, you're expecting the first Oracle to get like 2 drone kills. Like 2 to 3 drones is kind of like expected, to be honest.
For free. Reynor tries to come in and force a cancel, and the positioning for Classic is still a little bit too good.
Going for the Stasis.
He's going to lay a stun down here. This is actually kind of risky to do.
Oh, nicely done by Classic.
Sorry, 4 more drones.
That's crazy.
So that's 6 total.
He pulled the Queens back to the natural with that first Oracle, trying to kill off the Stasis Ward since there were no Lings on the defensive. They were
okay, Classic, build some moves.
And so the Queen guarding the third base, actually getting pulled, allows the second Oracle to get a few more drone kills. This is some great momentum we're seeing out of Classic right off the rip, and he's going to be
behind this earlier Robo into charge. Let's go.
Normally we see the blink follow-up as the standard, but he will be going for a charge follow-up, which is going to be possibly for some earlier charge lot Archon timings, or maybe a fast storm to follow it up as well.
Yeah, this is kind of cool to see. I wonder if this is prompted maybe by the fact that he got the drone kills. Maybe he wants to kind of lean in.
So a couple of things here. Very quickly, Classic, his build here is very momentum based. It's very momentum based. Because he's already gotten some damage, he wants to keep the pressure up. You can see the stasis traps, they just keep on going, catching 2 more drones, 9 more mining time in the main base, catching a 3rd drone towards the end. Charge is on the way, Prism is on the way, and this is going to be a timing with Charge +1, and you warp in the Archons across the map. This is going to hit hard, and if Reynor doesn't go for Banelings, and if Reynor skips Roaches, and he is, Reynor's in a lot of trouble.
He's going to try to leverage it in the mid game.
So this
Reynor's going Ling Hydra.
Pretty soon here. I believe we have the Warp Prism made. Am I making that up? Yeah, I think the Warp Prism. Yeah, it's out on the map now.
He's in danger.
We've got 4 gates coming here. Now, I don't believe that Reynor would know that this is coming. He would know it's a possibility, right? He's got the Templars made back at home. And it looks like, I guess...
Show us the production tab. Show us.
Not any kind of push just yet. He's going to
oh, late Roach Warren. Late Roach Warren.
In fact, he may have sent the Warp Prism out a little bit prematurely to make it look like it was a timing for some other build.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how he's doing this. It looks like it is just going to be an
here he comes.
Drop for now, a bit later than what you would normally do. Off
No, Zel's he moves back with his the Grand Army. Never mind. But he can warp in Zealots.
It does force out a lot of Lings.
Oracles are back at home.
Because now that's a lot of drones that he's basically had to cut.
And here comes a warp in, straight into the main. He's going for it. The Prism. Oh my god.
The Queens barely missing the deny, so that's a ton of Zealots now in the main.
Yeah, he's gonna kill the Queens.
The entire army from Reynor is trying to get back on the map.
Yeah, it was just barely missed time. He basically got the warp in before everything was killed, and then all the Queens went down. And of course, that's going to be.
Oh my god.
That means he loses his engine.
I mean, this is critical damage. Like, this is crazy. He gets in.
Going to spill into the main. The drones are going to be evacuated. Now, Lings are going to come up, but I mean, could you ask for a better position here versus Zerglings? This is so bad for Reynor.
That is insane. The amount of splash damage these Archons are doing.
Yeah, the Archons, they trade so well here.
Thankfully come out in time to be able to kill the majority of those units. And thankfully for Reynor, he was actually able
to
look
at the drones.
The majority of his drones alive as well, keeping them away from the
as in Classic is ahead economically.
Dip in drones, keeping it even, but this is still not a position you want as a Zerg player coming onto 4 bases, as the Protoss also starts their 4th. You want to be ahead on the drones significantly coming into this, so that's still a good play from Classic, but it was absolutely, it was not the worst possible case.
Yeah, it gets into the mineral line, warping into the main base. Reynor, he's being pulled apart. Reynor's being pulled apart. He's just taking too many losses here. Drones are going down, warping into the main base as well. Back at home, Storm is on the way.
So many different positions. It seems like Reynor might be able to stabilize, but it's been a really turbulent game for him so far.
Oof.
Wow, 2 Adepts even finding their way yet again into the natural here, getting a couple more.
Oh, no.
2 random Zealots still alive on the right, just little pieces getting picked off here and there. I said the drones were able to stay alive earlier, but now that the chaos consumes the map, it's very difficult for Reynor to keep tabs with every little unit that's going every which way. And finally, losing 10 drones, Classic able to get some nice damage.
Yeah, he's going to stabilize now, Reynor will. But Classic's already taken a 4th base. I mean,
the word stabilize implies something different here. Reynor's behind. Like, Reynor, he is behind, and he needs time to recover. He needs time to stabilize.
Classic has basically been
he needs time to catch up.
Causing damage, killing workers. The Queen kills were massive because that really that ripples out into the rest of the game, right? That's all these other larva injects that didn't get to have happen. In fact, there's only 3 Queens in the game right now, so there's more hatcheries than there are Queens.
Yeah, that's a good point that you bring up, and the way that you take the shots at the Protoss, the way you scratch them is by making the defenses clean. And so far, those defenses have not been clean in every single situation. The Oracle's getting
Storm is ready. Archons are building up. So this is where are we going to pull a Classic? If this was herO, if herO was in this position, what would he do? He'd throw down like 3 more gateways. He'd warp in. He'd get a Prism. He'd move out, and he'd go for a committed push to kill Reynor. Classic, I feel like he's more willing to throw down a Fleet Beacon and get into Sky Toss from here. And he's throwing down more cannons, more shield batteries. We'll see what Classic decides to do.
The War Prism's going to come in again, just try to generate any threats. I got to mention, it's 4 base to 4 base. I mean, that's really bad. In fact, we just had the 5th base start here. Now, this makes me worried because I think that 5th base is going to be a target. And there's really no way that Reynor can get around that. You know, this map, that whole bottom layer has been expanded into for Reynor. Now he's going to move up. and try to go out here. But we know that right now Classic is going to warp in a few more units and come out.
You can see no Fleet Beacon, no Fleet Beacon, no Stargate. Classic is doubling down with the ground army. He's going for a later push.
Templar actually, banking up right now with tons of energy. He's got so many of them, actually, all dispersed around the map. Those Lings caught in the Stasis Ward will also get surrounded, killed off. That is just wasted army supply and resources at this point for Reynor. Unable to get any counterattack damage. Reynor known for being this really APM intensive multitask
Reynor's taking up into Broodlords, but the push should happen now.
With his Lings, trying to get any counter damage he can.
And again, we spoke about it. Reynor has not stabilized. Like, Reynor, he's still stabilizing. He's still trying to recover. Nice thing run by. Oh, gets an Immortal.
He actually can isolate this Immortal. That would be a pretty big kill. Lings are fantastic against Immortals, so
yeah,
getting rid of that is going to be nice.
Very nice.
But the push is going to come nonetheless. He's going to move now to the
once Immortal is killed, Fleet Beacon and Stargate. This could have been thrown out earlier. If the plan was to go into Sky Toss, then this should have been started much earlier for Classic.
Not a transition you normally see this quickly versus Protoss. He's also got a greater Spire in production, a massive Warpin coming into the main base.
Warpin finishes.
Not quite in position, so now Reynor tested on both angles right now, forced to bring Lings to defend against a massive Zealot Warpin. Is not going to be the most cost efficient as he loses the base on the front side. Ravagers and Banelings trying to deal with the army over here to deny any more bases getting killed off and try to buy time for the Ultras to pop out.
Huge storms on that. The
gets one Templar.
Terrible connect there. But Classic's going to try to push in a little bit more. Now he can separate the third base and the fourth base. We did have the harass over on the other side of the map still happening here. Actually, it looks like it just got.
Ultras are coming.
He didn't kill the Prism.
Yeah, the War Prism's still there. That could be a factor later on. Okay, he notices it.
Okay. That would have been really bad if he forgot about that. Looks like both players kind of
yeah,
assumed that it was dealt with.
Gave up on that for a minute.
It's very funny.
So I think this is smart. Classic, he killed the.
But again, Classic could have killed Reynor earlier. He could have gone for the kill. He could have gone for a more decisive blow. He chose to go for a later push, and once he lost to the Immortal, he made the decision to start switching into Sky Tulls, which is very late. So a delayed decision there from Classic. He's still maxed out with a terrifying death blow of an army, but there's an avenue here. There's a way for Reynor to recover.
I think we could see Classic
if he can buy more time.
Game where he waits for Reynor to attack again and just goes and pokes it out on the map and then goes back. It's a really simple way to safely secure the win without like trying to force something. You're basically letting the other player dry up on their side of the map.
Yeah, you can see that as well in the way he's transitioning and setting himself up. The Mothership's coming out, the +1 air is coming out. He's gotten the Tempest transition as well. Interestingly enough, I don't know if Classic's actually scouted the fact that it is an Ultra switch. He will finally get that information because you really don't want Tempests against a massive amount of Ultras at this point. You need more Immortals. He's got 5 of them right now. He's going to need more of those, I believe. I think he's even stopped going for those Tempest right now.
No, you want Tempest.
Right back up, so I guess he just feels fine in that position. He's going to continue to poke away at the army, but that could still come into
yeah, that was a bit odd for Gemini to say. Like, on the one hand, Tempest, they're not amazing against Ultras, but like once you see Ultras, they will dominate the ground. You do want to take to the skies, right, to like perfect your army and get ahead.
He's going to keep growing. I don't know how
so it makes sense for Classic to like commit into Tempest.
That's probably the cherry on the cake, right? Like that's the he's going to just try to move out with that and try to hit. And the extra base gets denied.
Especially because it's a greater Spire, so he needs a presence in the air for the Broodlords.
Actually, Classic for a second was going back to try to clean up the Zerglings, and I guess more than that. But this small army here, Reynor's trying to basically hit on 2 different sides to see if Classic will try to defend. And I don't think Classic's going to take it. Classic's going to sacrifice his extra bases because he knows he's ahead in expansions, and instead going to try to move down and take out these much more important
this is a bold move from Classic.
Yeah, Classic feels like
he's going for a pseudo base trade.
He feels like he can take the fight. He can always recall back home if needed to be able to defend against this small army that Reynor's got.
We have Nero.
Offensive, as the rest of it is trying to stay back.
Just fungal.
The main engagement comes on in. Investor's also coming into
the Microbial Shroud.
Lots of fungals on this army, locking it down. Half of it not actually in the cloak range, but there's plenty of
3 Ultras left, down to 2, down to 1, down to 0.
In front of Reynor's face right now. All the Archons staying alive. There's a few more Immortals, and the Skytoss army remains, but Reynor's supply overall is still higher than Classic's. Can Classic punch through hard enough before the reinforcements arrive?
Yeah, so basically, Reynor lost his army, but it's being remade right now. It's hatching.
Oh, he's getting on top of the Greater Spire.
Just keep all of his stuff alive.
He gets it. He gets the Ultra Cavern as well. Jesus.
He's keeping this like death ball. He's going to actually kind of recede into this position over here. Oh, he's going to recall out.
Nice.
Except for the 1 Archon. I guess it got left behind. But most of the army is saved. And what he can do from here is he can kind of just reset. he can go and he can secure the base.
Yeah, really nice attack here from Classic. He won the fight, he took care of the tech, he killed the Greater Spire, the Ultra Cavern, and he killed the Hive. You can see that 2 layers are being made at the same time for Reynor, just because he did lose all of his tech.
The Spire, all of them getting killed off. You can see in the production tab, Reynor's making Zerglings right now against a maxed out army. He was making 2 layers at one point, panicking, realizing that his production was reset. The possibility for Reynor to continue on later into this game is quickly dwindling, making more infestors, trying to make more banelings. He needs a burst army on the ground. He's even trying to get the neural upgrade to try and help out as well.
Yeah, thankfully the infestation survived. True, thankfully. That's the one thing going Reynor's way.
Because the longer this goes, the better it's going to be looking for Classic.
And you can see a couple Zealots are going to come out here. Just try to hit whatever bases you can. If you can target down this hatchery even, that's going to be really big. I love the splitting here from Classic.
Yeah, nice stutter stepping.
There's just barely not enough to take this out.
Second
look
at him try to body block.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was cute, but unfortunately doesn't actually get it. Wow, very nicely done by Classic to continue that harassment.
And so Classic's filling in more of his side of the map. Now, if you notice, right through the center of the map, there's no bases but that far right one. But he's going to probably, and this is kind of a counterintuitive concept, and it's not usually applicable in StarCraft, but sometimes it's actually better to let their base finish and go kill it when they're like really desperate than to try to go in and force a cancel. Force cancels a lot of times are better like early game, if you can just slow anything down. But this game does seem to be like following a certain type of formula here. And so he's going to come out and probably try to push in here. Now, Reynor's going to try to set up a bunch of counterattacks and basically make Classic defend while he's trying to grow in here.
You can see Classic respects the harassment as well, but honestly, maybe not even needing to, as the Ultra's actually getting caught off on the right-hand side. This is terrible for Reynor, losing a majority of his main force. The units actually on the left-hand side were able to clear out all that cannon fodder, so that's actually nice. So we'll continue to threaten this left-hand
nice
side
thing run by here. Reynor finding some damage.
But that was so many units from Reynor to actually get that damage.
Yeah, the issue here is that Reynor, sorry, Classic can aim move. He can aim move for a while now, but I believe there's neural. Let's go. The mass neural.
Yeah, and it looks like he's got Neural Parasite trying to transfer some of the splash from the Archons onto the other Archons. The whole area is being blanketed with storms.
We have 4 Ultras, 3.
Yeah, all these
2.
Neural Parasites are wearing off now, and it looks like actually it's an even trade. Kind of hard
Clutch
to tell
transfuse.
initially with all those units stacked
Clutch
on top of each other,
transfuse.
but Classic doesn't manage to break the base. At the same time, Reynor sacrifices quite a lot.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that he was able to get so much damage there as Reynor. It felt like it was going to actually be pretty good for Classic. The Archons were staying alive a long time, but the Neurals were excellent, and the Ultras really
Neurals were the MVPs.
Talking about if you don't have enough Immortals, the Ultras will actually sustain for quite a while, and now the army sizes are quite even again as the economies also get evened up, and Reynor is actually looking like he's slightly ahead on the income in this regard. Is this Reynor possibly bringing this back in a late game?
Reynor's doing a really good job. He's been in a bad spot since those first few drones were shot down, but he's fighting back really well.
I would agree. Like, Classic's been ahead almost the entire game, if not the entire game. Like, this has been a very comfortable game for Classic. Reynor's counterattack there was really nice, and his fight with the Infestors was really nice as well. Something that's really important is that Reynor actually preserved the Infestors. Like, a lot of them did survive that. I think he lost 3 Infestors, and most of them are still there. I love to pan to see how many Infestors there are, but they're going to be a big part of the next defense.
Yeah, it's very difficult to play this late game scrappy style where you're going to be low eco the entire time. A player that I think of when I think of this style particularly is Dark, one that really excels at this, but Reynor also one on that list as well. Really knows how to make the most out of the little tools that he has, and he's showing that this game as well.
Okay, how many?
Take some favorable engagements with what he's
11? Is that 11 Infestors? Jesus. But again, that's what we missed. That's what we said. Like, after the last fight, they survived. The Infestors.
But I'm not counting Reynor out at this point. I feel like
it's a heavy Infestor count. 11, yep.
He has the potential to find a way back in this game.
A couple of Zealots are going to come out here. Now, what's funny is Reynor's played such a tight game that like these Zealots have almost nothing to counterattack.
Yeah.
Because Reynor's not even trying to take another hatchery here. And, you know, Classic, he's taken the final base on his side of the map in the top right. We do have this one base in the center right. It's kind of like a shared location on the map. I don't know if it's going to play a role here. There is a world, and I feel like I never cast games like this ever in this matchup, but there is a world where Classic would run out of money before Reynor if they weren't able to finish each other off and things mined out.
Yeah, of course, there's always that threat that as the more aggressively expanding player, you lose all your resources faster than the other player that wasn't actually taking those bases anymore. So that's always a potential to swing later on in the game. More harassment coming out.
Bolts run by.
As much damage as possible on both sides of the
Okay,
map.
gets on one of the Immortals. Okay, gets on top of both.
These cannons and also the Immortals and Archons, but now that all the other Templar are able to more,
Yeah, Duckling Ultra.
they're able to deal with that for now, but pretty expensive from both sides, honestly. As the rest of these units, Infestors and Ultras, trying to run away from some Archons. This is the slowest chase
gets
I've ever
Infestor.
seen in my life, as one of them finally do get killed
That's a big
off.
pickup.
But this is now becoming a massive position war from both players. If you can get the correct position on the map and force and engage the way you want, away from static D, away from the different chokes and whatnot, that's where you're going to find your best fight.
You have Novas.
Classic's almost ready to move out. He's going to warp in a few more Templars here, make a few more Archons.
Good disruptors.
And I know that Reynor is 100% going to counterattack on one side of the map. He's already setting that up on the left side. And he's actually, you can see, even Classic having these Zealots, I think intended to actually counterattack or intercept these
Ultras, they
units.
get into the base. Classic, he responds.
What Classic wants to do is try to catch these Ultras and kill them off, and then do a counterattack.
Oh, this could be huge for him. He's actually being able to lull them slightly over to his army, and now they're just
Oh,
walking
they're
through a bunch
getting
of
away.
cannons. Unfortunately, Classic losing 18 probes to that counterattack, so still getting dealt economic damage. Doesn't actually kill the Nexus, though, so that will still be able to replenish.
Two Ultras
if
get
he
away.
wants to, but Classic at this point might honestly just try to max out with an insanely large army. Just say, okay, I lost all the probes. It doesn't matter, though, because it's a low econ game. If I can just get a gigantic army, much larger than you normally expect in a late game, I can go for just one big final push, and Reynor won't be able to stop it.
So now, Classic can just finally move out. Now look at this, the income.
He's
here.
moving in.
Reynor, on a decent amount of gas here and some minerals. Classic more mineral heavy with some gas.
2 more Infestors. I think we're getting up to
Classic
12.
needs to do here is smash this base and maybe even push in all the way
Show
to
Novas.
the main. Protoss has to be more conservative about
grazing the
attacking
army.
because counterattacks are so scary from Zerg. And he's going to try to get as much damage out here and then see if he can kind of come in with that smashing blow.
I love that he's gone for disruptors in this late game. It's not something you normally see, but since Reynor is so infestor heavy, he's trying to get a money disruptor shot on all the infestors. It's very
the
difficult
feedbacks.
to split those up in the actual fight. So if he can land that, it would be crucial for him. The first one going out.
Oh my god! Massive Nova.
The fight commences. Fungals are going everywhere. Blinding clouds as well.
Oh, another Nova goes off.
Storms. Blanket down on top of all the corruption.
Candy Mass Nero. We have the feedbacks.
Well. The Archons are not falling.
There's too much Protoss.
Yeah, everything melting there for Reynor. Now, that's
GG.
GG. Classic takes game one. A very technical, real marathon of an endgame there. Reynor in a very tough spot. He played really well despite being behind.
GG, well played. Again, Classic was ahead the entire game. It was just a really rough early game there for Reynor. There were some nice moments for Reynor, like his first fight with the Mass Neural, with Mass Infestor, and the Ling Ultra Run By that we saw, I want to say twice, getting into the mineral line. So there were like 3 good moments there for Reynor, but to be honest, for the entire game, he was just playing from the back foot. He was just playing from behind. He just lost so much initially when it came to the drones, when it came to his Lings, when it came to his Roaches. Winding it back, remember, how did the game begin? One, Classic got a lot of damage with the Oracles. He got more damage than he should have, so he got a lot of damage with the Oracles. And then we spoke about how he was playing very momentum-based, where he was able to get ahead with the Oracles and then double down and go for the early charge timing with the Archons as well. There, he was able to deal critical damage and then look comfortable. I do think he could have switched into Skytoss earlier. If you remember, that was my one criticism of Classic, is that we could have seen that Fleet Beacon and Stargate a lot faster. But outside of that, he was just comfortably building up, maxing out, and then taking control of the game. It's also because of Persephone. Persephone is a little bit more narrow, or it is more narrow as a map. The bases are more secure, so it's harder to go for these big counterattacks and find some big damage. In the end, Classic did hold nicely, but we go from one of the more defensive maps into one of the more aggressive maps. Up next, going to be loading into Evil Heart. Remember, this Evil Heart was Reynor's map pick. Evil Heart is known for all-ins, known for hyper-aggression. We expect to see Reynor in the driver's seat this time, not Classic. Now, I say that, it's going to be up to Classic to kind of meet Reynor here in this chaos. This is a really, really important game where Reynor's going to be hyper-aggressive, and if Classic tries to play standard, then he should be overwhelmed. Like Classic, he should be shut down. So I'm really curious to see how Classic approaches Evil Heart, whether he tries to play hyper defensive or if he tries to out aggress Reynor instead.
on Warp in, able to kill so many queens. The follow-up harassment, able to get so much as well. So Reynor, I think, really needs to lock in for the early stages to make sure that he can feel comfortable going into these later games.
Yeah, a review of the entire game there from Reynor. And, you know, a game like that, it really is this drawn-out chess.
Hey, back, we're back. GG. How many times do we think Tazes will say he's never casted a game like this? I mean, I don't think he's lying.
You know, Classic played
should make that clear.
Perfectly. It's a real test.
They don't cast a lot of StarCrafts. I believe him. I believe him.
Classic wasn't able to close it out a little bit faster. But yeah, I mean, crazy epic late game PvZ there. And again, one where Classic was ahead in bases, which is insane. I mean, especially in PvZ, you just don't see that. Normally the Protoss is behind in bases, and the burden of the matchup is they have to push out and stop the Zerg before they get out of control, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a major theme of the matchup. And honestly, it also just kind of shows the tenacity of Reynor, just being able to stick in it for so long in that type of a game where he was behind on bases, was behind on economy, so was able to still stick it out and even make it competitive into the first game.
All right, guys, we are going
Jumping
into
in.
game 2 on the map. Evil Heart in the top right in the red from Korea. He is Classic.
And on the bottom left-hand side, unfortunately losing out the first game. Can he even it out on this much smaller map? It is Reynor.
Glad you pointed out the
Clap is in the
smallness
chat.
of map. These maps are voted in by Patreon supporters.
Yep.
And I'm glad we decided to do that, because if you just let pros pick maps, they will pick the most formulaic standard maps. And I get it, because like if I ladder, I don't want to play on. I wouldn't want to play on a map like Evil Heart either. But I think it's good to kind of force this on the players. It allows us to understand the game in different ways. And sometimes we'll have maps with different ideas, and that leads to more interesting games. Or we discover that maybe a matchup's stronger on a map like with more islands or with more valleys or, you know, more plains, flatlands, stuff like that.
It also just gives a nice fluctuation to the actual series itself. That first game, a very passive macro game, very far away bases from each other. I don't think we're going to be seeing that type of play in this next game. I'm expecting something a little bit faster, something with more pace. A fast adept play can come out from Classic. We might even see some sort of early rush from Reynor to try and bust a third base or something like that. I feel like we're going to be seeing a different story throughout this series based on the different maps that we have in play.
So in this game,
Gemini, he's after my heart, Babbies. But yeah, I have to echo exactly what he just said, is that each map does facilitate for different kinds of play, and this map does facilitate for hyper-aggressive builds and hyper-aggressive styles. So we're expecting an all-in at a Reynor, 100%. Whether it's a 2-base all-in or a 3-base all-in, we'll keep an eye on Reynor's droning, and we'll see when he does decide to cut workers. Likewise, we're expecting Classic to also be aggressive as well, and go for an early Twilight Council. I'm thinking early Twilight Council into early Blink, into a bit of a delayed +1, into a timing to break the 4th base, but we'll see. Otherwise, Glaive Adepts.
And so this makes for more of like a boxy, close-knit game where you can lash out to the other side of the map very quickly.
Yeah, it's very interesting just how it is laid out, because it is so small, but then, yeah, like the bases are, there's like that big line right down the middle. It's kind of just like open. It's very interesting how it's laid out. But regardless, we'll see exactly how they want to play it. Overlord coming on into the main base, trying to get an early scout. Will get denied by a fast Stalker. Was that a Stalker first opener that I'm seeing? I'm actually not sure.
Yeah, that's Stalker first.
Yeah,
unless,
it is.
Unless I miss it. So whenever I see Stalker first, like if I'm the Zerg, I'm going, okay, you're trying to hide something. And now let's see what it is. A Stargate is not something to hide necessarily, right? So there are mind games where you kind of act like, oh, I don't want an Overlord in here, and then you just play a normal game, maybe hoping they're going to make the wrong adjustments on their side of the map.
And you can see as well, Classic is leading into that. He went for Warp Gate first without cutting anything, and like you said, going for the Stalker first, it signals that he is going to be going something not Stargate. There's no scout so far from Reynor. He also tried to get in with the Lings, was also denied by Classic. So right now, what Reynor has seen, he sees a Twilight opener or a Robo opener from Classic. Nothing,
in his mind. In his mind,
yes. Nothing tells
kind
him
of.
this is going to be a delayed Stargate, because this is a very delayed Stargate.
So Gemini says nothing says it's going to be delayed Stargate. I would say the pylon says it's going to be delayed Stargate.
He needs that information.
We'll see.
He's trying to see if he can get into the main base right now. He's scrambling to get any sort of information because he doesn't know what's actually coming.
Early
You
River.
got to remember that the Zerg. Well, hold on a second. We got the Lings coming up here.
Sorry, early
He's gonna
Roach one
surround
is what I meant
them.
to say.
You want to have that adept wedged perfectly in between the minerals, and that
Nice
didn't
big
happen.
up.
So these two adepts are going to get killed off. This is actually pretty
Very
bad
nice.
because normally you want to set up there to get a third base. To what I was
14
gonna
more
say a
Lings on the
second
way.
ago, you know, Zerg,
Remember what we said at the
biggest
start of the
threat
game?
is
We
Zerg
said,
target
I
the
wonder,
drone.
when is Reynor going to cut workers? We're seeing it. Here. No more drones. 32 drones. The Lings are flooding across the map. Roach one's on the way. And Reynor, he wants to break this third base. He spots the Oracle.
The third base is almost denied. The expansion
And
is
now
a
he
little bit
joins.
late. But
So safety Roach Warren,
He
but
made
doesn't
a
need it.
lot of Lings. He's kind of ready for an attack that's obviously not really coming. Classic sold this one really well, and he's taking a third base. Now the Lynx can try to deny the expansion, but rhythm-wise, I think Reynor's been thrown off a little bit. I wouldn't say that he's in a terrible position, though. I think he's still okay.
It's still really unfortunate for him, though, because you can see that he got those 2 early picks on the Adepts, delaying the third base, and thinking that there was not going to be an Oracle coming, he leaned into that and made another additional set of Lings to continue
But he can still find damage, is the thing. Like, he's going for the third.
Shows its face, and so that denies that potential, and now they're able to get onto the other side of the map, getting some more drones, 5 in total getting killed off without losing too much HP, as the Lings try to come right back in as well to try to continue to deny this, but they're only able to get a couple of the Adepts. They're not actually getting the cancel on the third base like he wants. Like, he's trying to deny this as much as possible. The Oracles, 3 in number, plenty of energy around them to be able to kill off these Lings. The harassment from Reynor has not worked out.
Yeah, so those Lings kind of went into nothing, and now we've got this expansion coming up here. Really cool to see what...
I wouldn't say the Lings, they didn't get into nothing. Like, they did trade at least, but I do agree that Classic is in a better position, right? Like, Classic, he's able to get his third base, he's able to get his Oracles. Specifically because of all the Lings, the drone count of Reynor is very low. The drone count is very low, so the economy is very lackluster for the Zerg player.
Now here with Classic, who's had a lot of success with these Oracles so far, although right now Reynor's defense looks pretty perfect here.
Oh, gets a queen.
Getting a queen could be really nice. Doesn't
Oh, no,
actually
he doesn't
finish
get it.
Goes back over
Oh
onto
my
the
God.
to the drone. We'll be able to get one, but not finishing the queen is a bit unfortunate for him, but does keep all 3 Oracles alive, which is very important. He's also going to be transitioning into the +1 Blink follow-up this time, not charge, knowing that there is a Roach Warren, knowing that he did juke Reynor a little bit with the early
okay,
game,
Reynor.
expecting there to be a fast Roach Warren.
Spire.
So we'll have a much better follow-up for the game particularly, and it looks like Reynor actually will be throwing a wrench in as well, going for a Spire behind this.
So is he going to go for that Stalker Blink Oracle style that we normally see herO go for?
Yes, it looks like he will, because he also went for that 3 Oracle to try and DPS down and maybe throw some Stasis Hordes. Unfortunately, losing one there is not the best. They are really low on health, so he's not going to have too much to do with those.
Tay should just say like, oh, are we gonna see this style that like usually herO does? You mean meta? You mean standard play? Yes. getting a +1 blink. He's got his triple Oracle.
So,
Switching into
I think
Storm.
this is looking really good for Classic here.
It's like, yo, he's playing just like herO.
Ready to come out on the map here, ready to try to push.
That's
do
crazy.
Like the curveball with the Spire.
Playing standard.
But, you know, Stalkers are fine against mutas. You have to have a combination of enough Zerglings and enough mutas to overpower the Stalkers. And if you do have that much, the Stalkers just die.
It's just a really weird way to phrase that.
Reynor's getting his 4th base.
Stood
it does
out.
feel like a game where there's
It's
a
fine.
little bit more momentum here for Classic, as Classic's already able to match him with a 4th base right here.
And Mapu's pointing out right now, and I was just realizing that as well, because there was an energy recharge used on a Templar. There has been no Storm upgrade started. Does Classic think he has Storm researching right now? Because right now, he does not. And he has plenty of Templars sitting, waiting for energy. Classic has not gotten the scout on Reynor that the mutas are coming either. There's no cannons in the mineral lines. The Stalkers are not quite in position.
Yeah, what they're pointing out here is that Classic has a bank, Classic has the simple archives, Classic did not start Storm. That's a mistake. Like, he has mistakenly not researched Storm.
Making Templars
That is not
get
intentional.
Storm. This is kind of like my game, Gemini. So this could be really bad. I mean, it's so rare that people forget upgrades at this level. But, like, it does happen. You can, like, think you hit it, maybe you didn't hear that you didn't have enough resources or you thought it was...
It happens all with Beyond, for example. Like, Beyond, it's very common that he forgets one of his eBay upgrades, or it's relatively common that a Terran player forgets, like, combat shields. I say relatively common, like, maybe once a tournament, and then everyone points it out because you can, like, see visually that the Marine is, like, missing the shield.
Misses the Spire.
Yeah, it happens.
Thankfully, he does have cannons in preparation anyway, so it's not going to be the worst damage possible, but the Mutas will show their face now. Will target that down because there's no battery supporting it. Forced to recall is Classic to try and deal with this as Reynor fights some of those Stalkers, denies some of those, kills 5 probes to start. It's a decent move so far from Reynor as Classic was not prepared. Will he find any extra damage with the Lings on the left and the continual Muta harassment later on?
So the Mutas are going to come up now. At the moment, Classic.
When are we going to realize that Storm has been researched? That's the that's
with these Templars.
yeah,
Now, here's
that's the question. When is he going to realize he needs Storm back, or that he doesn't have it?
And this is not a game where you would ever even play as if you know that had not happened. So here comes the fight now. We're going to see when the Storms don't come down.
Yeah, that he knows.
Yeah, he just now started it. So he tried to cast it. Luckily, it wasn't.
Where are the player cams? This is
that's scary.
This is a player cam moment. I just realized, like, they have them in person. Where are the player cams? Ah.
The longer that Classic has to realize that he hasn't gotten Storm.
This is kind of
There's a chance where this game
Am I crazy? Did we have player cams yesterday? I think we did, right? We had player cams. It's kind of weird that we don't.
Just hope he doesn't attack me, because if otherwise I'm going to be in trouble. Now Banelings are about to finish, and this, if he hits before Storm's done, I think he's far away enough. I think he's going to be okay.
Yeah, I think this window will pass.
Yeah, they did yesterday, because I remember we would often see whoever was playing next, like in the background setting up, like behind the player, walking around.
On the map, and he's going to be feeling scared. He's not going to be wanting to push out, knowing he's missing that crucial upgrade. Of course, he could always feign that because he's supposed to have it. Reynor should be respecting it, but regardless, that time has passed. We're all past that potential mishap, so we will be going into a bit of a later game here as the Muta transition, of course, is gone off at this point. You don't want to full commit into the Mutas as the Zerg player because they don't really find that much value like that, going for the massive block. Going for the initial few,
losing
just
2.
for the harassment and to force the Phoenix and force the reaction is enough, and now Reynor's going to be going into another ground army to supplement that.
You know, it's funny, we were talking about how this game wouldn't look like the last game, but this game kind of looks like the last game. It's funny because there's way less space on the map.
It looks like the last game in the sense that this game has lasted a lot longer than we assumed, but there was a lot going on, right? We had Reynor, who had a lackluster economy, so Reynor, his max out is later. Reynor decided to go into Mutas, but the Mutas haven't found any damage. So I would say that Classic is in a better position, just because Reynor hasn't achieved too much with these Mutas yet, but he does get into the natural. Oh my god.
That is an insane blanket of storms.
Jesus, oh my god, the storms!
To get any connections as Reynor was a massive waste, hoping that Classic wasn't paying attention as his harassment went into the natural and main. Unfortunately, that is a massive loss for Reynor in that first engage.
Yeah, it was a beautiful storm there. Granted, I think you're okay with them burning storms on Lings, you know, as long as you can keep them back. Reynor is now at 1.2k minerals, 1.2k gas, where you can look at Classic, he's not maxed out yet, so he's still spending money. So on a lot of these games, what Zerg does is they max out, and then when they hit, they spend a whole other round of money.
Not many Banelings here.
They need to win the fight. Big Storm's coming in here.
Only 3?
Okay, massive fight coming on in. Force Field's trying to deny all the rest of the units.
Yeah, Reynor, he's running up against a brick wall. Like
these engagements that Reynor is trying to force are really not working out. He's basically just trying to remax with next level army at this point, trying to get the ultras, trying to get the corruptors for the later stage. I'm curious about the
mean, Reynor just triggered a counterattack. Like, Reynor took a really poor fight there, and Classic can move out.
He's gone for the full Phoenix switch with range as well to kill off all the Mutas. So if those
Classic isn't, but he could.
They will do damage. They will lift up Roaches. They will lift up Ravagers, and they will actually contribute to the engagement. So he needs something to deny those.
Yeah, it does feel like Classic is buttoned up so tight at home. There's not like a way to counterattack and really do that much. You're almost just bleeding stuff off if you run in there. And, you know, I think things are going to be pushed to their logical.
I think they can just fight. They can, they can just fight this. They just killed 3 Corruptors. 4.
Nice confidence boost for those Phoenix
players.
Yeah,
that's
5.
If you're a Protoss player. And so,
like, Reynor, what's going on? Like, we
probably fine slowly losing the Phoenixes to Corruptors because it's just supply that you spend on something else.
Yeah, he doesn't really want them anymore at this point. He knows all the Mutas are dead. He sees the Corruptor transitioning happening. I guess you could do like a crazy late game mass switch back into the Mutas, but I don't think Reynor has the economy for something like that. That's something that you expect from a Zerg that's really been sitting on 4, 5, 6 bases for the rest of that mid game. So it's not really something that needs to be in the back of his mind. So he's fine just killing those off for now, getting more Immortals, getting the Mothership, because he sees the Ultras on the ground, and that's what he needs to deal with next.
Okay, this is a bold move here from Reynor. He's growing into the center left here. This leaves one vacant spot here, and I think.
Oh, nice catching the Immortals. Very nice. They should not have happened.
Immortals out here being killed. That's actually insane because the Immortal's there to counter the Ultras, but the Lings tank the damage. He kind of gets in and kills it and runs back out. And there's another attack on the top left side of the map as well. You can see that what Reynor's doing, he's not really committed, but again, he's expanding to that center left spot. He's just going to try to take more than his share of the map here.
Yeah, and Classic is really proving to be a hard player to break. You can see Reynor trying to just like force the army to the right-hand side with a slight extra poke and then going in.
The problem here is that, like, Classic, he's gotten to where he wants to be. I guess we'll talk about it after the game.
It's impossible for Reynor to actually get deep onto the probe line, onto the Nexus. He's doing so well of.
But I mean, very quickly, coming into this series, we spoke about it. We spoke about how, okay, Reynor's map picks, Evil Heart specifically, for example, is a map where we needed to see an all-in and hyper-aggression early on to stop this game state, to stop Classic from maxing out and getting up to a 5-base economy. But he's got 5 bases, he's maxed out, he's got Skytoss on the way. Like we spoke about it, this is where Classic is the best Protoss in the world, or this is where he has the best late game PvZ in the world. When we can get into this kind of like setup, which is what Reynor, what he needed to avoid.
Reynor's going to set up for a counterattack. We should point out, Zerg is just faster than Protoss, so they can kind of initiate a counterattack quicker every time. That does put Protoss in a position where they kind of have to defend. And this is a great attack. Now this forces a recall. And I think sometimes people look at a recall and they think, well, now you can never counterattack the Protoss. But the recall is kind of it's on a cooldown of its own.
Okay, we have Broodlords on the way. Okay. So with the Broodlords on the way, I believe the Tempest count is low. So this is a bit of a power spike for Reynor. I believe, as long as we have a low Tempest count. Yeah, I don't think there's any Tempest, actually. Okay.
If he pushes out again, then the counterattack can't be denied.
Yeah, he still does have that extra one in the pocket with the Mothership, of course, though, so he will be able to do some amount of repositioning, but it's much more limited. It's just where the Mothership...
But this is why I was pushing back against what Gemini said in the last game, how he was like, oh, why are there Tempests on the way when he saw Ultras? Well, the reason for that is to get ready for the Broodlords as well, so you're not, like, stuck on the ground. Whereas here, Classic just now starts his 2nd and 3rd Stargates, so these Stargates are late for Classic.
Going to try to be able to deny this before it's able to do anything. Might actually catch that Ultra, but not able to do so as more units bleed off in this top left.
Broodlords are revealed.
The army away, so the
late Tempest
with the Ultras and Infestors on the right-hand side can possibly take out this base.
And again, we can't have the recall here, so he's sort of beginning to kind of
base trade. We're going for the base trade instead.
Classic into a corner. Now Classic's going to try to do a counterattack, and I think Reynor's going to basically ditch that base over there. Oh wow, there's some Stalkers running right here into the main. And this is going to draw some of the...
Oh, he's going for the Greater Spire. Let's go. Oh my god.
Not have to worry about any more Broodlords.
Very nice pickoff.
2 Spires desperately being made here from Reynor to make sure something stays alive.
That's ambitious. He shouldn't get the Ultra Cavern. No shot.
Actually, no way. The Lings are not actually getting on top of everything.
Oh my god.
Keep it alive. That would have been terrible.
Barely alive.
Believing it for a second there, still making that Ultra Cavern extra as well. Just for later, we'll be able to keep that alive. So has some resources to spare. We'll just make sure he doesn't lose all that like he did in the previous game. But this is now setting up for a pretty even late game, I would say. They're both on a decent amount of bases, as Reynor was able to deny the one on the right. But that
even late game? Reynor's on 5 bases. Reynor's on 5. Like, Reynor's economy cannot sustain a bad fight. Like, he cannot sustain a rough engage here.
I think Reynor is setting up for another counterattack at the top left, and then
we're seeing an instant replay
happening, or I guess there might be a recall ready now. He'll then attack over to this other spot. Oh, never mind. He's going to push here with the Broodlords. And, you know, one of the problems is I don't know if you could even run under this. Can he get, because, you know, Archons, they don't have great range. Stalkers are okay, but if you bungle like this,
Stalkers, they get punished.
And now he's going to counterattack up here. In fact, I think...
Okay, nice counterattack here with the Ultras.
He's going to lose this gold base. There's going to be a committed push here. Now, Reynor's going to win the fight in the top left and then probably run down. Reynor's supply is starting to lower. In fact, Classic's kind of strong-arming this position. You can't fight on an open area. You have to have some kind of a ledge or a high ground or something.
Yeah, I mean, Reynor, he's forcing Classic to commit. Classic, he just lost a mineral line.
Even so far in that first engagement, it was a little bit topsy-turvy as the top left does get killed off, but the bottom
well, the Broodlords go down. No Greater Spire.
By Classic, a nice fungal.
No more Broodlords.
As more Ultras are in the production tab for Reynor. He's trying to get as many out as possible. As he kind of loses a few more units up on the top left, it would be great to keep those alive, but he will try to just kill off those cannons, kill off the bases as much as possible. As the drones on the bottom right are also getting killed, this is going to become a crazy...
We have 13 Ultras in production. Jesus.
Yeah, they're getting more and
It's a
more
lot of Ultras. How many spellcasters?
Going here from Classic. I think he wants to go as far as he possibly can and basically use the recall to then just go back home. And so there's going to be kind of a big
He's going in
on the map overall.
He's diving.
So Reynor's going to come down now. Slow field setup, storms.
We do land some storms. Nice storms, but the Ultras they get in. There's so many Ultras.
Amount of damage, but there's so much underneath the mothership as more Ultras trying to come into the fight. Archon's also coming in from the right-hand side, but the Ultras are not dying underneath. The Tempest are
so
only
many
on the
Ultras.
area of back behind this. Immortals coming in as well. As you can see, they're not able to actually do anything once all the rest of the units are killed off. Classic is losing everything. The Tempest unable to do the DPS, as I mentioned earlier as well. Once it's only those alive, there's nothing left to do it. And now the Tempest are trying to frantically do anything against some of the other bases as the Ultras run to the other side.
Gemini really wants to push that narrative.
Remember, Reynor's base at the center left quietly stayed
It's like, baby, the Tempest, they did their job. They killed the Broodlords. What do you...
I think he should have had more than that to try to kill that off, but he's going to run back.
Oh, getting that Infestor's huge. There's not going to be too many more. There's actually almost no gas.
Hold on. So
Saves the
Reynor's
base.
minerals and gas are so low. In fact, he's getting...
Reynor's on one base economy. Reynor, he has one base economy right now.
Didn't actually have this.
Classic has one as well.
There's no reason you should have gas come in that slow. So things like almost pause. It's like the map's almost frozen. He's going to try to regroup. Now, I think Classic literally can't move. And remember,
And then Classic just switching to Skytels. And this is where, yes, there are a bunch of Ultras for Reynor. What does Classic need? Not necessarily Immortals. I mean, he's getting to Skytels instead. I mean, he's getting a mixture of the two.
Yeah, this is a bit risky.
Diving in. Ultra goes down. He gets one. He gets two Ultras. Oof.
But yeah, you can see
Reynor gets punished.
Believe in this fight, has to pull back. Classic with enough units so far. He's even getting some more carriers behind this, knowing he needs at least some sort of DPS to deal with this late game army. And he's honestly feeling pretty strong right now with his army supply getting really high up there. Reynor only just now getting all that extra gas, and so it's going to be basically a bit more time. He's going to need more minutes to be able to actually get more high-tech units.
Yeah, and Classic's just perfecting his army. Like, he's just building up even greater. He has a better economy. One base versus one base that favors the Protoss over the Zerg.
Ballooning. There is a kind of cool play here from Reynor, which is to take the top left, which is, you know, no one's checking, right? So you might as well just try to pillage that. And even if you lose it, just take all the resources that were there, so that if Classic retakes it later, it's not taken. He's even leaving spotter stuff out here to look like he's checking for his opponent to expand. But it's undeniable, I think Classic has a better army. So here's the problem for Classic is that if he tries to leave, obviously Reynor's going to counterattack. That's like
he has a recall
this whole game.
It's fine.
But if Reynor's forced to fight the army, which
like I would say the Classic has a recall. He can push. He can push. It's fine. He can always recall back home.
Yeah, you can really see that both players are very cautious right now. They don't know the exact game state. This has been a very back and forth kind of.
It's good that Gemini brings this up because they're correct. It's like Classic doesn't know how far ahead he is.
There's such a lack of vision on the Protoss side. You can see right there. There's still actually a lot of creep coming out, and you can see he's trying to deny that right now, knowing that he needs to limit that vision and try to make it as difficult as possible for Reynor to take good positions on the map, because obviously you want that extra creep for the speed boost for those engages if you can as the Zerg player, and also just to know where the army is actually making its move. More Immortals getting put in the production tab as well to try and beef up this ground army to make sure the Ultras don't come into a factor, as Reynor even is trying to make drones again because he needs more income.
It's crazy how slow this game's gotten. I think Reynor's playing the expansion game right. He's got the gold minerals. Remember that, you know, those mine out kind of fast. And I don't think that Classics even checked that at all.
Yeah, the go base can be huge.
Come out here. I don't know if this is a committed attack. By the way, Reynor doesn't have anything ready to counterattack. Yeah, he doesn't know about that, by the way. Good check there by Mapu. So, I think he was waiting for the counterattack.
Oh, my apologies. I thought the Z was observing. My apologies, Mapu. Mapu's observing.
Being very conservative right now.
So my apologies.
By the way, you know, it's funny.
I was giving Ziggy a lot of credit yesterday. It's Mapu.
A lot of gas. It's like now it's like a you know, early game with the income coming in, because there's really actually not a lot of bases to mine from. I think the longer this game goes, if Classic doesn't do something, Reynor's going to gobble up a lot more resources on the map.
And it's honestly going to be a bit awkward coming in as well, because you have to be so precise in what you're choosing to build at this point, because you have so little gas coming on in from both players.
And Classic, he's just been too passive. There was a big window in time where he was up like 50-60 supply. Now that big supply gap is, I mean, it's becoming shorter and shorter.
Very careful about what you're actually picking to make.
It's becoming smaller.
Most efficiency in these games.
Just because Classic didn't know that he could aim move. he didn't know.
Damage that he can on both sides. Will lose a few of
So
them.
Reynor is slowly clawing his way back in, getting up to 3 bases.
As Reynor slowly starts to get a little bit more headway in this game. He's getting more gas income coming on in, a couple more bases. Classic has been, I feel like, respecting Reynor a little bit too much.
Yeah, he's been
I
too
think
passive.
Like I said before,
This has gone on for too long,
they
for
don't,
sure.
Yeah,
This
they
is
didn't realize. They
you
had
gotta
no
actually
idea.
do something. Like, I almost felt like there was a point where he could have just like attacked all the way into his main and just killed everything and given up his base and then just recalled back home like with 400 minerals and just started over. But I mean, look at the map now. Reynor's got the top left. Classic has not even checked it. Reynor's
Now, on the one hand, yes, the game has lasted longer than it should have, and yes, Reynor's been able to build up an army. But Reynor, he has 1 Viper, 1 Infestor. Now he scouts. Now Classic realizes.
That Reynor has had this, and now he thinks, oh my God, Reynor, you might actually have a decent army at this point. Maybe I was too passive.
Yeah. I mean, giving that up and giving that to Reynor, and that's a gold mineral base. So that's like just resources into the coffer here for Reynor that can be spent. Now, I do think Classic has a much harder army to kill, and maybe it just comes down to a fight. He has cannons ready to defend a counter.
17
attack. I think
corruptors.
he's going to try to push in here, and maybe he tries to
This time, there's a chance that Reynor would win in the sky, but would lose on the ground.
Yeah, we're gonna
Like, there's no Broodlords, and it's a very heavy ground composition.
By Reynor having 2 in the game at this point would be
Like, I can see a world where the corruptors kill the Tempest, and then they do nothing.
Continue to be a dissuading factor. It's very difficult.
Nah,
for
Classic
Reynor
should be
to get
fine.
deep into the mineral lines. Classic continually being diligent with his defenses. You can even see him with the observer speed to make sure he's able to get as much vision as possible and keep those alive in case there's any burns.
I do like this run by the
Reynor
Reynor, trying to delay Classic.
He's really trying to fish away as much as possible. There's a couple of zealots, I think, in the top left-hand side as he tries to go for
Ooh, nice
Templar drop
feedbacks.
to feed back some of the infestors as well. Every trick being pulled out here by Classic.
Okay, Classic's going to try to move in. Reynor uses what was his counterattack force to clean up the little harass there with the Zealots. He's going to push in. We got to see how this fight goes. It's going to be, okay, the hatchery is killed before I even finish my sentence. And Reynor decides to not even fight for it. Although there are some
he
stuff
commits.
down here apparently.
Oh my God, yeah, everything getting sectioned off, and he's going to be
And the Immortals just go to town. Jesus.
A little bit later, Reynor cannot take that engagement. Classic will be walking away with a 2-0 start.
That was crazy. I guess he, Classic realized if I just get the right army, it kind of doesn't matter what I do because it's too hard for the Zerg to try to fight me, like, directly.
Kind of. Like, again, I would echo what Gemini said. Classic just didn't know. He just didn't know what kind of economy Reynor had, so Classic was just playing it safe, perfecting his army, and Reynor was playing catch up from that moment, of course, where he was trying to recover. Really rough game there, really rough state for Reynor. Once again, Classic was looking very comfortable the entire game. This is a really scary moment in the series. I didn't mention at the time, I think we're like halfway through the last game, where I was like, we'll talk about this after the game. But this is a really scary moment because this was Reynor's map, right? Evil Heart was Reynor's map, and it makes sense. Why? Evil Heart is known for hyper aggression and all-ins, and all-ins are favored on this map, and Reynor didn't go for the all-in. If you remember Reynor, he was kind of faked out. There was some mind games going on early on, and Reynor was forced to make all these lings. His drone count was lower because of that, and Reynor was just stuck behind economically the entire game as a result. And I assumed that because of that, Reynor would go for an all-in, but he didn't. Reynor went mutas instead. That was his decision. He could have gone for a 3-base all-in. Instead, he went into muta play. The mutas did nothing. The mutas didn't achieve anything. He lost any semblance of aggression. He lost any map control, and he just fell behind from there and was playing catch-up throughout the course of the entire game. And that's scary because, again, this is the moment where Reynor had to start the comeback. Moving forward, the maps are going to be more difficult to be aggressive on, and they're going to be a little bit easier for Classic to slow the game down in such a way, to slow the game down and to get into that kind of like late game composition. As you mentioned, that is where Classic is going to be at the favorite. That's going to be where he is at his best. If he can survive, get up to a 4 and 5 base economy with a maxed out army, then Classic is favored over Reynor. So Reynor, he's in a lot of trouble here. As our next game moving forward, it's going to be Classic favored. Let's go. We're loading into Botanical. Botanical is known for having a very defendable 5-base setup. Your 5 bases, you're on the high ground, a lot of choke points as well. It is difficult to break a turtling player on Botanical. We'll see if Reynor can pull this off, because we need to start the comeback soon.
Turn it around, or if Classic gets further and further ahead. In the bottom right, in the red, make some noise for Classic.
And in the top left-hand side, he has been down 0-2 this series so far. He needs your energy to stay alive in this series. Give it up for Reynor.
Can we stop the PvP finals? Can we stop it?
So we were talking about this a second ago, but I just wonder if Reynor needs to do something a little bit more aggressive.
It's too late for that.
More in your face, a little bit more risky, maybe. Classic has kind of made it so that even when the game is chaotic, and by the way, Evil Heart, that last map, that's a weird map. Like,
yeah.
I really didn't think we would actually have a game like Game 1.
Yeah,
and we
yeah.
actually totally had a game like
did.
We just did.
It was
Kind
the
of.
exact same thing.
Not at all. Wait,
Let's
what?
see
What?
how Reynor approaches it. A lot of times in the early game, the Zerg is, and Zerg kind of functions like this as a race overall, but they're just sort of reacting to stuff.
True. Game 2 was just like Game 1. That's why we had mass muta. That's why. That's why we had the mass Ling reaction, Ling response in the early game. So Game 2, the early to mid game was very different, but Reynor was kind of playing towards a longer game state. I say it's too late because I don't think that an all-in is as viable on Botanical. I don't know if it's worth trying to all in on Botanical, so that's why I'm concerned for Reynor here.
Remember, by the way, it feels like it was so far away, but the early game in Game 2, that Stalker first kind of cheesy fake out that really wasn't about anything. He was just taking a third base. Maybe we need something like that from Reynor, even if it isn't a real threat or a real risk, just even creating the illusion of that.
Yeah, it's very hard as the Zerg player to try and bring out those tricks. Protoss is, like you said, a bit easier to do that kind of stuff with. Zerg players, they're on the reactive end of things. You could try to throw in like an earlier Roach Warren and maybe make them overreact, or there's some kind of plays where you can not have as many drones mining in the natural as compared to the main to make it look like you're all-inning, but Protosses in general feel like they're very good at taking those reads and knowing exactly what's happening, and it just doesn't really end up working too well, so it's hard to come up with that kind of stuff for Reynor. I feel like Reynor really needs to make sure he's on top of his scouting in these next games. He needs to know exactly what's coming. He needs to see what Classic has cooked up, because it's basically been an early game advantage both times so far.
It has
from
been.
Classic. Reynor needs some early game advantage coming into this early game, and so that he's sitting pretty basically in the mid game, so that way he doesn't get caught off guard.
So we have the third base.
So if those are curious, when I say that Classic has the best late game PvC in the world, he does. And I mean, he's even beaten herO with it as well. If you watched EWC, the most recent EWC, if you watched herO versus Classic in the group stage, you would know how he dealt with Classic. And what herO did was he was hyper aggressive. He wasn't all in, but herO was aggressive enough to get a lead early on, where he would be denying the third, killing probes, getting into the middle line, shutting down the adepts, getting early game aggression done first, gaining an advantage, gaining a lead, and then getting into a longer later game with that lead, with that advantage, with that kind of going his way. As opposed to just taking it lying down and just letting Classic comfortably get up to 4 and 5 aces. In that series, herO, he would always get ahead first and get damage done first, and then go into the late game. Otherwise, Classic would be favored, even against herO.
Nice denial for Reynor. Will disallow any more drones from dying, so a nice start so far. He needs to keep that up, of course, because he will, of course, have more oracles coming his way, as the second one does make its name on the map, and a third oracle also now coming out from Classic. So continuing with that oracle heavy play, we don't normally see too many oracles like this. It's usually the 1 or 2, as we try to get much faster twilights and forages and stuff like that on the follow-up. So far, it's only going to be the twilight coming in for Classic. No forge just yet.
Early Twilight Council, delayed forge.
Twilight, I mean, it's not even that fast though. Is the thing, because he's
Here we can go into Glaives or Early Blink. What's it gonna be?
Single Twilight. It's gonna be an adept follow-up. So we'll see if this is gonna be what he's got in the cards as the defense for the oracles continues for Reynor.
So an adept follow-up, You know, we had periods of StarCraft. It's
He has
fortunate
option of
right?
Adepts or Blink.
Yeah, it really looks like that's what
Wait,
he's trying to go for.
All right, I only see 2 gates making.
But he's got 2 already in the wall as well.
Okay, okay, good
It's gonna
correction.
be
Blink.
Oh,
So-
he's going to try to do maybe just a Blink all in, just straight up.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah. No, I thought the same thing. I thought it was going to be an Adept play. And,
Yeah.
that's
Again,
a
just
cool
to
idea
quickly
because
hammer down the
we
point,
talked about
going for earliest Twilight Council, you have 2 options, either Blink or Glaives. If you're going for an 8-gate Blink all-in, the tells of that would be no gases at the no gases at the third, so no gas at the third base and a gateway explosion from here, getting it to 7 gateways. We can see delayed Forge out of Classic, so this looks like an aggressive start, but this doesn't necessarily look like an all-in. If it was, it wouldn't be a Forge.
Now he's getting a Forge with this, so this isn't like an
Yeah.
all-in. A Forge always means, you know, I'm going to invest in the
Yeah,
future.
they got there.
Unless you're cannon rushing. So he is going to come in here probably with a little bit of pressure.
A lot of
going
pressure.
For the extra gates before the Forge is interesting. Maybe thinking that Reynor was going to be a little bit more aggressive, but or maybe.
Very quickly here, what does this mean? So this means that if Reynor was going to go for an all-in, Blink would have been done to defend. It also means that Classic can look to cancel the 4th base with early Blink. That's the goal here. And speaking of canceling the 4th, that's why he's moving out. That's why he's pushing in. The whole point of going into early Blink like this is to force a cancellation.
And you know, when you're this greedy, I think he might be able to poke this out. Okay, hold on. The hatchery's at half health. He's going to commit to keeping this. Ooh, he's done.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh,
Stasis
the
goes
stun,
off.
He actually freezes it. The Lings are going to just leave. There's attempts over here for some reason. And he's going to just kill this. Oh,
Yeah,
oh, he
kills the
does.
3rd. Sorry, kills the 4th.
Attach off. My play-by-play's all over the place.
Just like those Adepts.
Yes. So he actually just pokes it out and runs away.
And that's a nice play from Classic, having the Adepts in the main army and then shading them into the natural, forcing the Lings to run away, and then also getting half of them in the Stasis Ward, allowing the Oracles and Stalkers to kill off the base. The question is, does Classic realize that Reynor was double expanding though? Because there's still going to be a 4th base finishing up relatively quickly.
True.
If Classic doesn't realize that, he might think.
But again, that's why the whole purpose of early Blink like that was to deny the 4th. And he even killed it. He killed the 4th base. As Gemini brought up, Reynor was double expanding and being hyper greedy. Reynor wasn't just double expanding, he was getting Infestation Bit, Lurker Den, Hive. Reynor is being insanely greedy right now, and this is an alternate way to deal with Classic is, okay, if I don't do damage early on, what if I get ahead and just be hyper greedy, get away with that greed, and then take that lead instead coming into the late game.
He's going to go for a Lurker Den.
Yes. So that's the.
So we have a really early Lurker timing for Reynor.
The mutas were not working in the first game, of course, did not work his favor either. So now he's going to be trying to go for the Lurkers in this one. I mean, this is a great map for that as well. There's a lot of high ground positions. There's a lot of choke points that the Lurkers can abuse to make it very difficult for the Protoss to take correct engagements. It's very nice for the Zerg to try and just get a lot of bases set up and make it very difficult for them. Protoss, of course, can still camp on those high grounds as well with plenty of cannons and batteries, so this is setting up to look like it's going to be another late-game slugfest for both players, unless Reynor really wants to try and just push the issue with a Lurker timing before Classic is really prepared to deal with that, because, again, I think Classic might not expect Reynor to still be in such a good economic...
So pushing back against what Gemini said, the whole point of this build for Reynor, I believe, is to hit the Lurker timing. It's not to slow the game down. No, that'd be crazy. Like, I'm pretty sure the goal here, the purpose of rushing and being this greedy is to hit Lurkers as quickly as possible and to try to kill Classic as quickly as possible with Lurkers. And he's going for it.
The top base is almost like a layer above in a way that's hard to like run down and save it. And he's going to Lurker push here. I don't know that this base can be saved.
Yeah,
Classic out of position.
Expecting 2 fronts of this attack as the rest of his army's in the top. The Lings trying to come in on the right-hand side. But
Lings delay, nice position with the Lurkers.
The Hydras and the Lurkers can get a better position here on this 3rd base of Classic, and they're able to do a pretty decent job sieging this away. Classic not with a nice...
He blinks in. Ooh, nice storms.
Is not what you normally need to do, but the Stalkers are supported.
Yeah, very nice storms. Nice blink out of Classic.
Either, and Classic will defend.
Wow.
Damn, that was really well executed. He let all of the wall get chewed through and was really patient moving down. It's funny because he did look like he was ready for 2 attacks, and then it never came, so he just really carefully moved down. I think Reynor shouldn't have used those Lings that were running around to hit that. I think he should have pulled back out. But the result is that nothing really got done. Like, when you see attacks happen, you don't really care if you lose the buildings on the outside. You care about the Nexus not dying. You can just make those buildings again, right? The Nexus is still there. You're still getting money in.
So what they're getting at, that was the build, like Reynor. That was the build. That was the timing. That was the whole purpose. Was that lurker push? That lurker push we just saw. That lurker push we just saw fail. Now here comes the next wave. Like Reynor, he's just doubling down, getting ready for wave number 2. His goal here is still to kill Classic, to kill him before Sky Toss.
Continue with the lurker and Hydra Ling attacks.
He's going for it.
Reynor trying to continue
4
that.
lurkers.
It's going to be a little bit more difficult.
Classic out of position.
On, but now
5
the ball
lurkers.
is gone,
6.
He might actually be able to get onto that juicy probe line. 5 of them already getting killed. The reaction from Classic not quite in time as the storms will start to blanket down on the units.
Yeah,
but
Classic, not enough Stalkers this time.
It's pretty decent so far. The units getting killed off, and now that those are all killed,
Reynor, he's doing it. He's done it.
Trying to kill this all off. Reynor might be able to just bust him right now because there's almost nothing on the ground for Classic.
You know, it's funny. He did the first attack perfectly, defending it, but then there wasn't anything there to block that off. So then he just, you know, the moment the door was open, Reynor just ran it, and he's actually, this is so funny, he's running up and behind this expansion instead of hitting it from the front. And, you know, this one Immortal, it's taking a lot of damage.
Jesus.
This Immortal can kill off all of these lurkers, but it's going to be driven away by the Hydras and the Lings. I think this game's
crazy.
over.
GG. GG.
Yeah, it's a great adaptation into this third game. Able to make it work. Classic not expecting the lurker transition and the aggression from Reynor. That's what I was talking about. No early damage that game. Able to set the tempo from the start and keep it that way. That's what the Reynor that we can see when he actually has control of the mid and early and mid game.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Kind of. So, pushing against that, if you remember, Classic, he did well for himself killing the 4th base. Remember, he killed the 4th base, and Classic had the tools to defend. This wasn't Reynor, you know, like having like impeccable early game and then having a clean start and just nobody out of control. No, Classic had the tools to defend, but we saw twice he was out of position. We saw that Classic was in the center base. His main army was in the center expansion, and I was hoping they could show a replay of that. But both times we saw the lurkers move in, Classic was not where he needs to be. He had to pull back and rotate all the way around. And by the time he did, he was taking a lot of damage, whether it was to the side defense, whether it was to the buildings, whether it was to the Nexus. So that was, what, 2 important moments where Classic was not keeping up with the army movement of Reynor. Otherwise, I would say he did have the army to defend against that, to hold, to defend, and to force a longer game and to get into Sky Toss, because Classic, he had the Fleet Beacon finishing up, he had the second Stargate finishing up as well. So very nice moves out of Reynor when it came to his build of choice, being hyper greedy and rushing into lurkers. That's on Classic for not being fully aware of the rotations of Reynor. GG. GG. Oh, and looks like they come to a break. Wait, what? Up next, herO versus Zoun. We're cutting to a break. We're cutting to a break here, but thankfully, there we go. Thankfully, this was a really important game for Reynor. We spoke about it, but this was crucial for Reynor to start to fight back, and I appreciate that he went for a different kind of approach, which was hyper greed to rush into lurkers. And we'll see if he can keep this going, right? Momentum is now currently in Reynor's favor. The players have asked for a break. It's going to be a 3-minute break. We'll be back soon after these couple of minutes with the remainder of the series. See you soon. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, we have returned. We've returned here with the remainder of the series. This is still the first series, the semifinals of the 2025 RSL Revival StarCraft League Playoffs co-stream. Classic and Reynor, they're currently mid-series. Here, and so far we've had a stronger start here from Classic. Reynor has begun the comeback. Reynor, he had a cheeky build coming into Botanical, where Reynor was hyper greedy, rushed into lurkers, and then went for a lurker timing to end the game before Classic could get to Skytoss. And he was able to do so. We'll see if he can keep up the momentum here. Let's go.
We're back on a map with some structure similar to Evil Heart in that it's like very tall, very narrow, but at the same time, yeah, I don't know if we're gonna have like a crazy long game when I look at a map like this. Or
I feel like it's hard to predict at this point.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me introduce some players. Let's
catch the game.
Let's talk about Terran actually before we go to. Okay, in the top right in the red, make some noise for Classic.
And on the bottom left-hand side, playing for Basilisk, the blue Zerg player. Give it up for Reynor.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm all over the place here.
We are not talking about players. We're not talking about anything. How was your day,
this map
actually?
Mostly
what did you eat for breakfast?
Yeah, this map reminds me of my breakfast. Yeah, let's see if Reynor kind of sticks with that game plan, and if there's going to be some adjustments here from Classic. We had a little bit of a misread for a second in that game where we thought Classic was going to be more in the Zerg's face.
He was. So winding it back here, welcome to Magnetic North. Magnetic North is a hyper-aggressive map. Aggression is favored here, and we're expecting aggression out of Reynor. They're posing the question of like, oh, do we see something similar here on Magnetic North? I would say no. Magnetic North is more aggressive, it's more open. The idea of Reynor trying to be hyper-greedy and rushing into lurkers feels very risky on a map like this. So we'll see if Reynor goes for a different approach. I would imagine that we see like a 3-base all-in, 4th base just for Lava, Link Queen, Hydra, or maybe even a German Taxi, but I do expect to see an earlier all-in out of Reynor here. That makes the most sense in my mind. I mean, but to be fair, I was expecting that on Evil Heart. I'm expecting that here. We didn't get it on Evil Heart, so we'll see. We'll see what Reynor goes for. We'll see if he does go for the all-in. We'll see how Classic opens up as well. We're expecting something more defensive out of Classic, or maybe something more aggressive. We'll see.
That style, having it working so well in that last one. Classic, on the other hand, will be sticking to the Stargate. No weird stuff coming out from him. He's just going to keep it as standard as possible. We do know him as just one of these players that loves to bring it into the later game. He likes to keep it normal. Every now and then we might throw in a couple of cheeses. And actually, to be honest with you, now that I remember, Classic versus Reynor, when they played in season number 3, where Reynor did win, Classic was bringing out a lot of those more interesting styles. He was throwing out some early charged auto-lins. He was throwing out some adepts, and it wasn't really working. So this time, where he's coming back to the more standard stuff that he's more used to, and he's found overall more success.
So this map, the expansions on both sides, you can see they just kind of line up to the side. The middle bases are very close. But this is a very claustrophobic map. I would say even more so than Evil Heart.
Yeah, it is definitely a bit of an awkward one. It's also got that kind of choke point in the middle there with those rocks, making it very difficult if they end up kind of going in that direction. We saw that in the grand finals of season 3 coming into play very nicely with force fields denying SCV pulls and stuff like that. But in this game, it might come into play later as the double Adept does try to go into the main base to get a scout. I doubt he would finish that. Oh my god, never mind. He's just going to go for it, seeing only 4 Lings. The rest of them not quite in time to be able to deal with that. So Reynor actually going to be losing a few drones here as the double Adept makes their name shown here in this main base. Will eventually kill them off. Actually, one of them staying alive as well. But now there's no Spore in the natural, but there's a couple Queens. Will this Oracle find any damage is the next question.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to get anything done. Bounces right off there. The Lings actually snipe the 3rd base probe, so that slows stuff down a little bit here. In fact, there's a pylon made to plug this up, and he's going to try to expand somewhere else. We'll see if Reynor catches that right away. He does see it, but the Oracle back over here, the denied Oracle from earlier, it's going to have enough energy to gun that down. And I don't know that Reynor can really do anything to slow this down any further, so he's just droning up back at home. The Twilight Council starts over here for Classic.
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate thing again from Reynor losing those drones. It's not
So
something
once
you
again,
expect
early
with
Twilight
level
Council.
depth. You're usually
Early Council, this can once again be early Blink or early Glaives. One or the other is expected here because the Forge is late.
For Reynor, tries to get some damage on the other side with the cancel of the third base. He's going to try to go for it again, getting on top of these Adepts, seeing there's no battery, and seeing that the Oracles are also across the map, trying to do whatever damage he can. But the third one, yet again, coming in from Classic, he really is favoring this 3 Oracle opener to make sure that Reynor can't get any damage done with these Ling
Show us what
run-bys
you got.
onto the third
Twilight
base,
Council is
onto the
done.
third.
What do we get into?
He's going to be going into a similar state as the game prior.
Yep, once
as
again,
the
early
game
Blink.
was happening, going
Just
for
like
that
last
Blink
game.
with the slightly later Forge.
Okay, so the Oracles.
So as a reminder, this is not an all-in. This is to have Blink ready for an early all-in. So if he believes that Reynor is going for an early all-in, then Classic will be able to defend against it. We do have an extra pair of gateways, though. That's 4 gates on the way. Last time it was only 4 gateways into a Forge. This time it's 6 gateways into a delayed Forge. So more committed this time by Classic, which means he might actually turn this into an 8-gate all-in.
The Adepts also actually coming on in. Actually, the Stasis getting those Queens is pretty
Nice
nice.
Oracles.
If we can make use of that as Classic, it would be pretty nice as the Adepts continue
Gets into the
to
middle
kill
line.
off these drones. The Lings, were
3
the only
drones.
ones alive, I
Jesus.
feel like, are right there in that Stasis as well. So 5 more drones getting killed off. This is not the start that Reynor wants. More early damage from Classic. And from the games that we've seen so far, when Reynor gets behind in the early game, losing more drones, losing more Lings, he has not come out victorious.
Okay, now these Stalkers.
And remember,
pair up
there are
with the
6
Oracle.
gateways. There we go. We have the proxy gate as well. 3 base all in. 3 base all in by Classic. The opener was similar to last game, except this time no Forge, extra gateways, no gases at the third base. He's going to double down. He's going for the all in.
Wants to move to the bottom to keep defending units over there, but he's eventually, when this pylon finishes up, gonna you make a gateway here.
Yeah, it's
and
an
this
8-gate.
is a hard commit. Now Lings can fight this, but I think it really comes down to how good the Stalker control and the Blink is, because on paper, Stalker.
The problem with Lings is that that's what the Oracles are for. The Oracles are here to protect the Stalkers with sniping the Queens.
Beams going, it's very good, and he's going to be able to force these away for now.
It's a Ling Hydra defense.
Not quite ready yet. Actually, a forward Blink from Classic, just realizing
Yeah.
there's almost nothing here. Will allow some of those other Lings.
There's
from the
nothing, no
right-hand side to
Queens,
get on
no
top of those,
Lings.
but the Oracles doing a great job of
Classic
killing
going for the
those
kill.
off
The
those
boys are
drones.
being pulled into the
Force them all to be able
Oracles.
to deal with this for now as the Hydras from Reynor
Oof.
not quite ready. I think Classic has just found an opening.
Yeah, I don't know that he's going to be able to survive this. There should be more Stalkers coming down here from the north, and you can see the Blink. There's just enough Stalkers
dives in.
here. In fact, I think there's more Stalkers, and there are Zerg units in some of this fight. He's going to try to blink away.
blinked into the Lings. He got
Most of the Lings
punished.
are gone. Actually, excuse me, there were
Okay.
more Lings there than I realized, but more Stalkers come down. The Oracle gets blown up, just 1 remaining. We have a couple more Blinks away.
And it looks like, honestly, these units are coming in pretty nicely for
It's
Reynor.
so
The
close.
problem is that he's lost 12 drones on this defense. This is not a clean defense by any means. He really needs to get some sort of momentum going in these fights, because Classic, despite the fact that he is going really hard,
Classic's warpins were late.
he's still got
Late
charge
warpins,
coming
late
behind this.
reinforcements.
He's still got a Forge with +1 coming as well, and he could easily go for a 4th base if he wants to. A couple of Lings trying to make some havoc in the right-hand side base, but a battery there, an Oracle ready to be able to deal with that. Not going to be doing anything. Reynor trying to get some more Hydras and
Reynor,
Lings,
he's
and he will be
surviving,
able to
Pappy.
defend this for now.
We have the charge follow-up.
Stalker count is starting to thin a little bit there.
And Classic should overwhelm. He should overwhelm this
Reynor will stay
position.
alive for now, but the next wave when these charge lots start to come in, I think it's going to be really tough.
Yeah, if he can survive that, he'll survive this game, and it'll go on for longer. You know, Reynor's done a good job holding the Stalkers with Blink for now. I think Classic might have kind of switched up what he needed to do there. I think he was trying to blink into stuff because he thought he was snowballing, when actually he should have really been just kind of trying to sustain and keep that death ball going.
Man, amazed that that Stasis Ward didn't actually get triggered there by those Lings, so that will stay there for now. Could actually come into play a little bit later as Classic continues.
Classic's
to try and
backing up.
focus fire down some of these.
If he worked in another wave of Zelts, I do think that Classic would break that third base position for Reynor.
And that it's not
But he's playing it
all
safe.
in from Classic, but that's not really even something that he wants to see. He wants to see Classic continuing this attack, I feel like, because I don't know how he
he's
can
coming
actually
in.
continue into this late game. He's got 58 drones. The Lurker Den is not even close to being done either. This is going to be so difficult for Reynor, because honestly, this Zealot harass is going to start getting ridiculous for him.
Okay, now the Zealots are just going to shred that hatchery. There's nothing to even contest this. It's going to be just the Broodlings left to try to fight that. Big victory there for Classic. In some ways, we were watching this tug of rope over here on this side of the map, not appreciating that that set up for a perfect fourth base takedown.
Yeah, I love the way he's going for this. Yeah, taking that high ground base that's really in the same attack path as the side that he's going for. So he's basically defending this fourth base with the attack that he's constantly been doing on this left-hand side. And so the Lings really have to find a different avenue to get over here. We'll eventually find that, but honestly, this unit is just ridiculous from Classic. Reynor knows it. Classic is now on match point.
Yeah, Classic really completely reinventing the approach to the matchup there. We kind of thought that's what we were going to have in Game 3, by the way. We kind of thought that was coming, and then he just went and kept defending. But, you know, I was on the same page as you, Gemini. I thought the Zealots are going to come with the army, and then we're going to see who wins it.
Yeah, GG well played. Again, this is a pretty common build, going for an AK3 base all-in. This was very popular even a year ago, 2 years ago. We still do see it from time to time. Again, the opener was similar to last game, except no Forge, extra 2 gateways. That was the sign, that was the tell. So you're going up to 6 gates very early on. No gases at the third base into an 8-gate 3-base all-in with Mass Blink Stalker. Unfortunately, talking about what Reynor was up to, Reynor was playing standard. He was going into Ling Hydra. He had no safety Roach Horn, no roaches to defend. He was droning up, he was building up and trying to build up into a longer game. But on top of that, he was taking a lot of losses because the Adept Harass, the Orc Harass, it was a really clean early game out of Classic, getting early damage into the all-in, which was the kill shot, which was the kill move. And remember, we expected to see aggression on this map on Magnetic North, but we were expecting aggression out of Reynor as well, and Reynor was playing, was not really showing any signs of hyper aggression, unlike Classic, of course. So that was meant to be Reynor's game, that was meant to be his map. Instead, we're going to be loading into Winter Madness, a much more defensive map.
Classic, you guys, better than Classic. We're off to a great start here in Game 5. All right, you take this one, man.
And on the bottom right-hand side, he really needs some support right now because he is going to be on match point every game from this point on. It is the Blue Zerg player, Reynor.
That's how it's done.
Get out of here, Chase. This is
you're doing the intros from here on out. I'm like, I was too excited to talk about the map like the last game.
Oh, we got some signs.
We got
Look at
that.
Oh, the Basilisk boys. Let's go.
We started the show, and we thought we had everything set, and then we went, oh, we don't have the
cheerfuls.
Yeah, the cheerfuls, as they call them.
Yeah.
I hope we see a Reynor win here. I hope we have a longer series. But I'll tell you what, man, I don't think we're going to get it because Classic is playing so well. He's shown a real range of play. We're talking about the craziest endgame stuff ever in one round, and then in the next round, he comes in here with some of these decapitating moves like we had in the last game.
Yeah, he's really just kind of solidified himself in this nice series right here. I mean, we saw, again, like I was saying before, in the previous series in Season 3, he was throwing out some weird stuff. It was not what we normally see Classic. He's really coming back to his...
So I'd push back against that. For the most part, Classic, he's just playing the maps. He's just playing the maps here, aggressive on aggressive maps, defensive on defensive maps. Like this, that's just how he's been playing it out. It has been pretty straightforward when it comes to his overall approach. Welcome to Winter Madness. Winter Madness is one of the larger, more defensive maps in the map pool. This is, I would say, one of the most defensive maps in the current ladder map pool, except for Celestial Enclave. Celestial Enclave got vetoed, though, if you remember. It was vetoed by Reynor. Makes a lot of sense. But if Classic wants to embrace a longer game, he might open up early Blink again here, but he might go for the kind of opener we saw in Botanical, where he gains a little bit of momentum with early Blink, then he does switch in towards a more defensive style. We expect to see Classic try to get into a longer game state here, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Classic. Meanwhile, the pressure's on Reynor. Now, because the map is so large, we could see Mutaplay. If you remember, we saw Mutas on Evil Heart, which was really weird. I was not fond of going Mutas on a small map. Usually going into Mutas on a larger map that does bode a little bit better, just because the bases are more spread out, harder to scout, harder to respond, harder to keep up with the Mutas themselves. There's more room to traverse. So Mutaplay is going to be an option here for Reynor. Otherwise, I do actually like the idea of Reynor maybe being greedy and rushing to fast lurkers again. I like the idea of going for that build for a second time. We'll see.
So we've got the Adept coming in here now, doing a little bit of scouting. Nothing's looking crazier out of the ordinary so far. We've kind of cast this match a couple times already, at least for the early game. And yeah, it's going to be a hard road ahead here for Reynor, who is looking... again, strong, but against a player that just seems to have all the answers. And, in some ways, we're getting the conclusion to the thing we speculated about earlier on in this is like, Classic got to the RSL Final Four off of Protoss versus Terran. off of getting Psystorm really fast and kind of going for a mixture of splash damage is just sort of too hard to deal with. And that was all in a patch in a previous game when we were saying, well, you know, how is he going to do in the next iteration of the patch in a matchup that he's not as, you know, anywhere near as strong in, at least compared to the PvT that we saw. And so far, the answer is he's totally fine.
Yeah, he's like one of the few that beats herO in the late game. What are we talking about? Nah, mate, classic. You know, how's he gonna do here against Zerg? He's not known for his PvZ. Copium. What are you talking about? Jeez, did we not watch him at EWC?
Over to the third base to deny that, but not able to do so. So honestly, pretty decent.
Do we not see that? Do we?
But that's a lot of links that you made.
Unironically, to be fair, they're basing a lot of their analysis off of just RSL games, which is what they like exclusively cast. So it is a little bit understandable as to their view on players and their view on games. We spoke about this yesterday as well, but like they're a little bit more limited in what they're exposed to. So they have a different kind of perspective.
All inbound here.
Yeah, this is looking more like one of the earlier games from Classic when he went for that +1 charge follow-up. I think he might be looking into the fact that there is no... Yes, there it is. He saw, again, no Roach Warren. He's getting that Robo as well to set himself up for the Archon drop. So he's trying to go for that route this game. I love how adaptive he is. He's able to just get these scouts and just switch up his build on the fly.
Early charge.
Knowing what his opponent is capable of. And so
Rainer's playing safe.
Bringing that one back. That went into a much longer late game, but that also was that game where he had
so I like Rainer's position here. Unlike last game, once again, one of the reasons why that 3-base 8-gate worked for Classic, that 3-base all-in, is because Reynor was cutting corners and being greedy and playing quote-unquote standard and going Ling Hydra. Here, safety Roach Warren. So if Classic were to be hyper-aggressive, Reynor has access to defensive Roaches. Speaking of aggression, early charge, +1, Prism is on the way, Archon drop, Classic is moving in. If Reynor only had Ling Hydra to defend, Reynor may just die to this. But he has a Roach Warren, and as long as he makes Roaches, I need to emphasize that because right now he's droning, as long as he makes Roaches, he should be able to hold his own, should be able to survive, defend, minimize losses, and extend the game. But we'll see, because this is still going to hit quite hard. 6 gates on the way. Jesus.
And you've got the right balance of units, and you could slowly kind of bulldoze your way through the Zerg on the map.
Yeah, we'll see now as this starts to get set up here for Classic. The double Archon is morphing. It's going to get loaded into the Prism. The extra 4 gateways coming on in. Everything timing out perfectly. Charge +1 to go for this big push. He's even hiding that Prism. He doesn't want that scouted. He wants to try and get the surprise move on Reynor as the Oracles continue to try and do whatever they can to distract Reynor while the Prism makes its way across. He's trying to pull the attention away so that way the Prism can find its way into this main base, maybe in the 4th base if he wants to just kill that. But I think he wants to try and get some really heavy damage right now.
Yeah, he's going to come in over here just out of eye shot. He's going to get a full warp in, and he wants to basically overwhelm this position.
Nice time in the Oracle.
The damage is going to come in so fast. The Queens, you know, they can...
Classic, he commits in, he dives on the Queens. Remember, because of the safe play of Reynor, he has Roaches.
And the Zealots are not getting great surface area. The Roach is going to come around from the side. Is there enough to actually hold this off?
Yeah,
ooh, that's a lot of Zealots there. That's a lot of Zealots. Reynor needs more Roaches.
Is still here.
So
able to get another reinforcement wave of Zealots and also juggle
Kite, baby, kite.
Keep them alive as long as possible. He's going to force this forward.
Can he survive? Nah, he's not surviving. Oof.
Survive for now.
We need one more warp in.
Perhaps as more Roaches start to trickle on.
Yeah, he's going for it.
Comes in as well for Classic. He thinks he's got the game in his hand right here.
He has it.
That Archon in the top right didn't die.
He has it, Bappy. He gets in.
I think this damage may be spiraling out of control. I think it's very possible that Classic's about to close this out.
Yeah, the War Prism now going into the main base with the rest of the units supporting it as well. The Queen trying to deny it, but there's almost no anti-air for that Prism. He's trying to keep it alive as long as possible. As more units do start to bleed out.
I guess into the middle line.
Find a position
12 drones.
But now he's back to the 3rd base where there's a oh, the Prism gets sniped by the Spore. Repositioned as well. That's going to spell the end for the attack for now. Classic's not going to be able to actually continue this, and so Reynor will survive.
Now let's point something very important out here. The hatchery lived.
Yes.
The drones were really, actually there was a decent amount of drones killed there, but it's not the end of the world. And the
like he's like, the hatchery lived, the drones. Oh no, they died. But with that, Reynor does survive. Again, as you mentioned, Reynor, he was playing it safe. Unfortunately, Reynor barely didn't have enough Roaches though. He barely didn't have enough Roaches to defend his 4th base. He tried to make a stand there. He lost his mineral line at the 3rd. if he had pulled away the workers earlier, if he had saved those drones, then he would be in a decent position. But here he's all in. Reynor, he cannot drone. He's not droning. He's not saturating. He's using his bases just for lava. Reynor is completely all in. He has to end the game with this push.
Yeah, he probably assumed this was coming when he saw all the overlords moving across the map. So this is a counter all in here. It's going to be Roach and some Ravagers with mass lings. If Reynor can swing this game back in his favor, he will win this. If Classic holds this, he's moving on to the finals.
Oh, a great first storm on those Roaches, the blink forward as well to try to capitalize. This is going to be so difficult.
Drop into the natural.
Push up into this fight. A nice drop coming into
Classic
the
responds.
side,
Nice storm. Jesus.
GG. Classic able to defend. Reynor knows he's got nothing, and Classic will move on to the grand finals.
Beautifully done by Classic. Can't say I blame Reynor for trying to do that counter all in. And you know, the reality is Reynor had a choice to either play from like way behind or to try to do something decisive. It did not work out. Classic, I mean, that was a very, very one-sided series. 4-1. He is the victor, and he's going to be moving on now into the RSL finals.
Yeah, GG, well played. I would say that Evil Heart was like the pivotal moment of the series. Like, Persephone, that was supposed to be a Classic win. Like, Classic was meant to win in Persephone, but for Classic to maintain momentum and take the game on Evil Heart, oh, that was brutal. That definitely kind of like started to foster a little bit of concern and worry for Reynor, was him losing on Evil Heart. Reynor, he was less aggressive than I thought we assumed he would be. He had some successes and he had some nice moments in this series when it came to, of course, the game on Botanical, right? The game on Botanical where he went for the fast lair. Sorry, when he went for the fast fast lurker timing. It was very successful with that, and he was able to outposition Classic. That was amazing. That was beautiful. But we didn't really see that again. Likewise, we didn't really get to see any three-base all-ins. Yes, Reynor went for an all-in this game, but he was forced into the all-in after sustaining damage. I think he wanted to go for a big Roach all-in regardless, but with an economy behind it, you know, in a better position. Unfortunately, he barely didn't have the Roaches ready in time. We spoke about it, but he barely didn't have them. He survived the push. He survived the Archon Zealot push of Classic, but only after losing his mineral line. He still sustained damage.
All right, thank you so much, guys.
Right, let's go.
Classic, congratulations. You've moved on to the finals, and I think with such a dominating performance over Reynor, I mean, you have to be the favorite. You won a couple seasons of RSL, and here you are dispatching.
He has to be the favorite?
4-1.
What?
How do you feel after that?
일단 김도우 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 아무래도 이제 시즌 1, 2 우승하시기도 했고 아무래도 이제 계속 지금 좋은 모습을 꾸준히 보여주고 계셨기 때문에 오늘 또 결승에 진출하실 가장 또 큰 우승 후보가 아닐까 생각이 들었는데 마침 레이너 선수와의 경기에서도 좀 압도하는 모습을 보여주셨습니다. 오늘 좀 경기 어떻게 보시나요?
네, 일단 오랜만에 한국에서 하는 경기여가지고 좀 긴장을 하고 왔는데 생각보다 손이 잘 움직여가지고 좀 컨디션이 괜찮았던 것 같고 레이너 선수가 잘하긴 하지만 저도 최근에 연습할 때 좀 저그전이 자신이 있어가지고 제가 실수만 안 하면 충분히 이길 수 있다라고 생각을 했습니다.
Shout to Maddox.
Yeah, it's been a while since the LAN held in Korea, so I was nervous a little, but actually if I just don't make a mistake for myself against Reynor, I think even though he's a very good player, I was confident I would win. So yeah, I think that happened. So I'm very satisfied about it.
All right. You're obviously a player who has a lot of variety of builds in your pocket, and in the past months or so, you've been showing a lot of different builds. But today, you actually just showed a lot of very solid standard play. Do you feel like you gained more confidence in that play style, or is there a reason you went more in the standard?
Yeah, shout to sort of.
사실 올해 김도우 선수가 굉장히 다양한 이제
You got takes out here saying like, "Yo, Classic reinventing PvZ," and then sort of like, "Oh, you just played like a lot of standard plays." Like, yes, he did. Thank you. We have someone grounding out the caches over in RSL. Much love to sort of.
상대가 오버로드로 서치를 하기도 하고 좀 의식을 많이 하고 있는 것 같아가지고. 저도 뭐 후반 운영 자신 있으니까 그냥 후반전 가자라는 생각으로
We got someone there to bring him down to earth, Bappy.
Well, actually, I had some of the builds in my mind to do. Actually, especially I tried to use the Adepts more, but actually, Reynor was scouting very, very often, and he's constantly sent OVs out. So I just try to just go macro and like even, and I'm very confident on the late game macro situation.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's go late game. Let's go macro. I'm very confident about it. So yeah, try to use, but I just didn't.
All right, so looking at the other semifinals, we have Zoun going up against herO. You know, these are two guys that obviously you've played against a lot in Protoss vs. Protoss in the past. I wonder how you think that they will actually match up against each other. Do you look at one of these two and think, oh, maybe stylistically or just skill-wise, this player is really favored to beat the other?
이제 결승 상대가 이제 김준호 선수 아니면은 박한수 선수일 텐데 사실 두 선수 다 좀 각자 다른 플레이 스타일 갖고 있잖아요. 근데 이 두 선수를 매치업 놓고 평가할 때 좀 어느 선수가 좀 올라올 것 같으신지, 어느 선수가 좀 더 좋다고 좀 평가를 하시는지 궁금하네요.
제가 원하는 거는 한솔인데 준호가 요새 워낙 잘하고 있기 때문에 히어로 선수가 올라올 것 같고 최근에 연습할 때 준호랑 많이 했는데 되게 잘하더라고요. 네, 결승에서 만날 것 같습니다.
Yeah, personally, I favor Zoun over
Oh.
herO. I just want him to play against him. But that being
Okay.
said, herO played really well in this practice and scrims against me. So yeah, I think he showed a very solid form. So I think herO will advance to grand finals.
All right. I had one more game-related question about, we've seen since the new patch a lot more Ultralisk play coming out from the Zerg players. And what does he think about that sort of composition compared to the more standard Lurker or Broodlord-based play?
사실 이번 패치
I appreciate that he's asking a meta question. It's nice. I wish we had a little bit more of that. I appreciate it. Because he's correct. Like, we are seeing more Ultra play. Specifically Ultra Infestor with Micro Shroud.
울트라 오늘까지만 해도 이제 오늘 경기 하기 전까지만 해도 그렇게 세다라고 생각을 안 했는데 오늘 해보니까 굉장히 세더라고요. 네, 앞으로 좀 울트라가 많이 나올 것 같고 저도 네, 좀 대처 방법을 잘 해야 될 것 같습니다.
Well, I mean, until today, I didn't really feel that Ultra isn't that strong. But now I feel the power of Ultralisks now. I'll need to prepare, find preparations for that. I'll need to find a counter.
All right, great to hear. Thank you so much, Classic, and congratulations for going on to the finals. Guys, we're going to go to a quick little commercial break here, and when we come back, the second semifinals.
Yeah, I think it's I think what Classic just said is a little bit telling just because of the region he's from. So this more heavy Ultra Infestor style has been a little bit more prominent amongst the European Zerg players. I'm talking about Lambo, I'm talking about Reynor and several, right? I'm thinking about the Europeans more so than the Koreans, more so than Shin and Solar. Like Shin and Solar, they have been a lot more aggressive and a lot more active in the early game and the early to mid game. To be honest, I can't remember the last time we've seen Shin and Solar over the past month, maybe 2 months at this point, get into the late game against Protoss. It just has not been happening. Just has not happened. So I would imagine that Classic just hasn't experienced that much late game in recent times, and that changed here in this series against Reynor. So it makes sense for him to say like, yeah, I didn't think that it was too much of an issue, but like now seeing it, like it's like, oh, like this is something that I don't really have a lot of experience with, and I can definitely be a little bit more refined in my responses. That makes sense again, just because the differing play styles. But I also want to emphasize, and I wish a question like this was asked. I also want to emphasize that the reason why we saw some longer games was because of this unique map pool for this tournament, which is not the ladder map pool, which is not the map pool for your standard online cup, right? Online cups, online tournaments, or just tournaments in general, typically just have the ladder map pool, right? Which does favor more aggression with maps like Tourmaline, with maps like Ruby Rock, right? These two maps that I just brought up, with maps like oh god, the other one, Tourmaline, Ruby Rock, and 10,000 feet. That's it. These three maps, they're hyper aggressive. Like they favor these all-ins and the mid game. None of those three maps that I just mentioned are in this tournament. So like that's why we're getting longer games. That's why we're getting more macro games. So there's also another factor as to why maybe Classic hasn't seen a lot of this, hasn't played against a lot of this, just because of the map pool, but also because of the player base as well. So yeah, it was cool to hear his thoughts on that. But regardless, we're going to be going to a break, 5-minute break here. When we come back, we'll have herO versus Zoun up next for the next semifinals. Bearing in mind that Reynor still has another series. Reynor, he is going to be playing in the bronze match. There's going to be still a 3rd place match later on. But for now, we're switching to the PvPs, and there's going to be a lot of PvPs tonight, so get ready. It should be a shorter one though, to be honest. Should be shorter. Also, it was very funny to hear Classic be like, "Oh, I favor Zoun because I want him to win." He's like, because I want to play Zoun in the finals. Por favor, papi, por favor. But we are going to be coming to a break. When we come back, we'll have herO and Zoun. See you soon. See you soon after the break. right, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the semifinals here of the RSL Revival StarCraft League playoffs co-stream. We just wrapped up. With our first series, and we have confirmation. We have Classic. He is in the grand finals. Now, this graphic that you're seeing here is a little bit deceptive because there is a third place match. So hopefully they can fix that at some point, but there is a bronze match. So Reynor, he will still have another series. He's going to be playing against the loser of herO and Zoun. So if you want some more Reynor action, he still has another match ahead of him, and he has the potential to earn some extra prize money here. Won't be able to make it to the finals, but can still have some better placing, better ranking, better payout. So again, there's still going to be some more Reynor action. Meanwhile, up next is going to be the PvP between herO and Zoun. And again, we do have plenty of PvPs available here tonight. herO versus Zoun is up next when it goes up against Classic in the grand finals. When it comes to this PvP and when it comes to in general here, I would say that herO is the favorite player. herO has arguably the best PvP in the world. There was a time where MaxPax held that title, but he has not had that for quite some time. I would have said that he this year has not been too kind to MaxPax. With the change to PvP and the change to the meta, this is where herO has been thriving that much more. But I would echo what Classic said, and Zoun as well. But I think Classic and Zoun, they were saying that herO, his PvP is very chaotic, very unpredictable, very aggressive, and at times relies on luck. And because of that reliance on luck, it can very quickly swing one way and then the other. Like, to be honest, like, this can be a very chaotic series. We have seen Zoun defeat herO before this year in GSL. This year in GSL Season 2, Zoun did defeat herO. So he's done it before. Can he do it again? What I will emphasize, though, is that Zoun beat herO in a best of 3. This is a best of 7. Right, it's a bigger series, it's a longer series. It is harder to be cheeky and try to cheese a player out and try to gamba in a longer series. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult here for Zoun. herO is favored, but Zoun does have a chance to cause that upset. It's like Reynor, right? Classic was favored against Reynor, but Reynor can cause the upset. Here, Zoun can cause the upset as well, but we'll see. The pressure is going to be on. Oh boy.
It's certainly possible.
Emotionally unaware, but cognitively aware.
I think it's going to come down mostly to just the defense here for Zoun. I don't want to pigeonhole him.
So it's terrible that they're being so narrow-minded. I mean, I don't blame them necessarily. Like, it's a hard one to say because they would do it often in, like, Tastosis would do it often in GSL, where they would only reference GSL because that's all they cast, that's all they watch. So I'm understanding as to why they don't factor in other tournaments, but at the same time, I feel like for an offline finals like this, it's worth doing your research. It's worth looking into, especially because of how limited your players are, right? Like, you know ahead of time Zoun, herO, and Classic are going to be here. So I do think that it's worth doing your due diligence, looking up the players, looking at their VODs, their play styles, and being more informed coming into a big offline event like this. I feel like there's like reason for that. There's less leeway for trying to get away without doing that, I feel.
Sure,
but regardless, we have our map order. Game 1 is going to be Mothership. Game 2 is going to be on Tokamak. Okay.
But who knows? Maybe a little bit of a gamble in there being a 3-player map as well.
When it comes to PvP, when it comes to this series, when it comes to this matchup, I would say that maps probably matter a little bit less. Obviously, with maps that have a secure natural, that's where we can see Phoenix Wars. True. Like, Phoenix Wars are map dependent. Outside of that, I'm not really... Oh, let's go. But outside of that, I don't really know how much the maps are really going to be impacting how the players approach the series.
Okay. Written down. I like that. Is this Zoun, actually? Who's writing these strategies?
Let's Zoun.
I'm so curious.
Yeah, I think he has a little picture of the map. He's trying to circle all the spots he can put a pylon down.
He's like, I can fit a Dark Shrine here.
Yeah.
Robotic facility. Yeah, this goes there.
Well, herO right now putting some thought into it. I love having the live vetoes and map picks.
Yeah. It is interesting. I feel like PvP...
And herO going for Evil Hearts.
Maybe it matters the least. It is cool to see the map selection kind of unfurl like this because it does affect the strategies quite a bit, you know? Especially in PvP, I think the biggest difference is going to be whether you have a high ground natural expansion.
He just brought it up. He just brought up the high ground natural. True. That is very impactful.
Naturals is 100% the place where he's going to be able to do that because
that's for sure.
You're able to secure that natural expansion. You can go for a fast Stargrade, get a Void Array, get some Oracles out, play a nice defensive game from there. But if you're playing on the low ground, if herO wants to bring the fight to you, it'll be very hard to secure that expansion, even if you have just an ironclad defensive setup, he can still find some openings.
We have our maps.
For sure. Like, you can still definitely attack in those situations. In fact, sometimes that's going to catch your opponent off guard. So, yeah, we'll see. You know, I think we're going to have, like, a huge variety of strategies. That's kind of a nice thing, I think, about Protoss versus Protoss, is just the wide range of things that you can try to open with. They're not, obviously, they're not all the same level, but the mind game behind them can make each and every one strong.
Yeah, you never know quite what you're going to get in a PvP. Occasionally you'll have a series where it's just nothing but proxy robos and stargates, and they're at each other's throats right from the onset every single match, and then
also, actually, I just realized, I remember, if you remember, I did mention that I thought it was a mistake that they showed the herO and Zoun interviews at the start of the broadcast instead of before their series, and I had assumed that that they would not have any new interviews or any new content filmed to show before their semifinals match, and we have confirmation of that. Like, it was pretty obvious that they wouldn't have time to film anything, so I do think, like, production-wise, like, I do think that it was a mistake not to show the interviews, not to show herO and Zoun's interviews here before their actual series, right? So if people are tuning in now, and if they weren't here for it, they didn't get to hear their thoughts. They didn't get to hear their thoughts on their opponents, on the tournaments, on the format, on getting into this. Those are curious, they showed the interviews with herO and Zoun at the very beginning of the broadcast instead.
Mothership here to kick things off in this best-of-7 semi-finals between two of the best Protoss players in the world, as the map has now loaded in, spawning down.
Let's go.
In the bottom right, the red Protoss player, it is herO.
And at the top right, the runner-up of Season 2 of RSL this year, it is Zoun.
Clappers in the chat. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats. Coming into this, herO is going to be the favorite player, but Zoun has been herO before, and upsets can occur. So the pressure is going to be on Zoun here. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I don't want a 4-0. No 4-0s here. I didn't even want a 4-1. Like, even the classic Reynor series, I wanted a little bit more back and forth there. So I'm hoping for some more games. I'm hoping for an extended series. But best of luck. Best of luck to our players as we open up on Mothership.
Types of attacks he's going to end up doing, but with Zoun, I do feel like, yeah, you're probably right
scouts
that
up left.
you should try to play a kind of defensive style, but I don't know that he's just going to look at this and say, oh, I'm going to play a defensive style. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's harder to predict what he's going to bring in against herO, who he's known he's had to play for a while now.
Yeah. Might have some strategies coming out of the box. By the way, herO, with his very early probe scout, he's been able to locate the Zoun is going to be over here in the top right side, and he's setting that probe up in a very aggressive position. Cybernetic score
okay.
Actually, two proxy pylons on the same screen.
Zoun going for a fake out, herO going for something very real.
The other probe is just right across the way.
So, do you think it's going to be like Stargate and Twilight? Like
Twilight?
I mean,
What?
From herO, I'm kind of expecting a
Robo.
Yeah,
it should be a robo out of herO.
Okay. This pylon is. From Zoun, I feel like if you're going to be playing it this conservatively, because
it's going to be a Stargate from Zoun.
Spawning at 6 o'clock. In fact, he is.
There's the robo.
It has to be a Stargate, right? There's no way you go for a robo here with the distance that far to the south side base. You're going to want to get the more mobile units out of this, aren't you?
I mean, seeing him just throw it all willy-nilly up here. Yeah,
Twilight Council.
This is what I thought I'd see from Zoun for sure. Good call on the robo. But, like, if you're just going to proxy it, like, that isn't a proxy location. That's a hidden location, right? And the only thing that you want in a hidden location really is Twilight Tech.
So very quickly explaining the builds themselves. The reason why it was obviously herO would go robo is because it was closer rush distance by ground for a one base all in. Zoun going for the proxy Twilight Council here is bold. This is a very rare build. This is for basically DTs, is to rush into a Dark Templar, into a Dark Shrine. Unfortunately, hero's going to hit first. herO is going to hit first. He's going to hit hard, and technically he has access to detection, as the Immortal's already on the way.
Well, definitely. I don't think this is a macro Immortal.
Ooh, no DTs going into one base blink. Bold move out of Zoun.
And yeah, we do have Zoun with an Adept in that main
okay,
base.
Gets in.
Sneaky little Adept getting in, getting a little bit of damage here. There is, you know, the shield battery, so it's going to be able to save some of this damage, but still very well done by Zoun.
Yeah, Zoun is going for Blink on that Twilight Council. 3 Stalkers defending the main base of Zoun right now, as herO's just waiting for these Stalkers to finish up and defend against the Adept in his main base right now. And with the first Immortal already done, let's see if herO's just going to push up this ramp right now. The Adept Shades can be used to get vision. They're not actually going to be blocked right now.
Yeah, no block. He gets in. He gets in. Gets a Stalker.
Well, this is not looking good for Zoun right now. Definitely a lot of damage coming in for him.
Nice shield battery there.
Being pulled back, actually a nice pullback there from herO, but with the 4 Adepts, ooh, kind of a missed shade there.
He's gonna lose the Immortal.
Zoun is going to be
massive pickup.
So that's actually a big kill there by Zoun. I thought that suddenly herO was going to do a lot better than that. Yeah,
I mean, herO extended, especially with the warping and Stalker in his face. herO's in trouble.
Because the Adepts went for the probes in the mineral line, and herO, he's following this up with a Warp Prism. That's not going to help him immediately, and suddenly the Twilight Council tech coming in from Zoun is starting to look a lot better, because that'll be done in 30 seconds or so. That's going to allow Zoun to shut down this Warp Prism, and Stalkers, once they're in a high enough number, they actually can deal with Immortals very well with Blink.
And he just gets the Prism even without Blink. Like, that's definitely a big mistake right there from herO. He does get to shade one of these Adepts out. Blink is finishing up.
And with that, the Immortal went down, the Warp Prism went down as well, and Zoun, he has so much momentum. He has so much army to work with here. herO is in so much trouble.
Yeah, Blink Stalkers would be such a tool here for Zoun to utilize. Twilight Council is being built to the main base here of herO, but
the one thing slowing down Zoun is he needs a proxy. Oh, as he finds a second Immortal. Oh my god.
Able to take one of them down. Zoun's able to take that one out.
Massive pickup.
The map, 1 Adept now coming on the main base is not going to be able to find much damage with more Stalkers waiting there for Zoun. And although the early game looked very dicey for Zoun, just given the order of tech, the Proxy Robo versus the hidden Twilight Council, this is Zoun's game to win right now.
Well, you know, he has that Blink upgrade, so definitely potential for that.
herO going for DTs.
I do like that herO's trying to get up to the Dark Shrine. He kind of realizes how dire his situation is. I love these force fields, just keeping him out of his base for now, trying to buy a little bit of time. And you never know, maybe he can come back with a DT warp in if Zoun does not hedge against that.
Yeah, the energy recharge ability also being utilized just to block these Stalkers from getting up into the main base. And for Zoun, at some point, you got to be thinking, what is the possible way that I lose this game?
Yes.
Because you already have a pretty good advantage right now. Yes, you have lost a couple of probes.
Okay, nice shade into the main.
It doesn't matter too much.
Zoun is going for the kill there. He should soon be able to blink in.
Come in here for Zoun. We're out of energy right now on these sentries. Zoun can finally get to the main base, even hallucinated Phoenix, and be giving him vision. These 2 gateways getting empowered. We do have one more up for a DT, but that's a lot of
Dives in.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of damage coming in. You know, he has the batteries, but if you're one-shotting stuff, it's not really going to end up helping out. So these Stalkers really running around.
Takes on the Stalkers, takes on the sentries.
And there's a defensive DT warp, and that is not what you were looking for, man. herO, the writing is on the wall.
Yeah, these Stalkers will be able to dance around that DT, get a lot of damage done. Robo is started here for Zoun, and herO, he has only got 2 powered gateways right now here in the main base, so he's going to be using these DTs defensively to try and get a grasp on the situation, but you see the damage being done by these Stalkers, and eventually the Observer is going to be on the field here for Zoun. He's going to get the detection, he will be able to neutralize the DT threat, and before then, how many workers is herO going to lose?
It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. I mean, actually, I'll be very surprised if he can turn this into a real game from here, to be honest. Like, I know that DTs over time may potentially kill these Stalkers, but the damage output is insanity.
Yeah, especially with Force Field able to be utilized here. You can just blink the Stalker back, drop a Force Field there on the ramp, and Zoun is nice and safe in his main base. herO down to literally 1 probe.
Down to 0 probes. GG.
So GG is called, and a kind of tumultuous game number 1 with the Proxy Robo versus the hidden Twilight Council. It's actually the Blink tech that wins out for Zoun.
It does. It does. I feel like, you know, Zoun, he just barely held that. As herO was going up the ramp, I was like, ooh, you're in some trouble, right? We have 4 Adepts coming up. There was no block to stop the shade and slow this down, and they get right in, and the Immortal walks up. But you're right. He got those couple extra Stalkers warped in pretty quickly. He was able to get rid of the actual Immortal, and it just went in his favor.
So it all came down to the fight that they're alluding to. The fight went heavily in favor of Zoun, where here he abandoned the Immortal, he shared it into the mineral line. Because of that, the Immortal was exposed, and one extra Stalker warped in just in time, right? The Stalker was able to pop out in front of the Immortal, extra shots off. With that first Immortal going down, that meant that the Prism was exposed, the Prism went down as well, and everything just snowballed in favor of Zoun. herO, that early on, you cannot afford those losses. When you're going for a proxy robot, you cannot just throw away your first Immortal. So herO, being overzealous, overly confident, overly aggressive, gets punished for it. GG. GG, well played. With that, Zoun takes the lead, and now we're jumping into game number 2. And we expect to see more games like this. We expect to see more proxy robos, proxy Twilight Council, proxy Stargate, fake proxy pylons. Aggression and all-ins is expected in this series, and we'll see if the aggression continues coming to game number 2. Let's go.
Not something you see very often in a PvP. It's kind of off the beaten path. All right, folks, game number 2 is loaded in, and we're going to Tokamak here, and spawning in the top right. Proxy Robo didn't work for him in game number 1. Can he pull it back here in game number 2? It is herO.
I love that he has a picture of Zest.
Oh, did he actually? Did
yeah,
he
his
that?
swirling thing is Zest. All right, in the bottom left, winning game number 1, it's Zoun.
It's been the case for a couple of years, actually. Here's Gold Zest.
There you have
Zest
it.
is best.
The man himself. There he is. All right. So, I mean, that was a fun game. I like it, and I like that that's what Zoun chose to do. You know, this is something that I feel like we've seen time and again in Protoss vs. Protoss in StarCraft 2, where it's like you need to do decisive builds. You need to take a bit of a risk. That's just like the way to play it, right? Like, things could go wrong in a situation like that, but Zoun sets himself up with a very powerful position. Getting Blink that early, Blink basically beats everything if you're not already screwed. So I like him going for something like that. It's something like that's not going to work every game, that's for sure, but take those types of risks, because if it's just kind of a straight-up game, you'd expect herO to outmuscle him.
I mean,
especially the best of 7 series.
This is also why it's important to bring context into play here. If you didn't watch GSL this year, you might not be aware of this, but Zoun was hyper aggressive against herO in GSL. That's how he beat him. As herO does with his probe. But what did Zoun do? Zoun kind of rushed herO. He kind of rushed him in a PvP. It was crazy, but like Zoun, that's the kind of stuff he was doing. He was kind of rushing. He was going for one base all in, for one base all in, for one base all in. He was hyper cheesy, hyper aggressive. that is how Zoun beat herO before. That is what he's probably going to be relying upon here in this series as well. I do agree with the sentiment that if we played standard here, then Zoun would be in a bit of trouble. So we'll see how we get there. We'll see who takes a lead early on, as herO is expanding. This time, no proxies, no one base all-ins. Not yet.
May have to be taken, but such is life. Now the Stalkers pop out, and Zoun at least gets to see this, even though he is going to end up losing his own probe, and that does get chased down and pushed out.
And Zoun looks like he will be posturing for a potential Nexus here, as herO also might be going for the expansion on his side of the map, as we're waiting to see what the tech of choice is going to be for both players still.
Yeah, I think the tech is going to be the Nexus for now, but definitely we'll be seeing something following that up. There goes a Nexus for Zoun, and a couple sentries coming up for here, so obviously that's going to turn into a Nexus also, and there it is.
Yeah, and herO, he's posturing with these couple of Stalkers, going to see if he can find some information right now. And actually, the shield battery not done just yet. That one Stalker is quite
nice catch.
Spot the two adepts.
They trade
on the Stalker, so this is a really good start here for herO.
Yeah, that's very, very nice to get the Stalker kill as well. And like, even just stopping the adepts from shading out, obviously knowing about them as well, but stopping the shade, it's like, okay, these were made to try to mix it up and get a bit of damage, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah, and also because the shield battery got started before the Nexus, it's already out of energy right now.
Yeah.
It was only halfway full, and with no Stalkers here.
Yeah, he's going for the pylon.
It's very difficult to find any
herO, he has low ground control, going for the force field.
Ooh. You have to wait for force field. Actually, the sentry came all the way. Cross map here from herO. He's able to isolate the sentry and the adepts on the low ground right now of Zoun. He's taking down the pylon. He's trying to take down the shield battery now. This is so much damage, and both players are expanding.
You know, since herO's entrance into professional StarCraft 2, he has been consistently one of the best micro players for Protoss, and especially with Stalkers. So I'm not surprised at what we're seeing, but at the same time, like, well, Zoun's a pro gamer, and he's being dismantled by 2 and then 3 Stalkers here.
I mean, that was just the perfect early game for herO. Both players are expanding. Both players are also teching. It's going to be the Twilight Council here for Zoun. It's a Stargate for herO. Whenever it's mirrored like that, you're not expecting either players to be able to get any kind of meaningful damage done because it should be even.
Yeah.
But just in terms of unit composition and control, herO was able to move into the natural expansion. He takes down the one Stalker that has the range to actually contest his push. And then it's just a micro battle, which he gets the upper hand on. He takes down a pylon, a shield battery, a sentry, basically for free.
Yeah. Really, really well done by herO. And I got to tell you, I love his follow-up. In my opinion, this is like, well, it's my favorite. I'm not going to say it's the strongest, but this is my favorite type of tech in Protoss vs. Protoss. To go for the Oracle into Blink, I feel like it just dominates straight Blink. You know, you've got that Oracle that's going to pin back Stalkers. It's going to give you scouting. It's going to give you, you know, possibly damage. And it's amazing. And then you go into Blink yourself, and it's like, yeah, maybe he has an additional Stalker or two, but the Oracle more than makes up for that.
Yeah, it pairs so well. It's my preferred opening PvP as well because...
For the most part, I mean, Oracle openers and Stargate openers were nerfed this patch. If you remember, like, that was a big part of the change, was the change to the stasis trap, of course. That did negatively impact max packs. That's also why his PvP has worsened over time with the recent changes here to the Oracle and to Stargate play, to the Sentry as well. So there have been some changes made this year in regards to PvP, but for the most part, like, there is a lot of utility when it comes to the Oracle, and here he is ahead. He gains map control, and so far he is looking comfortable.
As well, Zoun is taking a third base, herO is taking a third base, but herO coming across the map right now. He's got a couple of sentries in here as well, and you know, with the type of micro he has, I could see him getting some damage here.
Guardian shield on both sides. herO pushing in. He has the greater Stalker count right now.
Nice force fields, better positioning, better angle, better concave. Zoun just getting bullied back.
Just really preventing the potential micro from Zoun. Should Zoun want to blink forward, that is no longer in the cards. And with a pylon getting taken down, Zoun has to warp in from his natural expansion. So herO, he's already done so much damage. He's building a proxy gateway here on the front line, in addition to the proxy pylon. Oh man, this is looking very grim right now for Zoun.
Yeah, and with those stasis wards, there's not much he can do. He can't even really chase. Look at this, herO walking forward right now, pushing into these Stalkers. And yeah, he is just completely destroying.
And up until now, he's been getting this damage done with no blink. Blink just now finished for herO. He's utilizing it to blink these inner Stalkers back, and Zoun cannot punish because of the stasis traps here already. Behind this herO, he's saturating the third base.
Artosis, calm down, calm down.
And finally, with the Observer coming in, Zoun might be able to defuse the situation, but that proxy gateway, it's already done, and 3 more gateways are about to finish up too.
Yeah, this is very rough right now, and in fact, he just picked off the Observer, didn't he?
Oh, with Revelation, that's so sick.
That's so awesome. I love to see that.
I don't know if you heard that laugh that Artosis had when State pointed out that herO was doing that without blink. I think that might have been one of the first genuine laughs I've heard from Artosis. Like he always has his his supportive laugh whenever he casts with Tasteless, but that was
close. But I think right now herO is definitely outplaying.
That was like an actual laugh out of Artosis.
Back, and once charge is done, I think the problem's going to get very complicated here for Zoun, because one big warping of charge zealots is going to provide the meat shield that herO needs to really push into that third base.
Well, this Oracle's still gaining some value as well, trying to get a stasis ward down. I love that type of move, just taxing that multitasking of Zoun. Has it behind that main base as well. We'll see if he utilizes that again soon. 4th Nexus going down as that charge is finishing up.
Yeah, I mean, map control is just everything in a PvP like this one. You can see herO just making moves, which the player ahead often is going to do. You're going to take an additional base, you're going to build photon cannons there on defense because you know you can get away with it. And now that charge is done and we have Zealots entering the equation here, they just absorb so much more damage. So the Blink Stalkers can do their work here for herO. He's able to push into the third base. Might start blinking back. Actually, I mean, this is herO we're talking about. He's standing and fighting despite the concave here from Zoun. He's actually stutter stepping forward. herO, my goodness, he just does not give up.
It is amazing to watch herO actually control his Stalkers here and continues to push forward. Some more Zealots coming in. And, you know, there's not enough here for Zoun to really end up holding on. The Prism gets picked off there as well. The Probes get pulled, but GG is called. And herO takes a commanding game number 2.
Honestly, he got the ball rolling so early on in game number 2, and in really any mirror matchup, momentum feels like it can be everything. But in a PvP, especially with herO on one side, momentum truly can be everything, because from onset, losing a pylon, losing a shield battery, losing a sentry, it might only be 400 or 500 resources, but herO makes you pay for that over the course of the entire game because he does not let up on the pressure.
Yeah, it was just a really strong early game out of herO. This is kind of why we expected Zoun to be hyper aggressive and hyper cheesy throughout the entire series, because if herO is able to get comfortable, if he's able to get into the early game, into the mid game, and actually get into his own play, like that is what herO is at his best. That is where he is terrifying, and that is where Zoun has a bit of a more uphill battle to try to work against like the micro that herO has, the control and the APM. It's quite a lot to try to overcome here for Zoun. And again, it was just a really rough start early on. It came down to late shield battery. I don't know if you remember, but when herO moved in with his initial 2 stalkers, he was able to focus on the stalker of Zoun. His shield battery was a couple of seconds too late. The stalker was killed, and then he just kept pushing. He just kept on pushing from there. Unfortunately, the battery was just a little bit too delayed, and Zoun was a little bit too aggressive despite not having that supportive shield battery. Everything very quickly snowballed out of control that early on. That's kind of what it came down to.
Stand a problem for me, even if I don't have Blink yet.
Yeah. Very well done there. Love what I'm seeing from herO, and I think anytime he gets into these early game altercations that revolve around stalkers, he's going to be coming out ahead against basically everyone in the world. You're going to have to get parting up here to have any chance to out-micro him, right? And so I think that that's something that Zoun has to take into consideration. He has to accept that his micro isn't quite to that level, and he needs to really lean on strategy coming up.
All right, game number 3 is loading in here on Evilheart, the smallest map that we have in the pool, as spawning in the top right. He lost game 1, but he just tied it up in game number 2. Give it up for the red Protoss player. It is herO.
And in the bottom left, losing the Stalker War of that previous game, it is Zoun.
I wonder what kind of early game shenanigans we might have here on Evilheart, because in terms of rush distance, this is by far the closest map that we have in the pool right now. I mean, it is just a stone's throw away from your natural expansion to your opponent's natural expansion here on Evilheart.
Well, that should make for some big action early on.
Well, I would say because this map is so small, you can one-base all in from back at home. Like, you don't need a proxy. You don't need a proxy to be hyper-aggressive on this map, so that is going to be something that we're going to be keeping our eye on, is how our players open and whether or not they expand, just because of how aggressive you can be on Evilheart.
Getting really good in GSL and everything like that. I don't feel like that's the case exactly right now, but we did see him trying to get those adepts in pretty early in that previous game. You know, I think, especially on a smaller map like this, where it's going to be really easy and not even tricky for herO to apply pressure, he might want to focus a little bit more on getting his Stalker count up.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a Stalker Sentry opening from Zoun. Should he try and go for a fast expand here? Because I feel like the Adepts
Hello,
a
herO.
little bit dicey as an early game option, as hero's hiding the
going for a fake out.
Whether this is going to be for a hidden tech just yet. This is a common tactic that Protoss players do because both players know the game so well. Zoun understands there should be 3 pylons in the main base from herO. Only seeing the one, I should say. It's actually the second pylon that's proxied.
Yeah,
he knows there's something that's hidden.
very common for the second pylon to be proxied.
That sometimes players will go for.
Yeah, it's a smart one. You want to do things like this. Like, this is a part of winning at this very top level. Now, herO actually going for a couple of adepts right off the bat against the Sentry plus Stalker there of Zoun. So on Zoun's side, it really looks like he wants to get that expansion up, but can he perfectly parry these incoming adepts?
Yeah, so herO has a more aggressive start, opening up double adepts. Stalker Sentry is indicative of a more macro opener out of Zoun, so it's going to be Zoun being the defender and herO being the aggressor, at least early on.
Potential proxy tech. And he's not keeping his probe in the natural expansion here of Zoun. So these adepts are able to move cross-map unspotted here by herO. And I think this is partly due to the mind game that herO did early on with that hidden pylon.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And he is actually going to go up and find the hidden pylon, I think. And look, okay, the hallucinated Phoenix comes up.
Hello, Pecoreta.
Nexus and everything.
Hello,
Sentries coming out here from herO as well. But here come those initial 2 adepts.
Yeah, I think
he gets in.
Not expecting this. There's no wall in here, so the adept's able to get into the main base mineral line right now. That's a lot of early workers going.
It's a rough start.
Force Field is going to try and limit the options here.
For 5 probes.
That's 5 workers in total. calling.
That's so good.
And this is a situation where it's not like Zoun is playing especially greedy. He actually trained 4 gateway units before even building his Nexus.
Yeah.
I think herO might have started his right after those first 2 Adepts, so he needs to get a counter punch in right now.
But is he going to be able to get anything done with it? Like, we have these sentries that have finished up. He's got 2 stalkers on the way, and honestly, yeah, in fact, he already has 3. I trust herO to be able to hold on with this.
Yeah. Honestly.
I'm not worried about him. I think he's going to be completely fine.
Yeah, 3 force fields, you can isolate whatever army it is that Zoun comes out with, especially with those 2 stalkers finishing up for herO, and we'll see how much Zoun wants to test the waters right now pushing in. It's a very dangerous game because those force fields are so deadly in a situation like this one. Oh, all right, Guardian Shield actually pops here by herO. Force Field going to be used right now by Zoun to try and isolate these stalkers.
Oof.
That one stalker so low on HP gets pulled back. Great micro from herO. Oh, is he able to get this one sentry? I think with one more stalker shot, he will.
He gets it.
It just feels like he's getting the better end of every early game unit engagement.
Yeah, he's lost 2 Adepts only.
Wow.
Those 2 Adepts traded for the initial 5 probes, and then he killed the sentries when the attack came. The counter attack, remember, you're like, oh, he needs a counter punch? No, man. What he needs to do is, like, turtle up like crazy and just block herO attacks, because we are seeing herO out micro Zoun at every turn.
The early game control.
I mean, I would still agree with what Stay said. Like, I mean, in that position, Zoun had to counterattack. Trying to turtle up and build up back at home is basically means you're playing from behind. So I don't blame Zoun for pushing. Obviously, the fight went poorly for him, which is a shame. But like, he was forced into it.
Getting the 5 probes despite the safe build coming in from Zoun. Everything is going his way.
Well, Zoun trying to poke in a little bit there with some Adepts. He's throwing down the Nexus. I mean, not a terrible idea. I do think that herO's going to be able to apply pressure on that 3rd Nexus, and that's going to be tough, just like we saw in the previous game, but maybe even a little bit tougher this game. But, like, I understand the idea from Zoun, right? Like, you're going to need to get into a 3rd Nexus. What you want is the armies to be big enough that someone's not just going to out-micro you, right? It's going to come down more to macro, more to army positioning, that type of thing.
Yeah, and we'll see if herO decides to get aggressive with his Link play. Zoun's still posturing with these Adepts, trying to find some scouting information. Just checking to see also, are there still probes being produced by herO? Is he going for any kind of 2-base play? Will he be taking that 3rd base? Does see more probes in production, so he's expecting this to be more likely a normal mid-game PvP with both players establishing a 3rd base. And one of the big questions I now have to ask is, how many gases are either player going to take? Because occasionally we have very low gas games, and from Zoun, that's what we're seeing right now.
Yeah,
he only has
he's going to charge
in the main base, and that signals to me that we're going to have a very charged Zealot heavy composition coming in, and that can be very good in some engagements, but against herO's control, if herO just really wants to press the Blink Stalker button, if he reaches the critical mass, there's very little you can do with the way that Zoun is developing.
Yeah, I totally see what you're saying, but I actually, like, I think Zoun is doing the right thing for this matchup between these 2 players. Like, it's not necessarily the strongest thing you can do, but I actually think it gives him a reasonable shot. You screw up one engagement against his mass charge lot, and he can run right through you. No micro.
Basically, what's happening here is that Zoun is all in. Is what they're trying to say. Zoun is going all in with a low gas count with mass zealots. If herO's too greedy, if he takes a bad fight, if herO's overly aggressive, then Zoun can punish. Like, there's opportunities for Zoun.
A ton of gateways just finished up. Charge is about 90% complete. And on herO's side, we do have a dozen stalkers, but is he actually going to have enough to deal with the 8 gateway charge zealot of Zoun on only 2 gases?
Well, herO pokes a little bit too much. What he needs to do is sit back here, and you can see he is starting to set up the right type of SimCity. Like,
here didn't know it's a thing.
Defensive stance. That was actually a great catch as he comes in, but he needs, again, to back up here, to utilize these force fields really well and just stay kind of turtled. God, his control is just so on point.
Yeah, and it's very important for herO to control this junction of the map because there are no Archons here for Zoun. Blinking back the Stalkers, now using the force field to isolate and also buy time right now. These are the moves that herO needs because he, as the Stalker player, is playing to try and get a critical mass where the Zealots will no longer be able to get the surface area and the Blinks will be off cooldown so that he can mitigate any damage. But now Zoun charging in once more. Zealots absorbing the brunt of the force right now. herO, he is microing back into the shield.
3rd Immortal comes in. herO's fine.
The Zealot count, now that it's thinned out, Zoun doesn't have very much left, and it's herO getting on the aggressive.
Oh, crazy blink.
Yeah, these Immortals can just target down a lot of the Stalkers.
A lot of Stalkers going down.
Zealots there for a moment. The Zealots of Zoun are getting a reasonable trade there with some of the Stalkers, but you
There's just not enough there back. Not enough.
Just falling so low for Zoun here. He just does not have the right units to fight this. And he just warped in Stalkers.
Yeah, this should
That's
be...
not it.
Yeah, this should be Zoun's moment, but herO's defense has been so clutch. It's a nice snipe right there on the Warp Prism. It's going to allow him to focus fire down this Immortal, but there's just too much right now here for herO. Zoun knows it. GG is called, and after dropping game number 1, herO has gotten a 2-1 lead in this best of 7.
Yeah, and kind of dominating too. Like, yeah, the first game, his Immortal push didn't really work, and Zoun killed him with the blink. Okay, but everything from there has been herO massively out-microing Zoun at every single turn. Like, Zoun needs to, I'm not joking, he needs to just kind of turtle, get up to 3 bases, get a quality army, and just play like that. I can't see him winning if they keep scuffling early on. Like, he needs to block every attack herO makes as hard as he can.
Yeah, both in game 2 and in game
Yeah, I think I would disagree hard there. Have to. I mean, I understand where Artos is coming from, where he's like clearly like this isn't really going Zoun's way, and he has to be a little bit more drastic. So what's happened in the last 2 games is that herO's gotten a very early lead. Very, very early lead here when it came to game 2, the Adept Harass. He was able to get into the main base. He got 5 probe kills, 5 probes, and 3 sentries early on. It was a very strong start for herO. Got ahead, stayed ahead. I would go the opposite direction. Instead of saying that Zoun needs to be hyper defensive, I would say he needs to be hyper aggressive. I would say that we need to see more aggression, more proxies, more chaos out of Zoun. That's how he was able to bring down herO in game 1. I would say that turtling up and being defensive, it feels like you're hoping that herO is overly aggressive and makes mistakes, whereas I don't know if it's wise to rely on those mistakes being made from herO. But we'll see.
All right, we'll see if Zoun is going to make some adjustments here. I really do want to see it. I don't want to see him banging his head against the wall, trying to out-control in these early engagements, trying to gain edges. Don't try to gain edges. Let him have a small edge rather than out-micro you into a giant edge.
Yeah, I agree with that completely, because herO also, when you think of him in a straight-up macro game, he's not the picture of perfection.
No.
He usually finds his advantages by creating very uncomfortable or unorthodox situations. Like, he pulls you into the mud wrestle, and he's just better at mud wrestling than everybody else, right? If you play a clean game, I actually might give it to Zoun if he's able to safely get up to 3 or 4 bases.
Sure.
Just not taking any significant damage in the early game. And so I'm hoping that he can button up the early game defense, but look at this start coming in from herO, actually. This is kind of a curveball in game number 4. I'm not sure I've seen this before. It's a Zealot.
We've seen this before.
One-gate opening on a low
it's a fake out.
natural expansion map.
Well, I think this is a fast Stargate build, but I guess we'll see in a moment here. I think this is a very old build that he's pulling out, if I'm recalling correctly, but we'll see. This one probe poking up and seeing only one gateway. So you know, that has
herO's going for a greedy build. He's going for a gate expand.
Seeing the one Zealot come down, okay.
Yeah, he's just going for the gate expand.
It's a very tricky opening. Actually going to be a sentry started here from herO. So
herO's expanding, guys.
I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Nexus gets thrown down. Oh, I
So,
like this from herO. This is a big mix-up because game 2, game 3, we've been talking about how
winding it back here, I think this is an example of unfortunately they didn't really cover a lot of games, a lot of StarCraft. This is a very common build from herO. If you've been watching herO in the Open Cups against Max Packs and against Classic, we see it on a regular basis. Basically, this is a fake out. He hit his Cyber Core. So ideally, herO wants to lure you in to go further into the base, lock you in as well, and to try to make it look like he's being more aggressive than he really is. It was a greedy build. Gate, Cyber, Expand. Very greedy build here by herO. Basically a quote-unquote Max Packs opener, but hiding his Cyber Core and trying to make things look a little bit more scarier than they really are. Zoun, he does open up proxy Stargates. herO opens up regular Stargates, and the question becomes, who scouts who, and does anyone open up Phoenix? That's the real question here. But herO commonly goes for this build.
And herO on the flip side, he's also
recommend watching him versus Classic or Max Packs during like Woody CB Mondays, Sparkling Tuna Cups, Big Star Cups, Monday Night Weeklies.
Exactly what this is going to be. He knows it's not a dedicated all-in just yet because there is the expansion here of Zoun. And that takes away a bit of an advantage that herO might have, being the defensive Stargate player. He could potentially go into Phoenix first, but instead it will be Oracle versus Oracle.
I do love that herO goes for like the gateway on the high ground without a ramped natural, goes right into that expansion, Stargate in the main base, and then an Oracle. Because, you know, why not? Let's just
that's standard.
Let's be greedy and try to harass and tech up and just
What do you mean?
everything all at
This is the Max Max build. What are we talking about? What are we talking about right now? This is the Max Max opener.
It's why we love watching him.
Except Max Max goes Stargate before Nexus. This is Nexus before Stargate. To be fair.
Until it finally reaches the natural expansion, and Zoun actually
Or who gets in? hero's out of position. Remember, hero doesn't scout the Stargates. Losing 2, 3.
More probe damage here in the main base. Only 3 workers going down. This could have been a lot worse for herO.
Yeah, he should have let the Adepts finish their shade to the natural, I think, for sure. Like, if everything is chasing, he's got to
4 probes, nice start. You can see his down, he's ready back in. Remember, he scouted the Stargates. This Oracle from here shouldn't get much done. Oh, he goes further in. Greedy out of herO.
No kills for herO.
So very greedy out of herO, he gets punished. And remember, Zoun had to get damage done. Look at the worker count. Zoun killed was at 5 probes, 4 to 5 workers, and Zoun, he is still down in the worker count. Why is that? Remember, because herO had a fast Nexus. That is why herO still maintains a worker lead. Because he was so greedy.
And so the blink difference, it's got to be like maybe a minute plus right now for Zoun, unless herO pours a ton of Chrono Boosts into this, and the word count has almost equalized.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky for him to actually get an attack off here that works. But you know what? I like the fact that he's throwing down some stasis wards. Maybe he can utilize like that ramp there.
Typically from here, herO would go for a Robo into Immortal production to make up for his lack of Stalkers. herO going into late Twilight Council, into late Blink, into late Stalkers. It is a bold move because Zoun has the Blink advantage.
Very fast third base. He is scouting that Zoun is still just sitting happily on 2 bases, actually going up into 4 gateways before the third base. Not something that you usually see in a PvP. Zoun perhaps respecting the potential threat of a push coming in here from herO, or also maybe trying to do some damage of his own. We'll see if he continues probe production or if this third base is basically just to saturate once the main starts mining out, because I feel like this is a rare opportunity for Zoun in this best of 7 series to really try and get some damage done, because hero's been playing this very greedily.
Yeah, well, that is for sure. I love how he switches back and forth from aggression to greed here. But here in game number 4, setting up a lot of stasis wards, still producing quite a bit, getting that blink upgrade. But Zoun, you know, I do like how he's approached a good portion of this game now that he's actually executed some of it, right? Like, he got the probe counts closer in line to what they should be, although herO has pulled away with that once again. Zoun's third base going to be finishing up and getting some probes over there. Well, let's see. I mean, he's going to get into one of these, like, I guess, closer macro games, even though it still feels like hero's a bit ahead. It's not ahead in the same way where Zoun is just about to die.
Yeah, it just feels a little bit more tempo favored in terms of herO. If Zoun isn't able to utilize the advantage that he has in having a faster blink and having a faster charge. And maybe Zoun is just looking at this as, you know what, I am a little bit behind macro-wise, but I can also just play a defensive game because I do have that edge with the Twilight Council tech, because herO doesn't have that aggressive ability at his disposal just yet.
Well, herO is adding a lot of gates, getting his upgrades and everything as well. 4th Nexus gets started, of course.
So as we get into a longer game here, Zoun is playing from behind. You can see that the supply disparity. The reasoning for this is because of how greedy herO was. Faster natural, faster third base, better workers, better saturation, better economy, and that translates now into a larger army for herO.
Might get to big enough armies before an attack comes that it doesn't matter that much, right? Like, if hero's up a good 10 supply, 15 supply when they're both approaching max, it's not necessarily the end of the world.
Yeah, especially the way that Zoun is developing back at home. He went from the 2-gas opening in the previous game to now taking 5 gases already here on 3 bases. He has the Templar Archives. He's not trying to maximize army supply. He's trying to maximize army efficiency. He's going to be going for Archons. He's going to be going for Charge Zealots.
True.
And hero's going to have a window where he will just have so many more units that maybe the
nice aces.
Down is not going to matter. That's a huge stasis ward right now, by the way, because this is hero's moment to try and get some damage done. Can warp in a couple
Oh my god, Jesus, that was close.
Archons, that's really going to put a dent into the aggressive potential here from herO.
And he got a little lucky there with only the Zealot and Stalker getting stuck in the other stasis ward, so that's good. These should be able to blink away pretty quickly, right? He actually sits and fights for a second, but Zoun is going to push forward and, yeah, pushes him right back, but that is a lot of blink Stalkers that herO has made.
It's a very Blink-Songer heavy army right now here for herO. Is Zoun continuing to press the attack.
You're cutting back. Bearing in mind, as they were mentioning, Zoun does have the better quality army. It's more efficient with charge also and Archons.
Think better of it. He still is sitting on 3 bases. So herO, he's got the better mineral saturation now as the main base is starting to mine out. Zoun, is he going to take a 4th or is he just going to try to push? And oh my
another
goodness,
stasis.
what a stasis ward. That got basically Zoun's entire army.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a stasis ward like this.
It's a pretty insane stasis
That is ridiculous.
You need to watch more herO versus Max Max. We've seen herO take stasis traps even worse than that. That's freaky.
Now hopefully the same happens to herO here. Okay, well, he
gets
does
baited
get
in.
a few trapped. Now here is Zoun's army becoming unfrozen, but he brings some zealots up really quickly, so this is going to help a lot. And in fact, herO has to kind of turn around.
Oh man, just the back and forth right now of so much Protoss getting caught by these stasis wards on both sides. Now it's herO's army getting isolated. I think Blink, is it off cooldown right now for herO? He can't blink away just yet. So that's a lot of Stalkers getting taken down. If the Stalker is stuck in the stasis after having just blinked, that cooldown does not go back and reset. So that's a big win here for Zoun. And the tighter defensive play on 3 bases, it is working out right now. herO's taking a 5th. Zoun, he's only on 3 bases, but his army is so much better.
Yeah, it's like a 15 army supply advantage right now, and it's a good composition as well. herO's kind of
Zoun, he can end the game with this push. He's going to keep going. herO has to buy time, going for the counterattack.
Now, in the meantime, there is
but back at home,
across the map here.
back at home, he's getting caught out. Zoun, he can do it. He can keep going.
Amount of damage to Zoun's economy.
We're base trading.
The natural and the 3rd base no longer mining right now for Zoun, but the standing army from Zoun is so much more refined than what herO's got. I love this move coming in from herO because in a straight-up fight, he just loses. He cannot keep pace, but because he has all these extra expansions, yes, Zoun, he is being able to take down that 3rd base, but herO, he still has a lot of income coming in. He can continue developing his army.
Dark Shrine's on the way.
Dark Shrine right now. I'm not sure if we have detection in the front line.
One observer.
So defensive DP's not the best option for herO just yet, but he is making what was going to be a very clean victory here for Zoun very complicated, and this is his path to victory.
It's not just complicated, he's way up in supply now.
Yeah.
He's killing just about everything. Zoun has like nothing left. It's a full-on
did Zoun save any probes?
I gotta tell you, like,
is there a chance that Zoun could just lose from losing all the buildings?
Only one observer
like Zoun can't afford Nexus.
If he can somehow pick that off,
where are the probes?
Seal it. We don't have any detection from herO except the front cannon.
herO saves his mineral line.
The probe from the main base down into the bottom left expansion.
No! The observer goes down!
Are you kidding me?
No!
That game should have been a Zoun victory.
Yeah,
honestly, you look at how does herO turn that game into a win?
No
he makes it
shot.
So dirty with the counterattack.
I mean,
chaos absolutely everywhere.
even if the observer hadn't been killed by the cannon, again, I wanted to know where the probes were, because if Zoun didn't have any workers out on the map, then he was going to lose anyway, because he would have lost all the buildings. So there were multiple win conditions there for herO, but GG.
Well, the thing is that Zoun played more of the game that we wanted to see out of him, right?
Yeah.
It was like more Nexuses, more units in general. But herO, just these chaotic circumstances, that has been, and always will be where herO shines.
herO has PTSD from Max X stasis traps. He does.
If you get into a down and dirty battle, he is going to beat you with experience, because this is just his MO. Every single game, every single series, he is the scrappy, smiling assassin. And in a game that, by right, Zoun had the better army, he was able to navigate the mid-game so cost-effectively. You think of those stasis traps, how much damage and how much value he got out of the engagements on his side of the map. It was fantastic for Zoun, and he still
I think he built one from the third. Maybe.
Just that good at making the game.
Maybe. I mean, his 3rd base was dead though.
Yeah, that was absolutely wild. Like herO really showing some domination so far in this series.
You just didn't get to see.
First game, okay, that's going to happen sometimes. But looking strong. We're going to give these guys a quick little break, guys, and when we come back, we'll see, can Zoun start his comeback.
Okay, we'll be back soon. Be back soon after the break. See you soon. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We are here. We are mid-series with the 2025 RSL Revival StarCraft League Playoffs co-stream semi-finals. Zoun versus herO. They've been facing off, and herO's on match point. herO, he's up 3-1 with a very chaotic series so far. That last game was insane. Like, Zoun was looking good. He was able to build up a greater army, a superior composition, and then we ended up in the base trade. We saw that herO was faster to kill buildings. He had more expansions as well, and he even had a Dark Shrine to make use of DTs, whereas Zoun did lose the Observer and potentially maybe even lost any workers to try to expand or try to throw down buildings elsewhere. Rough position, but here we go. We're getting into game number 5. Let's go. Let's jump in. Do we continue the series, or does it all end here and now?
Totally fine. That was craziness. All right, let's get into it. herO going to be on match point, spawning up here in the top left. It is herO.
Let's see if he can stage his comeback now. Spawning in the bottom right, needs to win 3 games in a row to go to the grand finals. It is Zoun. 3 games in a row versus herO is a tall order for anybody in the world. And the way that herO's playing PvP right now, if I'm watching Classic, I am hoping, I am praying that Zoun starts a comeback because herO's looking so deadly.
Yeah, it's... I don't hold out too much hope for Zoun here. Like, I want to see him fight back.
What?
Get into some of these bigger macro games. Or, I mean, listen, don't fight on 2 bases, okay? Maybe you want to do some crazy tech all in on 1 base? Yes, I'm fine with that. You want to do something insane like just pure Stalker, 3-gate, something like that, or proxy Robo, proxy Stargate, DT Rush, I don't know, whatever. You can do that. But don't be doing anything where you're fighting Stalker against Stalker. If you're gonna play anything longer than 1 base all in, I really want to see 3 Nexus, 4 Nexus, just make it a huge game where a single mistake and you're gonna roll through him.
Yeah, it felt like that was the advantage that Zoun was building towards in the previous game, where he knew that herO had a little bit of an economic edge, and he's like, you know what, I'm not going to tempt my luck. I'm not going to go into a micro battle on herO's side of the map. Instead, I'll just try to play my defensive game back at home. It still didn't work out because herO just so good at sowing chaos, and he's doing the same thing in game number 5, trying to just create an unorthodox situation. A proxy pylon already in the center of the map. Zoun is going to scout the main base of herO, and he should know that something is hidden. Now, earlier on in this best of 7,
now this could be a Robo.
The second pylon, but
Stargate.
this time it's going to be a very aggressively placed proxy Stargate.
All right. You know, I'm not surprised. I think that herO should play super aggressively since he's up 3-1. Like, honestly, you could go like 3 cheeses in a row, and the odds of you going to the finals is very, very, very high.
Yeah, you just need to win 1 more game.
Yeah, bearing in mind Proxy Stargate is not an all-in, but it is a way to get ahead early on. It should be Proxy Stargate, Proxy Oracle into economic damage, into giving yourself a lead coming into the early game. If it goes unscattered, though. As here comes a hallucination.
Basically anybody. Now, luckily for Zoun, or maybe not luckily, just with good insight, he's going to be sending this Phoenix cross map and spot that Stargate right before it finishes. So he knows what herO is going for, and he should be ready to intercept.
By the way, what do you think about the 4 Adepts to open here as well from herO?
So I see. 3rd gateway back at home. I imagine a 4th gateway across the map. Zoun is responding and reacting with his own 1 base all-in.
That's building the shield battery and going to the main base with 4 Adepts, because that's how I've lost a lot of games to him. I wonder if that's going to be the game plan.
Oh, that's funny.
It's a tactic that he loves to do. And you don't really need to hide the Oracle tech to make that happen. But
that's
Zoun
really funny. That's really smart.
but Zoun on the flip side, he's actually going to get aggressively with this. He's like, you know what, herO, you're going for the Stargate aggressively. That's not going to help you in the short term. You're going for a Nexus. That's not going to help you in the short term. How about I flip the script? I go for a 3rd gateway in my main base. I proxy a pylon.
Scouts a 3rd gateway.
And I try to punish you.
I like it, actually. He's got the shield battery up there as well. He has that
the castles they noticed.
All set. And here's herO playing with the depths. Like, he even brought a couple probes down. I think he's a little bit
herO's forced into a defensive Void Ray. It's a very late reaction, though. Very late Void Ray at a herO. herO's in trouble.
Game number 5, so the Adepts, they are on the defense, and
Zoun is 1 base all in.
which they excel. Right now, they're just trying to buy time for that Void Ray. The Void Ray is going to be the linchpin of the defense right here with the shield battery. Stasis Ward actually catching
brutal
a ton of
stasis.
ropes. Going to be hampering the income here from Zoun.
Ay, ay, ay.
All right, Zoun really putting out a high-quality game at the moment, targeting down these stalkers pretty darn well, but the micro of herO is still absurdly strong.
The micro from herO is strong, but Zoun did a great job of pulling back every single injured stalker.
He's
right
gonna
now.
intercept it. No, the Void Ray
is done right now, and Zoun, he's caught a little bit of a corner. Stalker's warping in. The Void Ray is going to get isolated right here on the right side. It'll get taken down, but it's already done its job. It got a lot of damage done. Oracle ready to drop another stasis ward. Gas is not resaturated yet here for Zoun, so he won't be able to warp in too many stalkers. Oh, that stasis is going to get a lot more probes.
The stasis wards are doing so much work here against Zoun. He's just so busy trying to micro back home. And look at this, like herO is starting to come out on top a bit, and he's got the double shield
now he's got another
battery.
Void Ray.
He's got his Nexus up. He's making another Void Ray. We really need to see Zoun start to snowball this right now.
Yeah, Stalker started stepping forward, able to take down that Stalker as it is.
Void Ray, get in there. Get in there.
Idle a little bit here, but it is going to charge up right now with 4 Stalkers down. He's going to have to retreat. He cannot take this fight. 2 more
and
Stalkers.
Zoun's out of steam. Zoun's run out of steam. The reinforcing Void Rays are brutal. The stasis traps were insane, nullifying the economy. And remember, Zoun is 1 base all in. herO has a natural. The longer this goes on, the better it is for herO.
Looking good for Zoun right now. This Oracle flying back into the main base. Look at this. He's just got plenty of units. He has the same amount of stalkers and shield batteries and a Nexus and an Oracle and a Void Ray and 2 Adepts. It's like just so one-sided. herO is just smashing. GG.
Wow, herO with a perfect defense back at home is going to be routing Zoun. He drops game 1 and then wins 4 maps in a row. He will be meeting Classic in the grand finals of the RSL.
Beautifully done there by herO, really showing that he is another level in Protoss versus Protoss, which is going to give us an amazing finals when he goes up against Classic.
Oh, absolutely. Classic already in the Protoss-dominated RSL has shown how good he is at PvP, but the way that herO is playing right now, the way that he dispatched down one of the best Protoss players in the world with ease, it is so impressive. We are due for an incredible finals here in the RSL.
Indeed we are. You see herO going over and being a good sport here with Zoun, talking about the
Yeah, they were
game
good
a little
friends.
bit and what went wrong. I tell you, I think the one that Zoun is really going to be regretting was game number 4. Right, that one was tough. He was in a great spot. He was putting out a great game, and herO just clutched it out of nowhere.
It felt like kind of the same story here in game number 5. You know, it had a lot of the same themes. There was a big advantage there for Zoun at some moments, but herO just making the game really messy, especially with those stasis wards. He caught, I want to say, 5 or 6 probes with basically every single one. And that might not seem too significant.
He had more with the
they
first
aren't
stasis,
dead,
but sure.
If you're all in the way that Zoun is on 1 base, you want 22 probes and no more. And you want them to be mining 100% of the time.
Yep.
Instead, he was able to hamper the income of his opponent enough that with just shield batteries, with Void Rays, he was able to lock down the defense. Zoun could not get the critical mass of stonkers that he needed to close it out.
Yeah. And as we see here, herO and Zoun going line by line over each of the 5 games with each other. Really analyzing what they just ended up playing in. So, yeah, we'll have him over here in a minute for an interview and see how he's feeling about going up against Classic. But also, don't forget, that means that Zoun will now play against Reynor for that 3rd place match.
And I think that's also going to be a very...
Talking about the games themselves here, again, very intense, very close. I'm going to echo what State just said about that final game, where honestly, things are looking good, better for Zoun. Like Zoun, he was able to scout the proxy, able to get ready back at home with his own shield battery, with his own 3rd gateway. The goal there was to punish herO, but unfortunately herO scouted. Remember, herO, he got into the main base, he saw the gateway, he saw the lack of expansion, and herO started up that Void Ray. Now, I was concerned the Void Ray was too late. I was concerned it was a late Void Ray and that he wouldn't be able to defend in time, but herO had some very crisp control with his stalkers pulling back, shield batteries coming into play, surviving, defending, and being able to make a game out of it, make a defense out of it, and able to eventually slow down the tide of his opponent. As we mentioned, the longer the game went on, the better it was for herO because he had a base over his opponent. GG. GG.
So far, it feels like the day is going a little bit fast. So I think that we are just about ready for that
interview time.
So let's go ahead and throw it over to the couch.
an excellent series from herO, going 4-1 against Zoun. Congratulations, herO, on the victory.
Maddox lost his stool.
I mean, PvP overall has been a very chaotic matchup over the years. It feels like it really suits your style. You seem very comfortable. Do you feel the same way? Do you feel like you kind of thrive in the chaos of this PvP matchup?
일단 김준호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 확실히 일단 푸푸전이 되게 이제 예상하기 어렵고 좀 예측 불허한 것들이 좀 양상이 몇 년간 계속 나왔잖아요. 그래서 그만큼 그래서 그런지 김준호 선수의 스타일에 좀 더 맞는 매치업이라고 좀 생각을 하는데 본인 생각은 좀 어떠신가요?
일단 말씀하신 것처럼 저도 저한테 맞는다고 생각은 하는데 이게 불안하고 초조하고 무서운 건 어쩔 수 없는 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think myself as well. PvP is my best matchup, and I think it suits me very well. But that being said, it is very chaotic, so you can't help it. It's very nervous. You can't actually expect what is gonna happen. So yeah, it's getting me nervous every time.
So you're going on into the finals. You just won a Protoss versus Protoss, but now you're going up against Classic. How do you feel, and what makes his Protoss versus Protoss different than Zoun's?
이제 결승 상대로 이제 김도 선수를 만나게 됐는데 또 이제 박한수 선수의 이제 푸푸전 스타일과는 좀 어떤 식으로 김도 선수가 좀 다르다고 생각을 하는지 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 약간 기본은 비슷하긴 한데 도호 형은 거기서 좀 더 심리전을 잘 거는 선수인 것 같고 그래서 좀 까다로운 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean overall basics, I think they're both similar, but in the sense of the mind games, I think Classic is more experienced and much better than Zoun's.
Well, congratulations, herO. Good luck to you in your future games. Real quick here, we are going to be doing a plug for our sponsor at Archon Studios. They're making the StarCraft tabletop miniatures game. This is their first piece. It's Zeratul. We love what these guys are doing. This really stays true. Looks exactly like what you would see in the game. So check them out. Their stuff is still being rolled out, but we really appreciate their support.
Yeah, we've also got Pulsar as well helping out for this event. They have great mice, they have great keyboards, mouse pads. They're all excellent. Go ahead and check them out as well. I've been using one of their mice over a year now, and it's honestly one of the best mice I've ever used. So definitely check them out. They're a great company as well, helping us out.
Guys, we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, it's going to be the third place, fourth place match. We'll see you in a minute.
Let's go. We have the bronze match, Happy. But yes, GG, well played. Congratulations. It is going to be an extended break here. It looks like we have 10 minutes before the next series. I'm hoping that because of the time, the break that they have here, and the time that it takes to have the third place match, I hope that they're able to actually film some content with both Classic and herO, have a brief interview before their grand finals to get their thoughts coming into that final series, that final best of 7. But regardless, it's going to be a bit of a longer break here, so take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your shoulders, massage and marines. Someone was asking earlier, how many more series are there? 2 more best of 7s. It is going to be the bronze match between Reynor and Zoun, as they both did lose their series, but they still have a chance to earn some extra prize money and get third place. And then we have the grand finals thereafter. 2 best of 7s, one after the other, with some breaks in between. We'll see you guys soon after the break with Reynor versus Zoun. We'll see you soon. See you soon. welcome back everyone, welcome back to the 2025 RSL Revival StarCraft League Playoffs co-stream bronze match. We just wrapped up with both semifinals. As you can see here, herO and Classic have advanced on into the grand finals, and we're here to determine who will face, or we're here to determine who will claim that third place match. We have Reynor and Zoun. They both lost their series, but now they're going to be facing off in this best of 7. It is going to be an RSL rematch. We have seen Zoun pop off against Reynor in the past. If you remember, Zoun had a crazy series versus Reynor last season in RSL, where Zoun went Glaive Adepts and went for a different variation of Twilight Council into Glaives in their best of, and he did defeat Reynor. He was the one that knocked him down and out, and Reynor was knocked out early in RSL Season 3 because of Zoun, so now they have a rematch. Once again, we're expecting hyper aggression out of Zoun, and we'll see if he can catch Reynor with his pants down. Against Zoun, I do feel like if Reynor can slow the game down and get into the mid to late game, I do favor Reynor versus Zoun in that kind of position. Unlike against Classic, I do think that Reynor has better late game and better mid game than Zoun does, but Zoun has been a very tricky opponent. We've seen that before, and we should be seeing that again here as well. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Silly W in the chat. God, thank you so much for subscribing for 11 months, almost a full year of support. Thank you so much for the support. We appreciate it. The finals, yes, the grand finals will be after this series. So first we have Zoun versus Reynor. This is the bronze match. Then we have a break, and then we have herO versus Classic in the finals. Oh boy. There we go. Players are just getting ready, just setting up.
And also the mug. We have a nice mug if you like a cup of tea or coffee to keep you warm in these blistering temperatures.
Absolutely. So yeah, we can talk a little bit about what we can expect from the upcoming series. And that's where Zoun, I think, is a little bit similar to Classic in the playstyle, but he also is not the same in terms of like the number of builds he can bring out, right? Whereas when we see Classic, we know he's likes to going for these adept timings or these, like we saw in versus Reynor, like these charged Archon timings. I think Zoun is a little bit more set in his ways. He does have a few mix-ups he can bring in, like a few aces, but for the most part, I think he's going to
we'll see what Surgeon brings up.
More towards the more standard approach and just to like getting to a late game situation.
Yeah, indeed. You said he's more rigid. Can you talk about what kind of builds he likes to use specifically?
So he has a couple of like mass Void Ray openers where he goes like 2, 3, 4 Void Rays, and then he can go different follow-ups from there. Sometimes he just goes into standard, or sometimes does something more aggressive. He's sometimes like the Tempest openers that we've seen in the past, the Fast Tempest into Blinkstalker, or just into more Skytoss units as well.
Yeah, and on the side of Reynor, we've seen him go for a bunch of different stuff. We've seen him go for these quick Ultralisk builds. This is kind of I mean, it's not necessarily a new build, but it's kind of the new flavor of the month for Zerg. You know, we've been playing Lurkers for a long time. We've been trying to go late game. We've been doing Hydroling Bane. There's been a lot of different stuff. And Ultralisks, with the new Shroud, have become much stronger. I remember you were telling me backstage about the cannon math with Shroud. What is it? How many hits does it take to kill a Zergling if it's in Shroud?
So it's 7 hits right now, I believe it is.
Yeah.
Which is a big upgrade from 2.
For one Zergling?
Yeah.
That is insane. And then for an Ultralisk, I mean, maybe 700, you're never going to kill that thing. Yeah. So if you get to that point in the game where you have the Ultralisks as well as the Microbial Shroud, all these units become much stronger. Yep. And it's kind of different to the old late games we've seen where, you know, the Zergs were going for, we've seen Broodlords, you know, Lurkers.
We already saw that earlier this broadcast.
It just changes the game a little bit, and the late game fights can look very different. But he also plays a ton of different styles as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we both have to see from both players, because in the previous series versus Classic, Reynor also kept it kind of just cool and standard, right? Didn't really bring out anything super weird that we know that he can do. He can do some proxy hatches, some more aggressive stuff.
Right.
Maybe that's something he'll want to bring out versus Zoun. We have to wait and see. But I think for the most part, Zoun is going to try to keep it very normal. Maybe throw in 1 or 2 curveballs since it is a best of 7. You never want to go like full predictable macro game every single game, right? Yeah. And probably the same from Reynor. But I think this series should be a very close one.
It's interesting that sort of initially said that Zoun was a little bit more rigid, and I was about to step up and be like, that's not really what we've seen from Zoun, but then sort of explained that, like, no, like Zoun, he's got some crazy builds where he goes Void Rays or he rushes Tempest, but like his builds are a little bit more limited in, he has a little bit less variety available to him, which I would agree with. I would agree with when it comes to Zoun. I would, again, like push against the idea that he's like a standard player necessarily, where he does mix things up, but like his way of mixing things up are a little bit more limited distinct in their aspect. I was hoping that Sturgeon would bring up Zoun versus Reynor when it comes to that previous RSL series where Zoun did go glaive at Eps and did go for a different variation of glaives, like 5 games in a row, where he was able to bring down Reynor. And again, I'm expecting to see a bit of that here as well. Maybe not the same reliance on that, on those Twilight Council openers, but I'm sure we'll be seeing a healthy amount of that mixed in.
It keeps getting through the vetoes so far, and it actually led to some interesting games. That was the game he went mutas against Classic.
Yeah.
And then he had another good game against Jumi where he did that Colossus push. So Evil Heart's always a very interesting one. We do see Maganatha and Magnetic North as the first vetoes here.
Yeah.
Go Reynor!
Go Reynor.
Zerg for life. I love to see it.
Nice. Yeah, so Evil Heart is kind of like a double-edged sword, right? Where if the Protoss goes for an aggressive timing, it will hit a bit faster. But likewise for the Zerg, it does open up some more mid-game aggressiveness options in terms of like Roach Ravage or Queen drops or something like that. Maybe even.
Let's see Classic and herO getting ready.
To kill the third if they're going to like multiple oracles. These kind of builds becomes more viable when you have a very short map like this. So we'll have to see what happens in that map. Celestial being picked here by Zoun, I would have to imagine, as this is most likely I would say the favorite Protoss map in the map.
Yep, it's Reynor picking Evil Heart, Zoun picking Celestial, Reynor picking Mothership, and Zoun picking Winter Madness.
Even securing their fourth once the Rox is down, it's very...
They vetoed Magnetic North and Maganatha. Interesting vetoes, is what I will say.
Yeah, for sure. We also have Mothership in the pool, our only 3-player.
Zoun vetoed Magnetic North, which does favor aggressive builds. Reynor vetoing Maganatha. I'm a little bit shocked by that.
That can lead to some funny stuff. And then we got Botanical. I think that's the biggest map, or the map with the most bases.
Yeah.
Has it got more than Mothership?
I think Mothership probably has a few more.
Mothership has more, but Botanical is also huge.
Yeah.
That is a big map.
That's a lot of bases, yeah.
So yeah, a lot of macro potential in these games. And yeah, this is best of 7 now, so you only get 1 veto each. It is a 9-map pool. And the final maps to round it out are going to be Persephone and Tokamak, some of the more kind of standard maps, right?
Yeah, so if this series does go longer, we should expect the last 2 games to look fairly standard. Whereas on maps like, Evil Heart, Mothership, there is a lot more potential for some more crazy play from both sides.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
It's interesting that they're getting the double Zerg casters, I guess. Too far, I don't know what Sturgeon is.
And then after that, things become a little bit more normal.
But I appreciate that they're having sort of cast Reynor at some point today. I appreciate it.
Making sure they got their game plans, got their notebooks ready with their build orders, all that good stuff.
Yeah, getting ready, getting locked in, ready to take on their opponent. And yeah, we'll see how they choose to open up here. A lot of times in the best of 7, it's very attractive to open up with something aggressive in game 1, and especially on a map like Evil Heart. Just going for something aggressive, getting some momentum in the series.
Yeah, he's
trying to just, make sure your opponent has to stay honest, has to not cut too many corners.
Yeah, even if it doesn't work, your opponent has to be super wary of you throwing in that kind of build throughout the rest of the series. So an aggressive option is very tempting. It is going to be Evil Heart, super short rush distance. Every time it hits a little bit earlier, it's a little bit more difficult to go, up to 5-6 bases. There are those gold bases in the corners on this map.
Yeah. Yeah, which we could maybe see like some, early hidden expansion kind of thing maybe.
Yeah.
But more so in the late game, it becomes super important to control the corners, right? If the game does go longer. So it's kind of unique in that sense, whereas normally a map would just like spread out kind of flat. But on this map, it becomes super concentrated in like these 2 areas on the map.
Yeah, dude, I love that. I think, the game you saw against Classic, where I think it was Shin, went for that gold base, followed up with a Roach all in. That's the kind of thing I like seeing Evil Heart, but we've seen Reynor is perfectly happy to play a normal game on this. We saw it just now in the previous series, we saw it against Jumi yesterday. So I don't think it necessarily means he's going to do some crazy all-in, which was kind of...
If you remember, Reynor didn't play a normal game on Evil Heart. He did try to get a lead early on with mutas, which I wasn't too fond of.
Evil Heart feels pretty good to play on because you get less pull apart by like something like a Mothership you call on the other side of the map, or a War Prism, or something like that, right? The map is more compact, which makes it easier to deal with multi-prong, which is kind of what Zerg struggles with in like the very late game when it's War Prisms, Motherships, all these kind of things running around.
For sure, we are just waiting for the players here. Reynor is ready to go. I think Zoun just needs a moment. They are going to be locking in here for game number 1. You always want to try and get a point on the board in the first game. Just get off to a good start.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when we have the play styles that we do have. Like when both of them likes to play the macro game, you don't just want to have to play it every single game like we talked about. You want to have these mixed in curveballs in there. So game 1 is a good time to bring it out, just to, get the nerves out of the way, get some momentum, and take the series from there. But we'll see if that's what they choose to do. Like we talked about, they could just play completely normal here in the first game.
All right, guys, let's get into it. Game number 1 here coming up between Reynor and Zoun. The first map is going to be Evil Heart. In the bottom left, it is our Protoss in red. Give it up for Zoun.
And in the top right, representing Basilisk, we have the blue Zerg player, Reynor.
And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our... Oh, there we go. As we get into our ZVP. Coming into this, I'm going to be... I think this is going to be the closest series of the broadcast, to be honest, at least so far. I lean towards Reynor here, but I did just mention that Zoun did defeat Reynor the last time they played in RSL, so Zoun has that historical win over him, but I expect this to be a closer back and forth, and I think I lean towards Reynor here in this series overall. But we'll see. As we're leading into Evil Hearts. Again, Evil Heart is a very small map in the map pool. Hyper aggression is favored on this map. We saw that last time Reynor didn't really embrace that, but I would hope that against Zoun, Reynor is more confident in being more aggressive and being in the face of Zoun. We'll keep an eye on the openers. We'll keep an eye on the Twilight Council timing. Remember, Zoun was hyper aggressive when he played against Reynor last time with the multitude of different variations of Glaive Adepts, where he was able to pull Reynor apart, and I expect to see some of that here. Not every game, of course, but I expect to see that sprinkled in on maps like Evil Hearts as well. Let's go.
Yeah, we have Zoun going for that Nexus after Gateway, then we'll be throwing down his core. Slightly more economic focused than getting the core.
I'm a little bit concerned, I'll be honest, a little bit of a meta comments. Sort of and Sturgeon, they're not the most hype casters. The most energetic is maybe a better way of putting it. Like, I love sort of is hyper analytical, and sort of he always has a lot of insight to provide, especially when a Zerg player is involved in a broadcast. So I do think he brings a lot of value here. Pairing him up with Sturgeon was a choice to make, just because I feel like they're both a little bit more tame, a little bit more tempered in how they speak and how they cast. So that's it's an interesting one.
Not for the initial building, like this, if this is going to be a Stargate, for example, but the follow-up build from the Protoss, he would fly it in at like 5 minutes from a really...
Like usually, if you have a caster or someone like that, you typically pair them up with someone who's a little bit more energetic to like help balance that out.
But then it becomes the follow-up becomes a tricky thing where you have to adjust a lot more. So just being able to get that sneaky scouting later, it's not always easy to do because Protoss gets air units out, they get more stalkers out, so it's a very important thing to be able to pull off. But so far, very standard. We see double adept from Zoun. He's going to put some pressure on. Reynor will respond with some Zerglings of his own, and then we'll see what Stargate unit he goes for. Zoun is definitely one of those Protoss players who could go for a Void Ray here, but Oracle will be the more standard choice for sure.
Yeah, this adept coming into the base now, going to try and pick off a drone or two. Nice Spork trick where with
get the drone.
Is able to save that one.
Nice
That's
pick up.
Super nice from Reynor.
Does lose
one drone goes down though. So, I mean, not a disaster or anything. He is able to save the second drone. The Adept will go home, meet up with his buddy. That's going to help him take his third base nice and safely. And it's going to be an Oracle first here from Zoun.
Yeah, and this should be very, very expected by Reynor. He's going to use the links that he made to defend the Adepts to ideally try to keep the Oracle at home here. If the Oracle has to stay to defend the third, it can't be across the map to kill drones. So that's kind of the hope here from Reynor. So we keep this Oracle at home, a little bit busy, run around, maybe we try to pick at the probe if it comes out. But Zoun being very careful here with the Adepts coming out and covering the path for the probe.
Yeah, so far Stargate opener out of Zoun. He does open up Oracle into a third base. Everything's looking normal. As we mentioned before, right now we're looking at the timing of the Twilight Council. That's what I'm most curious by when it comes to Zoun, is how aggressive is he going to be in the follow-up, how tech heavy is he going to be.
We see Spores at home for Reynor, so he will be prepared for this Oracle harass when it does eventually move over the map.
Yeah, very nice queen position here as well, ready to receive the Oracles. Has good vision on the other side of the map, so he knows that this is pretty much the only angle the Oracle could potentially come in from. So has all the queens here ready to defend. In the meantime, just spreading his creep, making sure he has activeness with the link. He's making a few more links, so maybe looking to maybe either try to catch an Adept move out, or either just get some counterattack damage into the third.
Yeah, as this map is so short on the ground, it feels like the
Okay,
creep gets
earlier
from one
Twilight
side of the map to
Council.
the other in such a short time. with
2 more
like
gateways, so
4 or
4
5
gate setup,
tubers, so I
late
like
forge.
that Zoun is kind of paying a lot of focus to the creep spread.
This could be one of two things, either early blink or early
In
glaze.
comes some links to the third base. I thought he was going to go for those adepts then.
Lair
But,
first out of
oh,
Reynor.
here comes some queens as well. This is so funny. They can get to this Protoss space so quickly, and Reynor's still making lings right now.
Yeah.
He's got his lair on the way as well.
Okay.
Yes, this is something you can definitely do on this map, right? Just because of how short it is. Like the creep space is already halfway, right? Like you mentioned. So you just want to put some pressure on here.
Oh, he's forcing an overreaction. Four shield batteries. Yeah, big overreaction.
Out of Zoun here, who's getting 4 shield batteries right now.
Wow.
Dude, this is kind of genius by Reynor. It looks
Yeah.
like an all-in, right? Like that's the only time you ever walk your queens across the map. But on Evil Heart,
Yeah,
it's short enough that you
massive
can actually
misread out of
walk them
Zoun.
back and start spreading that creep again. He's droning behind this. The word count equal right now, but like you say, Zoun made 4 shield batteries. He expects a big attack to be coming, but it's not.
Yeah, and he also warped in a bunch of extra adepts as well, which he does not have glaives. and
He
he's
warped in
actually
extra adepts, a blink is delayed, so late blink, extra adepts, extra shield batteries, things that he did not need here, and so far, Reynor, he fakes him out, he's in a good position, he's running up.
stalker pressure that's gonna come out of Zoun.
Yeah, this is such a cool map-specific thing here from Reynor. I like that he's kind of trying to put the fear in Zoun in game 1 with an all-in fake, it looked like. But I think now, obviously, Zoun knows the attack isn't coming, so he's going for the more normal follow-up. He's getting his Forge for upgrades, throwing down the Robo, and as Blink starts to finish up here, we should see more and more Stalkers being warped in, and he'll try and pressure Reynor on the other side of the map.
Yeah, he does have a decent amount of gateways. I want to say he has like at least 6. So he's definitely going to try to put some pressure on. We'll see how fast he goes into the Templar Archives behind this, because that will be the most common follow-up here. Reynor, in the meantime, going into Hydras, which will be very good at using to defend these this upcoming Stalker pressure. And then we'll see what Reynor chooses to do. If he chooses to go back into droning, or if he chooses to like commit into something like Hydra Ling attack or Hydra Ling Bane attack. It's definitely viable options for him.
Yeah, making a lot of Hydras right now to deal with the Zerglings. These Oracles flying around, checking those really early infestation pit or hive. We did see Reynor go Ultralisks on this map against Classic. So Zoun with some good scouting here confirms what is going on. It's actually going to be a Robo Bay here out of Zoun.
Yeah, Robo Bay and a second Robo
Okay,
as well.
interesting.
Looking to go into some Colossus play here most likely, which is definitely not bad versus what Reynor is doing. So we'll see how if Reynor is able to identify this. If he identifies very quickly, he can either try to hit a timing before there's like thermal lands and multiple Colossus out, or he could just opt to go towards Hive, get some Vipers, loop the Colossus. Those are the two most
Yeah, so Reynor, he has 2 options when he scouts, if he scouts, I should emphasize. I believe Zoun should be going for for quadruple Colossus plus 2 timing. That makes the most sense in my mind, but we'll see if we can get there.
Here he comes with these Stalkers. They're surrounded by the Zerg army. They try to escape, but the Lings are there
the
waiting
surround.
for that
Oof.
blink. So many Stalkers will go down here. Huge catch by Reynor.
Yeah, massive catch there. And now, like we talked about before, the Colossus are not out yet. And now there's this massive amount of Hydras.
Yeah, Reynor doesn't even know the Colossus are coming. He didn't even scout.
And the Oracle does not get the stasis off. That's massive.
Zoun needs these Colossus so bad. They're in production right now, but only halfway done. Protoss units are falling. Probes are falling. Zoun has a counterattack on the other side of the map, but will it be enough to offset the huge amount of damage he's taken? Actually, even just the Queens will be enough to deal with these Adepts from Zoun. Stalkers falling left and right, but the Colossus are almost here. Can they save Zoun?
Yeah, it looks like the third base is 100% dead. And
GG.
yeah, with this goes the game. So Reynor takes game number 1.
GG, well played. Reynor going for a 3-base all-in. Cutting work is at 68. That was 3-base saturation, nothing at the 4th base, just Larva, and a really nice setup out of Reynor. Reynor, he was able to force an overreaction with the early Queen move out. He was able to force Zoun to make extra shield batteries, extra warp ins, late blink. It meant that Zoun stumbled his way into the mid-game, trying to go into Colossus. Reynor didn't even scout, by the way. He didn't even know the Colossus were coming. Instead, he just went into his own 3-base all-in, knowing that he had momentum and knowing that he could just go for the kill. GG, well played. And of course, a massive catch in the center of the map. Unfortunately, Zoun just did misread in the early game, and just everything just snowballed from there. We'll see if Zoun can have a bit of a better setup in game number 2. But again, a big reason why this works so well, and the casters tried to emphasize that, is this is a specific Evil Heart build. Or something you can do specifically on Evil Heart, because this is the smallest map in the map pool. In the tournament map pool, you do not get smaller than Evil Heart, so you can do something like faking an all-in with the Queens, because they can just very easily walk back home.
Get your name on the board in that first game.
GG.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you were talking about the fake Ling Queen attack across the map, leading into Zoun was gearing up to go for this blink stalker pressure early on, right? But because of the extra batteries, because of the adepts he had to warp in, he couldn't really find that aggressive timing. And by the time he actually felt confident enough to move out on the map, there was already speed Hydralisk with a bunch of links ready to pounce on him.
That is right, guys. We are going to be jumping into game number 2 here on Celestial Enclave. Let's see what these guys have in store for us on map number 2. In the bottom left of the map, in red, it's the Protoss player, Zoun.
And in the top right, in the blue colors, we have the Zerg player, Reynor.
Okay, so the map here is Celestial Enclave. This is the only map in the pool with a pocket third base, which is connected to the main, and you can only access this via the worker path there. Only workers can go through there. Talk to us about how this can kind of affect the strategies that we might see on this map, who this might favor, that kind of thing.
Yeah, you're way more likely to see something like a faster third from the Protoss player, and then they can decide if they want to actually use that to try to hit some mid-game timing, or just use that extra income to power through into a faster tech and faster fourth base as well, and just play very defensive. Because as the base layout is in this map, securing your fourth is also quite easy. With once the rocks are down, you just go out to the rocks, and there's only still your natural ramp really to worry about. So it's a very easy map to secure a bunch of bases on, and that's kind of what the Protoss would like to do in this situation, where you have a map like this, you want to try to drag it out and go for the late game.
Like gas.
Reynor did something interesting here, where he went for the 15 hatch before Overlord, very quick, so he's delayed his gas a little bit to compensate for that, to be able to make use of this earlier hatchery, and probably looking to play something fairly economical here.
Yeah, going 15 hatch.
So running it back, I would just echo what's sort of just went for. It's very common for Protoss players to be hyper greedy and get a faster third base. As a result, we do see Reynor trying to catch up in that greed, going for the faster hatchery and going for a later gas geyser and going for better and earlier mineral income as a result of that. We'll see Reynor's cuts even more corners and maybe even like skips link speed. This can also lead into a fast spiral or fast lair.
Likely to go for something very defensive. He might have some aggressive option in mind as well with this follow-up, so we'll have to see how he spends his gas, if he keeps mining gas after link speed or not. These were the big things to look for. I think as a Zerg player, you're not really too tempted to take this back base early on, because it is a lot less resources.
Greenyard cast is coming,
so
yeah.
We'll see Reynor take a normal third, and then
I would say it's a really weird choice that they made. On top of that, isn't just that, but both Sturgeon and sort of are Zerg players, so it's usually a little bit better to pair them up. I mean, they have Gemini and State were both Protosses, so it would have been nice if they mix some of them in, especially because I think we all expect that it's going to be a Tastosis finals cast, right? It's probably going to be our Tosis and Tasteless cast in the finals, so having either State or Gemini here, I feel like would have been a little bit better, alongside sort of.
He might mix it up, he might go for some Void Rays instead of the Oracles. We'll have to see as this Stargate does finish up. Reynor, on the other hand, he's got his queens at the front, going to try and spread some more creep spread and get that going.
Yeah, Reynor actually going for a very forward third here on the
Void Ray first.
Could definitely lead to some potential, Muta play, or maybe some Roach Ravager, Queen timings, these kind of things, because this gas is very tempting to get, because if you're going for something like an all-in, you obviously need less drones to get the double gas income, right, from that rich gas. So we'll have to see what he chooses to do. He could just play a normal game from this hatch, but as soon as you see this as down, you gotta be thinking about there could definitely be some aggressive
yeah, so very quickly touching on what Zoda just said, hyper aggressive base here by Reynor. He's going for the faster high yield gas geyser. I would imagine this is for mutas. As he said, the option is also there for like a Roach all-in, but I feel like all-ins are weaker on Celestial Enclave, so I don't think it's ideal to try to break a turtling player on this map. But going into mutas definitely makes sense if you want to take advantage of that gas geyser. We'll see which one Reynor does go for. And again, at least Zoun is aware.
Taking his third base here. The Zergans poke in and see a couple of depths and then just go back.
Yeah, we do see 2 more gases coming in for Zoun as well, pretty early here. So we'll have to wait and see what the tech option is going to be. And there's the fleet beacon.
Ooh.
So I would expect this is for Tempest most
likely. Yeah, Tempest Rush.
Though that could be a little bit dicey if we do see some sort of Ravager Queen Walk early on. But once the Tempests are out, they will be fine to deal with that as well.
Yeah, Zoun definitely likes his Tempest, doesn't he?
He really does, yeah. Especially, like, doesn't matter if it's early build Tempest or if it's late game, he really likes to go into those Tempest compositions.
Oh, this Void Ray actually going to pick off a drone, forces another Spore Trick. Oh, and meanwhile the Oracle catches another 2 drones, transferring from one base
nice
to another.
pickups.
this is already decent damage. When you make a Void Ray first, you don't necessarily expect to get as many drones as if you were to go double Oracle, right? So the fact that he's able to get 3 drones here as well is really nice for him.
Yeah, definitely something should be happening.
Carrier rush.
Carriers, not Tempest. So he definitely wants to keep this hidden for a bit longer. Because the carriers, if the Reynor gets a whiff of this early on, he could really take advantage of this and be very, very greedy. But if he doesn't, then it could be very, very strong for Sound to suddenly show up with.
Fun fact, this is a personal anecdote. This reminds me, there was a clown in the chat. I remember it was like a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, where we were talking about potential openers that herO could go for off of, and we discussed like faster fleet beacon into a carrier rush, and he was adamant saying that no one at the pro level goes for a carrier rush. And I think he insinuated that we only cast like diamond level players or something to say something like that. And it's like, I mean, clearly you just don't watch StarCraft because it happens. So we have our carrier rush.
Yeah, I would think it's more likely he's looking to some kind of timing as he's not getting +1.
As sort of is saying, sorry, I should emphasize this. Going for a carrier rush does mean that you want to be more aggressive and more assertive and go for an earlier timing, because Tempest, they just scale better. They just scale better into a longer game. Tempest are more efficient, so carriers have less longevity here in this game.
But that's the kind of thing where the timing window is quite short. As soon as carrier starts to get up into like 5-6 counts, they start to do really well versus Hydras as well.
Ooh, and we actually see Overlord speed on the production tab for Reynor. That's often a cue that they want to go into drops or make a a creep highway, something like that.
And Reynor going for his own all-in.
Can use to be aggressive. He is making a lot of.
So Reynor, it looks like we now have confirmation. What was the point of that high yield gas geyser base? It was to rush into Hydras and go for a big Ling Hydra all-in with drop lords as well. And what do we have to defend? A handful of carriers. Now, depending on the Hydra counts, Zoun might be able to hold on, but it's going to be close.
Now, I believe. And the mothership coming online here as well in the upcoming moments.
It's going to be clutch.
This is the timing that Reynor needs to hit. If it waits much longer, it's going to be very, very hard to break through here.
Yeah, once the carriers hit a kind of critical mass, it becomes very difficult for the Hydralists to be able to out DPS the Interceptors and actually win the fight. And ooh, nice pick off there. Those queens do get that.
Here they come.
And these units have to be so.
Hydras will go for the dive.
Because Reynor's making nothing but Hydras right now. He sees his moment.
Well.
Yeah, the speed
gets one. Oh my god.
One carrier. Will he be able to get a second here? This will be an absolutely huge pickoff for Reynor if he can get one more. They're slowly.
He gets 2.
Like
oh my god.
Huge win for Reynor.
I think that's just game, to be honest.
Just finished, so that could maybe be the saving grace here for Sound, but this is so far looking really, really rough. The timing here from Reynor is going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, Reynor not making any more drones. He's on 63 right now. Another carrier is going to go down. 3 in a row.
Jesus, 3 carriers. The whole point of this was to build up the critical mass of carrier.
Also sending it. He's going to follow this up with 20 Lins and 13 Dropper Lords right now. The pressure, he'll be able to send all those Dropper Lords into that pocket base.
Yeah, that's going to definitely be something that can either work out really great, or
Jesus.
Oh
my god.
As well, so we have to wait and see what actually happens. But
there's the instant replay, catching the carriers.
Right as he's setting up to go for his own timing.
But again, we have the massive Doom drop into the main, into the pocket. Show us the Doom drop. It's happening.
And yeah, now going for the full-up timing. Let's hope he has an overseer with this army, because that's going to be the one.
He says timing. Remember, Reynor's all in. Reynor, he cut workers early at 63.
I have not seen an overseer. I'm very worried about Cloak going down.
Dives on the army. There's Cloak.
See anything. It looks like
no detection. No detection.
Oh
my god.
Down, so now he can see the Protoss
okay, he has enough.
And these Hydras can get to work on these carriers, on these Zealots. Reynor looking super strong.
That was harder
right
than
now.
it needs to be.
Yeah, that was probably the best scenario Sound could hope for. But Reynor was just so far ahead in supply after that initial trade with the carriers. Just too many Hydras for Sound to actually deal with at this stage of the game.
Yeah, everything seems
GG.
good. Reynor's way here. GG is called. Reynor takes map number 2. And look at the smile on his face. Yeah. He's happy with that one. That's the dream scenario, right? Your opponent tries to attack into you with air units as you're doing like a Hydra timing.
Yeah, especially on a map like that where you're a little bit concerned about this is probably a good map for Protoss to drag the game out into the late game, and then you're going for this timing too, because you don't really
share map. What games did I miss? You missed the majority of the broadcasts. You missed both semifinals. You missed Classic versus Reynor and herO versus Zoun. This is the bronze match, 3rd place match.
It feels really, really good.
We're halfway through.
I really like Reynor's kind of game plan coming in here.
Reynор's up 2-0, winding it back here. Again, Reynor, he was going for a massive 3-base all-in, powered with the high-yield Gas Geyser, going for a Ling Queen Hydra all-in. Meanwhile, Zoun was going for his own Carrier Rush. And Carrier Rushes can work well, but as was being emphasized by the casters, you have to build them up and you have to hit that early timing with a critical mass of Carrier. To lose 3 carriers early on, that was game. That was game then and there. To lose all 3 carriers, that was brutal. And now we're getting into game number 3. Reynor with a comfortable lead in the series, and can Reynor close it out? Remember, it's the best of 7. Best of 7, he needs 2 more to claim the series.
It's harder for Protoss to pull off something like the natural block, to block the early hatchery. At the same time, you could potentially, if you want to go down the gambly route, you could
Mothership.
early pools here as Reynor Zoun would not be able to scout them as early as he normally would. We'll have to see.
Yeah, Mothership, a very interesting one. Let's get into it, guys. In the top left, in red, it is our Protoss player, Zoun.
And in the bottom right, we have the blue Zerg player, Reynor.
It always feels weird calling this the bottom right because it's like slightly off center. It is technically on the right, so you know we'll roll with it. Better than using the clock time, so I like that. Here we do see.
Oh yes, for those that are in Europe, good morning, buenos dias, dzień dobry, dzień dobry. Having my first cup of coffee. Calm down, but what do you mean first? What do you like first of 5? Calm down, baby, calm down.
This, you prefer to send your first overlord towards the natural that's the furthest away, because the second overlord would obviously get to the other natural a little bit quicker, right, compared to the other.
It's like you wake up, you're like, oh, you getting some food? Yeah, I'm getting my first breakfast. It's like, oh my god.
There's not that many early options. Like a cannon rush, you still just want to see it in your natural. You wouldn't really need to see the forge to know a cannon rush is happening, for example. So a little bit less to worry about. There could potentially be like some one-base builds that Protoss could bring out, but it's very gambly for them as well. Right?
Discussing the map itself, welcome to Mothership. Mothership is a very large map of the map pool, long rush distance by ground, a lot of bases, of course, as well, very open. Because of this, it is difficult as the Protoss player to turtle up. They were touching on the fact that the reason why Reynor went for an all-in on Celestial Enclave is because Celestial Enclave is a map where it is easy to turtle up, and it does favor a longer and later game for a Protoss. Here it is the opposite. Here, because the map is so open, this favors longer and later games from Zerg players as bases are more accessible, and Reynor can be even more aggressive on a map like Mothership. So it's going to be up to Zoun to bring something different to the table here. And we'll see. We'll see if he goes for an early Twilight Council. We'll see if he goes for early Glaives.
Deal with that. In this case, there's not going to be any vision from Reynor on the gateway here. So he won't know if it's a Chrono Boost or if it's a Stalker or a Adept that comes out.
So far, Stargate opener.
So he'll have to be playing a little bit more blindly here in the early game compared to what you normally would. But it's not something that should have any major impact on the game.
Yeah, you also get to see the core, right? If you see that warp gate instantly, you know it's not a Stargate because they have to spend the gas on that instead. Yep. So yeah, a little bit less information than normal, but Reynor will try and navigate his way through this. I like how he's trying to micro his heart out to catch this probe. Would be a nice little pickoff if he can get it. Yep. But the Adepts are coming over. Oh, hang on a minute. That probe will actually fall as it goes around the corner. Okay, it goes down. And here come the Adepts.
Yeah, and Reynor going for the third queen before the third hatch here is going to be quite safe versus this double adept pressure. The one thing that could feel a bit bad for him if Zoun wasn't going for this double adept pressure and he makes a bunch of lings, then you feel a little bit foolish sitting there with 8 lings and there's nothing coming your way. But in this case, it's going to work out pretty well for Reynor, I think.
Yes, indeed. And we do see an Oracle behind this, even a third adept for Zoun. Going to be going back into the Oracles as the Void Ray not seeming to pan out too well for him last game. And Reynor taking this triangle base here.
Yeah, usually when there is a triangle like this, it's sometimes more attractive to take it because it kind of indirectly covers your main and natural from oracles and stuff like that, right? This is up in front, they have to go all the way around to actually attack your other 2 bases. So that could be the reasoning behind it.
I'm just looking at the mini-map and there's like there's airspace behind the third and the main, right? Where you can kind of go from one to the other. So that is somewhat nice. I mean, at the end of the day, it's more preference, right? The players have bases that they like to take based on their style and stuff. Right now, we do see.
I'd have to echo what Sort of said. I mean, taking that base does make it more awkward for the Oracle to rotate back and forth between the bases, just because now you have another area where you have your Queen and your Spore in position. But more importantly, the third base is being taken, and again, we're keeping our eyes open for the Twilight Council timing and the Forge timing.
Is usually kind of expected, but anything more than that, you start to feel pretty happy as a Protoss player, I would say. But so far, just droning as Reynor, not making any extra links, trying to punish a third base here or anything.
As sort of said, it is expected to lose around 2 workers to the Oracle.
Yeah.
I feel like that's like Reynor's staple.
Twilight comes on
Making
a forge a
quite
little
few
bit
links to
early.
Try and pressure the third base of the Protoss. But this game, he's kind of done something a little bit different. He's just making as many drones as possible.
Yep.
And he's not taking damage to the Oracles, right? If you don't have links, then the Oracles are free to move across the map, try to pick off your workers. But Reynor's kind of got the best of both ends, I feel, here, because he's not taking any damage and he didn't make any extra links.
Yeah, exactly. Sound obviously knowing that Reynor does like to make these links. You can see how careful he was with the Oracles, keeping both of them at home and then even splitting them off in 2 different directions to check for links and stuff. He's playing it very, very carefully because he does not want to get his third cancelled here. Does come across the map here with the 2 Oracles for depth pressure. And Reynor should have more than enough units here to actually deal with this.
Oh, Sport's too late! Oh my god!
At this base, 6 drones going down. So Zoun finally found his,
Reynor being a little bit greedy.
Series. The Adepts, I imagine they will not commit to that shade, as there's a ton of links waiting. And this is what we were talking about, that airspace.
Only 1 queen in the main.
Allows you to fly straight into the main after you harass the third base. It's difficult to get the queens back in time. 9 drones going down total. This is a very good early game for Zoun, it feels like.
Yeah, definitely the best position he's been in so far in this series. Getting these 9 drones is a massive, massive pickoff. Reynor going for the +1 melee is pretty good for him because Zoun is going into that Blink Stalker. If he was doing something like, like the builds the classic pulled out with the charged Archon timings, this would be a bit more suboptimal. But he doesn't even have the Roach Warren to fall back on in case he needs to make Roaches. But in this case, we should just be looking at Zoun, trying to put some pressure on with the Blink and +1 here when those upgrades finishes up.
Yeah, I like that Reynor's taking the time to take out all these destructible rocks as well. That opens up more passageways on the map, gives him more, ways to send his Zerglings to the Protoss base, whether it's for a counterattack, whether it's to get a surround on the Protoss army if they push. It just gives the Zerg more options, which always feels great.
Yep. Started overload speed there for a second in camp.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Using many
saw overload speed
for Reynor, and that's actually
time. Wow.
Yeah, it's actually quite nice versus the Stalker pressures because like if you ever get up a position where you can't defend your base, you can always just move to a different base, right? And if you're playing these Ling heavy composition like Reynor is here, you kind of need all the extra hatcheries to actually have the larva to make the links in the first place. So not a bad choice at all here.
Yeah, Ling's very lava inefficient compared to more expensive units, so having those extra injects on the hatcheries will be nice. He's pressuring this base right now. I think Reynor might just let this go for the castle. Oh, never mind that. Reynor goes
oh, stasis goes off.
Stasis wards are huge. More than a half the Ling's getting tied up, but he will pick off a unit or 2, fall back, wait for that stasis to wear out. And he's making so many Lings right now of 72 drones. I kind of like Reynor's position here. He's even got double Evo.
Yeah, and Zoun not really committing at all to this pressure, just wanted to force some units out. He's already taking into the same thing he did on the first map, which is double Robo Colossus here, and going into charge as well. So Reynor should be pretty happy with this. He got away with a pretty high drone count, double Evo like you mentioned, and Zoun at the same time is just going up for his next timing. There shouldn't really be any big counter timing here for Reynor like we saw in the first game. He should just be looking to power up this creep, power up his drone count, and then deal with the army.
I feel like Zoun didn't really get to show...
From here, we're kind of building up. I feel like Zoun had the greater early game. He had a really nice position early on, but he didn't really press the advantage. He's backing off. He's taking up second Robo, double Colossus production. We saw Zoun attempt this on Evil Heart. We're seeing it again here on Mothership.
Thermal, the range upgrade for the Colossus on the way. Thermal Lance is getting charged and upgrades. I think this looks like it might be our first kind of macro-orientated late game of the series here.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're getting there.
Sort of like Colossus Stalker composition is something that can definitely hit very powerful mid-game timings here, but it's also, the Colossus is a unit that doesn't really scale super well into the later stages of the game when units like Lurkers, Vipers, Ultras come out. So definitely, most likely we'll be seeing some sort of timing coming out here from Zoun. It could just be a timing to deny a base and then go back home and you'll get stormed behind or something like that. But so far we don't see any Templar Archives. We see a couple of sentries getting warped in as well. So most likely he's just going to actually commit to this double Colossus production timing here.
Yeah, kind of the mortal enemy of the Hydroling Bane army is Storm. Kind of anything other than that, and you feel like you can fight it, especially on creep. So we'll have to see what the follow-up is for Zoun as he sees this big army, but he will not have time to do that. Reynor's making almost 40 Banelings at once, going to pull the trigger here. Try to hit a timing before there's too many Colossus.
Yeah, I think Zoun should be pretty okay here actually. Like, he has a lot of force fields. He has, I believe, now 4 Colossus out, and he has Thermal Lance and +2 about to finish. So unless he gets a really good fight here with a good surround as Reynor, this should be pretty hard to break.
Baneling speed wasn't finished there. Those Banelings waddled forward and very slowly, and it just finishes now. It feels like a bit of an awkward moment there with the upgrade timing for Reynor.
Yeah, and then seeing all the Colossus in the sentries, he just pulls back to creep. He's probably going to make a few more banelings here, as he has 11 more banelings coming in. And if Zoun oversteps on creep, Reynor will definitely be ready to pounce. But I think we're not going to be looking at Reynor trying to actually fight Zoun anywhere off creep at the moment.
Yeah, Reynor's on 89 drones right now, and I think 6 bases.
Late Hive. Late Infestation Bit, late Hive. Reynor, he wanted to end the game early on with Lair Tech. Zoun in a better position.
Shroud, whatever he wants to do with that. But I don't think Zoun wants to go there himself. He's looking like he's setting up for a big push here at the front.
Yeah, Zoun very committed to this timing.
Reynor getting ready for the surround. Ooh, nice force fields. Very nice. Jesus.
The flank coming in from the back though.
So much link bait stuck on those.
Oh my god.
The flank from the back. Huge damage with those banelings. A lot of Zerg getting deleted though, and Zoun takes game number 3 here with a sharp timing. Those Colossus plus the force fields, it became a meat grinder for the Zerg.
Yeah, the force fields are really key, right? When there's no Ravagers to break the force field.
Yeah, GG well played. Again, we saw that Reynor, as we were trying to emphasize, he had no intention to go into a longer and later game state, so he had no further tech. How do you deal with a heavy Colossus composition? Vipers, Lurkers, Ultras, right? Hive tech is what you need, but Reynor, he was maxed out on Lingbane Hydra. You saw the late Infestation Bit. We tried to point that out. Late Infestation Bit, late tech, late Hive. He was caught with Lair tech, and you saw this army dominate. You can see it here with the force field just completely locking down the Lingbane. Reynor, he went for it anyway, but Banelings do not trade well against Stalkers, not against this kind of army, and in the end, snowballed out of control. GG well played. We have a back and forth. We have a game here. We have a series. Let's go. That's all we wanted, Pappy. That's all we wanted. We wanted a back and forth series, and we'll see if Zoun can maintain that momentum. Very quickly, what is the next map? I can't quite recall the next map here. Quickly checking the brackets. Up next, Winter Madness. Ooh, okay, a stronger defensive map. If Zoun wanted to get into Skytoss, if he wanted to get into Tempest, then this is a viable map to do so on.
Until he gets Vipers, where he can abduct the Colossus into his army and take the AoE splash damage away from the Protoss.
Yeah. No, I think
usually we drink about 1.5 liters of coffee every morning.
Yeah. But then
Jesus.
We didn't quite realize what composition that Zoun was on, right?
Oh my god.
Initially, but did not realize that the
You're just fueled completely by coffee, Pappy.
If he knew about that,
calm down.
Try to hit the Hive a little bit faster and just be a little bit more defensive. Maybe try some bailing runbys or something. But either way, here we go into game number 4.
It is going to be on Winter Madness, guys. Map number 4. Reynor currently leading the series 2-1. In the top left, the red Protoss. It is Zoun.
And in the bottom right, we have the blue Zerg player, Reynor.
Yeah, in that last game, you'd love to get to Hive as Reynor, but you just didn't have the time, right?
Yeah.
RSL forever. You love to see it. We want to keep this going as long as we can. So cool to see the crowd out here supporting the players.
Oh, it's amazing to have a big tournament like this, at this event like this. So much energy, so much positiveness. Feels amazing to be here. But yeah, that last game, I think Reynor, like if there's something like a Storm follow-up instead of the Colossus there from Zoun, I think he's definitely in a bit of trouble there, as we have like 50 banelings about to collapse on him. At the very least, we're looking for a pretty good trade out for Reynor. But in this case, just the complete counter composition basically for that time of the game. And yeah, Zoun managed to just snowball it and carry it into the win. And we'll see what he chooses to go for here.
Yeah, that was interesting because he did it off 4 bases, right? We saw Jumi try an attack with Colossus, but that was off 3 bases yesterday.
Yeah.
Reynor was able to hold that one, but this one, the Protoss player actually gets all the way max first. It still hits before Hive. Really cool time in there. Right now we do see this probe trying to deny some of the mining. Very standard opening from both players. We've got the hatch gas pool and Gateway Nexus coming out for Zoun.
Yeah, very standard so far. And most likely we're just going to see the Stargate. It's very rare to see any deviations from that really these days. Sometimes, occasionally, we'll see like the Robo into 4-gate Glaives kind of opener. But for the most part, Stargate should be what we should expect here. And from Reynor, he's just opening super standard this game as well, similar to the previous games. And maybe on this map, I think he's going to probably try to play a bit more standard. Trying to play the Hydroling Bane compositions can be very good in certain situations. But it's really one of those things that can lead into trouble like we saw in last game.
Yeah, I like this map kind of going for a mid-game or even late game as the Zerg. Once the Protoss gets up to 4 bases or even 5 bases, it feels like you have a lot of ways to attack them and harass them. You can go into Lurkers with Nidus networks. You can use the drop overlords. There's lots of ways to harass your opponent here. The Stargate is coming out for Zoun.
Kind of. Like I would still push back and say that Winter Madness is one of the more defensive maps in the map pool. Not as defensive as Celestial Enclave, of course, but still very defensive and very prone to longer and later games. I do feel like Zoun is going to be more comfortable on this map, more so than Reynor. But again, this isn't as extreme as like Tokamak or Celestial or some of these, or Persephone, for example. But we'll see. So far, ooh, does force a cancel, or does delay.
Don't kill that in time and the adept gets across. You can suddenly lose your drone and then your build can be thrown way off.
Yeah, absolutely.
The adept tries to shade in the main, but with the Zerglings there, does have to cancel.
Yeah, and Zoun being very conservative with the second adept as well, so no double adept pressure here. Just gonna be looking to scout a little bit with the adept, force a couple of links, and be happy to go back home again here. And we're probably gonna see the same dance as last game, where Reynor is gonna try to move out across the map with these links, try to force the Oracle to stay at home, and in the meantime, just getting out as many drones as possible.
Yeah, we do see this Oracle finishing up. Last game, Zoun was actually able to get quite a lot of damage done at the third and the main of Reynor. I think he picked off a decent amount of drones, which always sets the Zerg economy back. You don't want to be losing those if possible. So he will take his third base here, and then once the second Oracle comes out, they will join up, fly across the map once he's safe. And again, Reynor not making too many. I think he has 4 lings already, so with these additionally, he may be able to pressure this base slightly, try to keep those Oracles at home.
Yeah, definitely. So we can definitely see the respect that Zoun is giving to Reynor, because this Oracle, if you have the 2 adepts still at home, it usually prefers to just go straight across the map.
Yeah.
But he left both the adepts at home and the first Oracle, definitely respecting Reynor's potential to make a bunch of links and try to cancel that third, right? Playing it very safe.
Yeah, we do see the Oracle already taking a decent amount of damage on it. Shields, that's nice for the Zerg player. You're able to shoot these Oracles away before they commit to diving your drone line. We have a shield battery come down at the third, just trying to be super safe, make sure he's airtight here. Roachron on the way for Reynor, so this looks like for the first time it could be one of these lurker builds we were talking about. It could also be a Roach Ravager timing or something crazy. We'll have to see what Reynor's...
Well, we see really safe play out of Reynor. So early Roachron here, this does mean that he will have Roaches if he needs them, if he's up against a more Zealot heavy or even Adept heavy composition. Oh, Oracles, they dive in.
It's a better defense than last game, definitely.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Zoun committed to this. It looks like there were lots of Lings and Queens waiting for this Protoss army. Reynor target firing down the Oracles as best he can with the Queens, leaving those Adepts to the Zerglings. And right now he hasn't lost anything. Oh, no target fire on that, so only 1 drone going down total. Very good defense by Reynor.
Yeah, the one thing I'm a little bit puzzled about here is the very late lair here from Reynor. Normally when you're going for this fast Roach Warren, the late Evo build, you usually time it with a fast lair, especially when you're going to something like +1 melee or range attacks here as Reynor. So I'm kind of thinking maybe that was a bit of a mistake. We'll have to see if we have something planned here in the meantime. And Zoun is just going into the same thing as been doing in all these games and just going into +1 and blink.
Do you see the gateway count? So we have 4 gates on the way. That's a heavy gateway count here. If Zoun doesn't take any gases, this is 6. Oh, never mind. He's 6 gases. Sorry, 6 gateways in total. Rushing into the fleet beacon, rushing into Sky Toss. So Zoun is building up and trying to rush into Sky Toss. Meanwhile, as sort of was alluding to, late lair out of Reynor, which means delayed Hydra production. As I believe the goal was to go into lair into Hydras, into maybe even fast lurkers.
6 gas here from the Protoss and you see some Blink Stalkers, you would expect it to be either, well, most likely Storm or it could be like in the last game where you showed the Colossus. So kind of a nice mind game here from Zoun, where he's going to show the same thing as he did in the previous game, but it's actually going to be something completely different. And with the second Stargate coming down, you would kind of expect that this is for most likely carriers. Could maybe be Tempest, but usually when you go Tempest, you would like to pair that with Storm, right?
Dude, I had a ladder game the other day where the guy went Fleet Beacon and 3 Stargates and then didn't make any capital ships, and I made a bunch of Corruptors like an idiot, and I just died. That was really annoying. I don't think we're going to see that this game. Reynor, much better than me. It is the Mothership coming out, and I imagine we'll be seeing some Tempest or carriers. Yeah. There we go. There's the first Tempest here. Blink is done now, and +1 is finishing up. Reynor already taking his 5th base right now, and his Infestation Pit Hive already on the way before 7 minutes.
Yeah, so this is definitely kind of a build where if Reynor was doing what he was doing last game, which is going for this massive Hydroling Bane timing, it would be close to impossible for Zoun to hold, right? With no Storm, no Colossus, no massive amounts of gateway units. But in this case, kind of reading out on the mind games here right, a little bit, doing the same thing, selling the information to Reynor, and he's gonna get the best case scenario for him, I think, is actually playing versus lurkers with this setup, because normally when you're playing against lurkers, you want to go into Tempest eventually anyways. Yeah. But he's just gonna skip a couple of steps.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Reynor, he was late to take up into Hive and late to take up into Hydras and Lurkers. Meanwhile, Zoun is fast to rush into Tempest, and Zoun is getting away with it, right? Because Reynor isn't all-inning. Like, Reynor, he's not all-inning. Reynor's playing macro. He's playing for a longer game, and Zoun is beating him to a longer game by getting into fast Tempest already. So Zoun's in a pretty decent position here. We'll see if he can embrace the fourth base, get saturated, and perfect his army.
He's getting a second Evo here, so I suspect he's gonna get both eventually here. But when you're making a lot of lurkers and you're going to Hive like this, you're gonna be pretty gas-starved in the long term. So you do want to end up making a lot of links down the line. So just getting the upgrades when you once you get Adrenal and couple of attack upgrades, these links become super powerful at dealing with Zealot run-bys or counterattacks or whatever, right?
Yeah, wow, a lot of upgrades on the way. He's also got armor and Adrenal, the range for the lurkers as well. Meanwhile, Storm is being researched for Zoun. He has a couple Tempests out with that Mothership. No carriers on the way right now. More gateways finishing up here. This game is starting to heat up a little bit.
Yeah, basically just getting to the standard late game composition, just a little bit out of order by going the Fleet Beacon before the Templar Archives. But should end up in a very standard late game here, actually. And this is going to be the first time we're going to see a proper late game between these two.
Dude, Reynor's on 101 drones.
Yeah, this is definitely...
Oh my god, I just noticed that. Yeah. I was like, oh, Zoun's got a lot of workers. He's on 80 probes. Yeah. And I looked at Reynor and there was 3 numbers there. I was like, what is going on right now? His economy is going to be amazing. I mean, you probably want to put some of those into some static defense as we go into this late game.
Yeah, that's kind of the big benefits for Reynor of Sound.
Tempest are revealed for the first time.
Normally in Lego Storm, you still kind of have to respect the Protoss Grand Army and be a little bit careful. But seeing the fast Fleet Beacon and the fast Skytoss units here, you can actually go a little bit higher on drones and then mine a bunch of minerals and gas with those drones and then turn them into static. So you have a much more stable setup going into the late game.
Yeah, definitely. We were talking to Reynor before this series, and he was saying that he thinks if you can get to the late game against Protoss, it's not too bad, it's playable, you have chances to win. So it looks like for once we are going to be seeing this kind of late game here. He's getting his Corruptors on the way. Could be a Broodlord transition here as the Greatest Spire finishes up. He's going for the beginnings of what looks to be a Spore Forest here with all these Spore Crawlers coming down.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is the time of the match where this is kind of the tricky part for the Zerg when you're trying to get into the late game, where you need to have a lot of upgrades, you need double Spire upgrades, you need Infestors, you need Vipers, Broodlords, a lot of expensive units to get. But as you can see, Sound pretty much already has his late game army up and ready. He's ready to go out on the map and start poking and looking for some fights. So now it's kind of on Reynor to try to keep Sound a little bit busy so that he can't put too much pressure on him, while Reynor is setting up his perfect late game army. And once we get there, then we'll see Reynor starting to look for some more...
Yeah, as we're kind of, as sort of is alluding to, like, Reynor needs time to perfect his army with upgrades. Like, his upgrades are still very lacking. Meanwhile, Zoun is about to finish up +3. Like, +3 attack is almost done, and his army scales better, of course. Like, it's a very hyper-efficient composition going Tempest, Archon, Blinkstalker, Storm. Where Zoun is favored at the moment, Reynor needs time.
You're certainly so much more efficient at fighting Zealots, right? So you can actually take these fights head-on and keep some map control. You don't just want to give up the entire map and just get stuck in your corner and let the Protoss expand for free and control the entire map. So very nice play out of Reynor. Gonna lose his hatchery most likely, but at this point in the game, you're not really super ready to actually saturate this space, because you kind of have to keep everything nice and tight as a Zerg player here, not to get pulled apart by a War Prism or a potential like Mothership trying to sneak around the map. So Reynor take it slow.
Yeah, I kind of like that he went for that base. If you take kind of the bases on the bottom left side of the map, that's very close to the Protoss 4th base, so they can warp units in there like Zealots, run them down to your base super quickly. So that does kind of make sense. We have a second Spire coming down for some more upgrades. This War Prism is hanging out in the airspace right now, and when the Zerg's not looking, he's going to try and warp in a ton of units in the natural or the main. This one Stasis gets a lot of Zerglings here.
Yeah, at this stage of the game as Reynor, you're pretty much just looking to avoid the army, because the way the Tempest function with their long range is that if you're close to the army, you're just going to constantly be bleeding out units. But you can actually fight it, but you just want to take one big fight against it. You don't want to have this constant trading back and forth. So Reynor is just going to try to avoid the army, keep him busy, and then once he's actually ready to fight, then we'll see him try to engage. Doing a good job here with the links, just keeping a little bit preoccupied. In the meantime, securing up this base again, like you mentioned, getting the second Spire online, getting more Corruptors. Probably going to see a couple of Infestors get added in here as well.
Yeah, that was kind of funny to see a drone go to take a base in the top right, and there's just 2 zealots waiting for him there.
Yeah, the problem is at the moment, Reynor, does he have any spellcasters? Without spellcasters, it's going to be difficult to actually engage here with Zoun. I know that we're still working on the upgrades, of course. I think he might have a couple of infestors. I don't think he has any vipers though. And the 10% push forward, the base goes down.
Protoss army is moving across the map right now.
Yeah, obviously, like we mentioned, Zoun just out here looking to get some value out of the Tempest, see if he can kill some stuff for free, and in the meantime, just securing more bases. And Reynor, he's still building up, right? And he has a really high drone count still. When you actually want to start to get a fighting army out, you probably need to go down even lower to like 70s, like high 60s in terms of warrior count. But you obviously want to keep a high drone count for as long as possible, just so you can soak up as many resources as possible.
Dude, there's so many upgrades on the production tag here. We've got 3-3 coming down for Reynor, as well as that +2 attack flyers on the air units. A Dark Shrine going to be added in. I feel like you should always do that as a Protoss. Like, it's not that expensive a building. In the late game, if you have a big fight and you can warp in DTs to a new base or something and shut that down, that could be a game-winning move. So I like that. This little hit squad of Stalkers and Observer. One Observer picks off some creep there, whilst this War Prison that we saw in the airspace finally gets put to use as he denies a hatchery there.
Yeah, Zoun probably just looking to trade out some of these Stalkers. At this stage of the game, he would probably just want to replace them with either more Tempest or potentially some Immortals or Archons or something like that. But you don't really just want to throw them away for free either, right? So he's kind of out here seeing if we can find some nice trades for his Stalkers. Nice fungal here from Reynor.
Can he get the infestor?
Such an efficient
not quite.
Stalkers gets the fungal into the lurker burrow. Doesn't lose it. 1 unit. You were talking about you want to trade them out for something, but Reynor does not let him get anything there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that was. That changeling? That seems like pretty overkill for a changeling or 2. But yeah, he will shut that down.
You have 3 more Stargates. Carriers are on the way.
Here, as we kind of get into this super
Zoun doubling now with Sky Toss.
Big fight or some run bys.
Yeah, so what you really need to start off the fight is a fungal on the Protoss army. Because otherwise what happens if you just try to straight up run on the army is he's just going to kite away and use Time Warp, Stutter Step, Storms, and you end up bleeding out so many units as you try to connect. You really need that fungal to start the fight.
So I'm a little bit concerned here for Reynor just because, I don't know if you noticed, the Observer hasn't really actually shown the main army of Reynor in quite some time. But there it is. It's very Broodlord heavy. It's very Lurker heavy. There's not actually that many Corruptors. We have 2 Vipers. I want to say we're building up to 6 Infestors. I don't know if I'm really convinced by Reynor's composition against a heavy Skytoss composition that Zoun is working with.
Obviously, they have Chrono, and if they go for these air units earlier in the game, like Zoun did, they often have the upgrade lead. But Reynor doing his best to keep up here.
Yeah, it's just the kind of thing where like when you're going into late game as historic, there's so many upgrades to get.
Okay, we're getting rid of the Hydras and Lurkers. I like this.
Lurker upgrades, and you're just gonna have to make sure that you want to keep somewhat of a bank, right? So you can actually make sure that if a fight happens, you have.
And you can see as Reynor bleeds out the Hydra Lurker, he's making more Corruptors.
But yeah, some small trade here happening with Lurkers. Reynor probably also similar to Zoun, looking to trade out some of these units. Definitely want to keep some of them alive so we can deal with Zealot Runbys and so on. But for the most part, he's looking to replace these with more Corruptors, more Infestors, these kind of things.
Yeah, some of those Lurkers will go down. I love that he's adding a Nidus network on here. This will give him the option to be aggressive on the Protoss side of the map. You can't really get your Broodlords over there easily, so this gives you a way to still harass the Protoss and hurt some of their economy. One random Zealot almost takes out a Spore, but the Lings will help it out there.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where like Nidus, you can either use them to just put some pressure on the Protoss, keep them off of your side of the map, or you can just use them defensively on your bases to allow your Lurkers to rotate from one base to another if there's like a big attack coming in as well. We'll see what he uses it for here, but in the meantime, Micro Shroud and Ultra Cavern coming out as well. This will be nice for him to have like a small ground army that can actually deal with counter pressuring sound spaces, but also deal with potential incoming run-bys as well. Because right now, I think Reynor is pretty happy with the look of his main army.
Reynor just had 9 spores in production. I'm curious.
I'm still not. There we go. Look at this. Only 12 Corruptors. Like I'm not convinced by 12 Corruptors, Pappy. I don't know. So I'm not convinced by Reynor's army yet. But here we go. We have a Nidus into the main.
Here's the first Nidus of the game.
Forces a recall.
Probably got a few Lurkers in there. If you can get them into a mineral line, it'll be annoying to deal with as the Protoss. But Zoun shuts that down super early, which opens the window for these units to push this base here.
Yeah, I think Reynor is just happy to force Zoun back home there. Just keeping him off the map, giving him more time to mine out his bases. Because when you have this like massive Broodlord army, it's so slow. You kind of have to just take bases one at a time. So anytime he gives Zoun away from him, he can just peacefully mine his bases and start slowly moving into one side of the map. We're gonna see here, Reynor is gonna have to make a decision. Does he want to go for the top right corner or the bottom left corner? And we will see which side he chooses to go for.
Yeah, you can't put all your spore crawlers on both sides, right? You need an insane amount. I mean, sometimes you can get 2 or 3 fronts going of spores, but yeah, like you said, the Broodlords are so slow, it becomes difficult to defend. Normally one player ends up taking one side of the map, the other will take the other, and we get a kind of split map scenario.
Yeah.
Here is this Protoss army, so many changes, waddling across the map there. And Zoun looking to move on to creep, potentially, no, not yet.
Yeah, I think Reynor is almost at the point where he's ready to start looking for fights more aggressively here. And this kind of thing, he doesn't really want to fight. Ooh,
gets one.
Great feedback there from Zoun. Gets one Tempest though.
Gets one. One Tempest goes down.
Vipers lose all their energy, not able to abduct anything. And the Tempest going to work on this static defense of Reynor, getting a lot of value over time with their super long range attacks.
Yeah, so this is kind of situation where as a Zerg, you do want to eventually pounce on this, but you want to make sure you actually have the army you need to take the fight when you do it. So he's getting 2 more Broodlords, 2 more Corruptors, and I think pretty soon we're going to start to see him looking for a fungal with an Infestor most likely. In the meantime, you can also just give this up. It's only one hatchery. It's not the end of the world to lose it. And at this stage of the game, the army matters way more than the actual bases, because the army is just so expensive for both players here.
Okay, we have 4 more Corruptors on the way.
I feel like these games always come down to one big fight, and it's always about who can take the better engagement, use their spells better. It's so difficult on both sides. You have so many abilities.
Yeah, as you can see, it's just all about patience. Like, Reynor has to be so patient. Yes, he's losing side defense, he's losing bases, but he's not losing the game yet. Like, he's not losing his army. He has to be patient, wait for reinforcements, ultras are on the way. And as we get ready for the massive fungal to pounce.
Clear out some of the ground army, maybe force Zoun to make some immortals to deal with him eventually. He does have a couple in the mix there.
Yeah, and you can also just use them to pressure the other side of the map. If Zoun's army is on the right side, you can use the ultras to pressure on the left side, force him to either leave units or force him to rotate around, just to buy some time here.
God. The scariest thing about what's going on as well, look at the banks. Like, usually the Zerg player needs a bigger bank because they have a worse army, but no, the banks are actually quite similar. But that's also because Zoun has been so cost efficient here, denying base after base. His own bases have been left untouched as well. Zoun, he's looking quite informed here. I mean, he's been looking quite comfortable the entire game.
Well, Reynor's 6 going up here, so this may come down to just a war of attrition, you know, who runs out of minerals first. Zoun taking another Nexus here, I believe that's his 7th at this kind of forward position. He may use that as a launching pad. These Tempests, again, so much value, killing spore after spore here.
Yeah.
Oh, gets High Templar.
A little bit, gets a couple of Templars here. Nice neural on the Tempest as well. So
Is this Tempest?
Just bleed out a couple of units, but not too bad at all.
Yeah, it all comes down to the efficiency here in the super late game. Who can preserve their units while picking off some of the others. I kind of like.
Now we're up to 15 Corruptors.
Base, that feels like maybe an easy one for him to get at some point. There is a DT there. Oh, so he did try and take it, but it was denied.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's difficult to deal with. You need no
nice fungals here.
Yeah, big fungal from Reynor looking to engage. The Broodlords get on top of some of these
nice neurals.
Zoun says no thank you and forced to recall out of there.
Yeah, makes the decision to recall right away, and that's the kind of thing where if you're going to recall as the Protoss, you have to do it right away. There's no point in waiting 10 seconds and you just lose more units, and then you lose even more units as you're recalling out. So great snap decision there by Zoun.
I like this little double shield battery at the front. Just like, if I want to push, I'll do it here, and my units will heal their shields up a little bit. Reynor now adding in more Vipers, Ultras, getting the ultimate late game here. This is like the dream Zerg army, right? You couldn't make anything better than this. Yeah,
absolutely. So looking for this multi-prong attack there, very nice. He does want to clean this up. Like we mentioned before, Reynor doesn't really want to take any big fights near Protoss static. He wants to fight out on the map. So it's very important that he's using this side army to clear out these forward bases from Zoun, right? So there's no static fallback point for the Zoun army.
Yeah, and this little side army becomes so extremely efficient with the Microbial Shroud. Just saw like 100 lava at that base, by the way. Reynor is going to have an instant remax. And if we look at the banks, as the players do start to mine out these bases, Zoun actually has quite a good bank. Normally we see the Zerg with a bigger bank, but he's already got 10k, 7k in the bank, 11k, 7k for Reynor as well. Both these guys can afford to make their army maybe twice more, I would say, maybe 1.5 times, I'm not sure exactly. But they will both have a huge remax behind this.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, I would like to see Reynor start pushing a little bit into the bottom corner, because he is going to the point where his first 3 bases are basically completely mined out at this point. And you do need to start moving over to the other side of the map, not to make sure that Zoun doesn't get fortified too much of the map. You do want to be able to force the rotations out of the Zoun army, so you can actually get the chance to clear out some of these outer bases.
Yeah, we do see him take that hat tree now. That is nice. Meanwhile, he's going to push this base with quite a lot of Ultralists, actually. This will tear through the static defense.
Yeah, this is actually a big commitment here to the run by, to the counterattack.
Except Immortals or air units are not going to be able to deal with these Ultras. Going to work right now, picking up a lot of static defense that's quite expensive, getting a couple workers.
Oh, massive feedback! Oh my god!
Feedback is huge.
Yeah, massive feedback. So he still gets a couple of fungals off, so he will pay some price for that. But this is the kind of thing that where Reynor's actually going for the fight, picking up someone with the Tempest. But I think we'll have to see him back off here in just a little bit.
Yeah, Reynor, he has to retreat, he has to pull away.
All those overseers which are up there together, and he won't be able to see the units if he doesn't have detection here. The Broodlord starts to
yeah, he's gonna lose everything.
picking up a lot of
this was not the fight to take for Reynor. Reynor, he overextended, he lost all of his infestors, he got one fungal, but that did not call for a dive.
Great feedbacks from Zoun, and not having the infestor in here in the fight is so crucial. And then, like you mentioned, all the overseers dying, the mothership is raining.
Yeah, that's game.
And we'll see, Reynor tries to remax here, he always has the map bank to do it, but is Zoun gonna actually get the time to get another army out like that? We'll have to wait and see.
Reynor in so much trouble right now, trying to remake his army. He's making 50 lings. That's not really what you want in the late game, it feels like. There are a ton of Stalkers here at the front, though. Gets a fungal.
Nice
these
fungal.
Three adrenal lings will go to town on these Stalkers. You can't really run away on creep. The Zerglings are just so fast.
I was like, nice fungal, but Zoun should be moving in. Zoun actually pulled back with his army.
Ultras on the way. It feels like a good engagement for Zoun. But here comes the remax of Reynor.
Yeah, definitely like a very expensive army there that Reynor just lost. So even though he doesn't die here, the units lost, as you can see now, is now very much in favor of Zoun. And that's the kind of thing with this game. It's not like a CVT where the Zerg has a lot more bases than the Terran. The economies are always going to be pretty even. So you actually need to keep trading kind of efficiently here in the late game as a Zerg player. So that fight puts Zoun in a really good position.
Yeah, the only bad thing for Zoun is that he did lose that one
Oh
base.
god, he gets another base.
Left side base, the kind of 9 o'clock one. But on the flip side, he just picked off one with DT, so that's also nice for him. And now both these guys trying to
that's an instant replay.
They're really expensive armies.
Yeah, this fight not being it for Reynor. Obviously fighting right next to the Protostatic here. There's a warp in point right there. It's really hard to win the fight if you're fighting this close to the Protoss bases. So amazing fight there from Zoun. And Reynor going into more of like ultralist based composition now. And it's definitely something that can work, but the Grand Army is quite big from Zoun.
Yeah, and if we just look at the banks once more as that fight concludes, 6.6k both minerals and gas for Zoun. Reynor a little bit more mineral heavy, doesn't have quite as much gas, which is what it all comes down to with these expensive armies, right? You often have the minerals, but the gas is what really kind of limits how many of your tier 3 units you can make. This one Immortal seems lost.
Yeah. A little bit of a problem right now for Reynor is that he was worried about Zoun pushing after that last big fight, so he actually ended up remaxing on 9 Ultras. But now that the game is slowing down again, you kind of want that same army back where it's more Broodlords, more Corruptors, more Infestors.
Yeah, it was like a panic remax out of Reynor. What sort of is bringing up is the fact that there's only 2 Infestors. There's no Stochasters. There's 2 Infestors, 2 Vipers, a low Brutal count, a low Corruptor count.
Yeah, it would be nice if he could trade them out for some bases while the Protoss army is somewhere else. It does move quite slowly. Of course, you do have double recall available with the Nexus and the Mothership, so you always have that option as the Protoss, who's continuing to build up his Archon count, getting a couple more observers here.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll probably see Reynor's just going to run away from this army, I would expect, and try to run over to the right side, but he's kind of trapping himself here a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. You don't want to lose these units for nothing. You'd like to trade them out, but they are
no!
expensive.
They got caught!
These Ultras are all going to get caught.
Oh my god.
Archons and Tempest. A couple of them go down. He comes back to this bottom left base.
And Zoun could just keep pushing bottom left.
Thing for Reynor, establishing this bottom left base, right? It keeps getting denied.
Yeah. He's not
the Infestors, no! Gets 2!
They're so important in the late game fights.
Reynor. You can see Reynor's running out of gas as well.
Looks like Reynor does find an angle to take out some static defense.
Yeah, so this is a great scenario for Reynor. Now it's just a question, does he actually have enough to take this fight? Just
no, he doesn't have enough.
The fight with him.
Jesus.
Yeah, I only see one Overseer in this army right now. Got to be very careful.
Tempest is just going to town. There's barely any Broodlords left. Down to 3 Broodlords.
The Bungles go down. There is so much splash damage on the screen, but it looks like Zoun will be coming out victorious.
Yeah, Zoun dominates the fight.
The consolation prize is for Reynor is he'll get 1 Nexus, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, he does up to remax on ultras here, and the plan is just to try to wipe the
Yeah,
ground rush.
10 ultras on the way. Meanwhile, Zoun gets one base. He's just going to go for another. He's going to deny any kind of mining that Reynor has at the same time. Zelza hit the natural. War Prism into the main base. Everything's flashing red, and Zoun is going to make a series out of this. A very long, very passive game number 4 here is what I will say, as Zoun was able to comfortably rush into Skytoss this game, and Reynor just could not keep up. Could not keep up, could not recover.
At least the gas has been depleted. All these Zerg units so expensive. You need that
Reynor,
gas
he's
to be
broke.
taken. He's got a ton of lings and
He's out of
ultras,
gas.
but can't shoot up.
Yeah, so he can still win the ground fight, or maybe he can try to force some weird base creative scenario, but he's gonna need a lot of time to actually, make infestors, make corruptors.
Down
He
to
has
8
Vipers
drones.
already, but he
8
needs time
drones.
to get more economy back out.
See in the chat, why no Nidus? Nidus worms are being denied. If you remember, Reynor, he was trying to Nidus into the main base. He was using Nidus worms.
One base right there,
Yeah.
but it's
I should
the
say he
bottom
was
left
trying to use
location
Nidus
he
worms,
needs
but
to
they were
get
being
again if
denied.
He wants to get some real mining. 1 DT here does confirm those hatcheries going up. Sound says, okay, you're trying to expand that spike Q to put the pressure back on.
So we saw them
Take
attempted.
out this hatchery, a
See
bunch
them.
of creep here, even a queen. And Reynor's down to 5 workers right now.
Yeah, taking the fight here, probably going to be the last fight of the game. This is the kind of fight where he might win the ground fight, but then there's a rematch.
There we go. They mass around with ultras. The ultras can win the ground fight.
All of the ground army, most of the air units. The problem is just there's just no money left in the bank for Reynor.
GG is called. Zoun takes map number 4 with a very excellent late game army composition, and we are all tied up here in the series 2-2.
Yeah, definitely just taking very slow there, right? Just going straight into the fleet beacon, just getting the army he wants to get from the start, and just very slowly taking one base at a time, being very active, or not super active with his army, but very positional with his army, getting some value.
Yeah, winding it back, for those that maybe missed out in the beginning of the game, what happened this game, Zoun, if you remember, he rushed into Skytoss. He was able to rush into a fast fleet beacon, into fast Tempest production very, very quickly before any kind of splash damage, before Storm. It was as it was getting his 3rd base, if you recall, or after his 3rd, he rushed into the fleet beacon. Meanwhile, what was Reynor doing? Reynor was going for a very lair tech composition. He was going into, if you remember, he actually had a late lair. He had a late lair, late Hydras, late Infestation bit, late Hive Tech. Everything was delayed for Reynor. So by the time Reynor got into Lurkers, Zoun already had Skytoss, which is why Reynor couldn't find any damage. He couldn't find any damage. We also spoke earlier about how Winter Madness is one of the more defensive maps in the map pool. It is easier to turtle up on 5+ bases on this map, so Zoun was able to comfortably get up to 5 bases, comfortably defend, deflect, and gain map control, and just slowly whittle away at Reynor. It was a bit of a slower, more methodical approach there by Zoun. I do think that there were opportunities earlier where he could have just A-moved, he could have just been more aggressive, but Zoun was playing it safe, slow and steady. GG, well played. With that, Zoun ties it up, and now we're going to game 5. For now, we're going to be coming to a break. When we come back, we'll have game 6. Remember, best of 7. We'll see you soon. I see in the chat, is this replay? No. Live cast. So we're going to be cutting to a 3-minute break. When we come back, we'll have the next game. We'll see you soon after the break.
Finally now completed. Now the full surround coming in on Zoun's army.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew. Boy, hope you enjoyed the lovely Brutal OST as we return. We returned here. We are mid-series in this best of 7. Again, this is a live event happening over in Seoul, in South Korea, near Gangnam, of course, and we're in the bronze match. The winner of this series will take that 3rd place. We still have much love to Control, much love. But we do have the grand finals after this, which will be a best of 7 between herO and Classic. For now, though, we're jumping to game number 5.
And in the bottom right, the blue Zerg player, Reynor.
Here we go, and based off of the last game, based off of game 4, once again we expect to see Reynor try to avoid the late game in PvZ, try to avoid that kind of situation, that kind of scenario. Welcome to Botanical. That's the problem though. Botanical is a massive map in the map pool. This map favors turtle heavy play. It is easier to defend on 5 bases here on Botanical, so I'm a little bit concerned for Reynor. Now, how did Reynor approach this map last time against Classic? Reynor, he went for a lurker rush. If you remember, Reynor, he was very greedy. He rushed into Hydras, into Lair Tech, into Hydras, into Gases, into Lurkers, and he went for a very strong Lurker timing, and he was able to kill Classic before the late game. That was the one game that Reynor won on Botanical. Now, of course, Zoun was watching. Zoun, he was aware of what was going on, so I'm sure Zoun is mentally prepared for that, but I do like the idea of Reynor trying to go for that early timing to kill Zoun before the late game. We'll see if he can pull it off.
Yeah, not early enough, but still going to be annoying here in the middle line. And for some drones of mining and just losing a few minerals for Reynor. But yeah, on this map, you could definitely expect some of the more standard play. But again, Reynor, looking at last game, he might want to take it a bit more aggressive, or maybe he looks at the game like, actually no, I was fine. I just needed to take the fights a little bit better, and I would have been completely fine. That's also another option for him.
Yeah, I kind of liked his choice of builds in the first couple games where he was aggressive and he took it to Zoun. It looks like he's going to be, like, we haven't seen him go for quick storm yet, right? He's often going into quick air units, which can be punishable with some timings. So Reynor may be thinking about that as we do go into game number 5. And this feels like such an important game, right?
Yeah.
Because if you go up this game now, you kind of have a free game that you can throw away with an all-in or something. Or you just need the one more to close out the series. So this game is very pivotal for both these players.
Yeah, I think like the build that Reynor did on Mothership, where he just goes with massive hydrogen main timing, would be great versus all the other Sound builds. But he might be a bit hesitant to bring it out again, because what if Sound does go back to the Colossus Stalker play, right? It's the thing where it can still work, but your timing window is way shorter versus something like Colossus Opener compared to a double Stargate follow-up.
Yeah, indeed. We're kind of getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, as right now the Stargate is on the way. Third base goes down for the Zerg. He's getting his Zerglin speed. He did take drones out of gas, so he's not going to be too aggressive here in the very early game.
Yeah, what they're getting at: standard opener, Stargate opener out of Zoun, third base out of Reynor. Everything's looking normal so far. We're keeping our eyes open for the Twilight Comes timing from Zoun. Likewise, keeping our eyes open on the tech of choice from Reynor.
Good microphone, Reynor.
That gets in.
Oh, this is the second one.
One drone goes down, more drones pulled here. He loses a second one. This is just one adept. It shouldn't be getting this much damage. Okay, finally it goes down.
2 drones.
The 2 drones go down. A Spore Crawler trick was forced. And you lost a little bit of mining time there. That is a big success for Zoun.
Yeah, better start for Zoun.
I would say, like getting 2 drones there, and also, like you mentioned, forcing the idle time on the
for one adept.
That's a massive damage that you don't really expect to get from a single adept like this.
And look at the income advantage already up in the 300-400.
Imagine him having anything but Protoss in top 3. True.
Oracle, so
Smooch.
To go for some more drone kills, sending it instantly across the map. So normally we've actually seen him keep them at home a lot, respecting Reynor's ability to pressure that third base with Zerglings. But this game he's feeling a little bit more confident after that early start. Going to fly this first across Oracle straight in. There will be Queens here though to greet it.
Yeah, and Spore's already up. Might lose a drone or 2 here, but that's kind of okay. And the fact that he did choose to send his Oracle straight across the map does mean that his third is slightly delayed. It is a few seconds late. Reynor not being able to find the probe on the way out though, so he will get it down at a decent timing at least.
Yeah, I like that Reynor has a creep tumor in the main here as well. It's like quite a big main base, it feels like. Having being able to run your queens around it quickly to zone out the oracles feels very nice.
Absolutely.
I feel like sometimes the Zergs skip the tumor in the main, like...
Yeah, there's so many directions you want to creep, right? You kind of have to pick and choose in some situations, but yeah, definitely in a situation like this, having that creep tumor there, and you can eventually send it down to the low ground from the main base, right? So definitely not a bad choice at all. See the fast Evo chamber coming in from Reynor into the standard Twilight Forge from Zoun.
Yeah, so he's going for that quick Evo chamber that lets you get +1 melee. This normally leads into, you know, a Hydra build where you go with a Zerglings.
Yeah, so really safe play out of Reynor going for the Roach Warren. The Roach Warren is typically not necessary here, but getting it means that he's safe against an early charge timing, for example. Zoun, his own tech is standard. Standard timing for Zoun, Reynor playing safe.
Everything looking quite standard right now.
Yeah, everything looking super standard. Reynor, most likely, like you mentioned, he's going to make some links, and we'll see what the tech choice is here from Zoun. It's going to be the blink, and that's kind of what you're hoping for when you're going for the +1 melee like this. So it'd be a good position for you to just hold on to any stalker pressure. The links are very efficient at fighting the stalkers, and they can also threaten counterattacks that the stalkers have to go home and deal with. So great start here for Reynor, I would say, other than the messy early adept defense.
Yeah, he actually put a stasis ward on Reynor's 4th base, which caught the drone trying to make it there. So that's actually going to delay this 4th base for Reynor by quite a lot, as that drone will have to be free from its paralysis, able to make that base. A couple more drones go down for Reynor, but he is getting his lair on the way. +1 will be finishing soon. Oh, it would be very nice if he's able to catch these Zealots. Gets the Adept, catches 2 of them there with the surround. This one will just shade out, and the Stalkers will be coming to its aid.
Nice pick up.
Oh, it goes down anyway.
Yeah, that was a slow Stalker warping, so it was a little bit sketchy there for a little bit, because that pylon is not in range of the gateway there. But yeah, seeing this extra Stalkers warping in is already great for Reynor, because he knows there's no Adept follow-up.
He's going for the all-in. Let's go. Reynor, he's going for Overlord speed, building up Queens, Lings, Roaches, and he will commit.
Whereas if Zoun opts to pressure one of the bases, he can go to the other one. But Zoun, like we saw on Mothership, is going into that.
Now, I like the idea of going for an all-in here because, I mean, Reynor ideally wants to try to end it early. We'll see if it works on Botanical, though. Again, this map is more defensive, and we'll see if Zoun can scout. Does he confirm?
These Oracles flying around the bases of Reynor, trying to scout exactly what he's doing. Is there an infestation pit? Are you looking to go Hive? Reynor's actually making a lot of units right now.
Yeah, he's all in. The cast is just now realizing.
He's going to be getting very aggressive here, as we do see some Overlords upgrading into drop Overlords as well.
Yeah, bringing in the Queens here, look at the timing, and he's going to be able to hit before any Colossus is out. So this is looking very promising for Reynor.
True.
There is not going to be any banings here, I believe.
So Zoun, he scouted the all-in. He's got 5 shield batteries on the way, 3 cannons on the way, and a Colossus. Zoun, can he buy enough time for the Colossus? If so, then he can survive and take the game. It's all or nothing. It all comes down to this all-in.
Damage Reynor can get done. He's moving towards the natural. It looks like he's going to be trying to fight in this space between the natural and the third. The force fields go down, but they kind of keep the Protoss army out more than the Zerg army. Yep. Reynor moves to the natural. Good bios on that static defense. The Queens are here. Transfuses go down. He's going to be spreading creep, trying to bust through this natural door.
Yeah, this Colossus coming out is going to be very crucial for it to hold up all of these links.
Yeah, the Colossus will arrive on the Lings.
And the position between the bases is very awkward here for Zoun. So far, he's doing a great hold position. The Oracles killing a lot of links, and the first Colossus is here.
Yeah, the Oracles go down.
Starting to fall at the natural for Zoun.
Lings are falling.
Back to the third base. We have
nice drop into the main.
Drop here in the main as well. Reynor fighting on 2 fronts right now, and he's actually going back into drones and infestation pit. I'm not sure if he feels like he's done enough damage, or just that he can't kill Zoun here.
Yeah, the all-in has failed.
Yeah, the Colossus coming out kind of means that since there's no banelings or anything like that, it doesn't really have any way to actually bust through with only links. So making the choice to go back, not ideal for Reynor, I would say, but I would also say he's kind of in a playable position. It's not like the previous game versus Colossus where he didn't have access to Ravagers, something to deal with force fields. So the counter attack here will be a little bit less scary. Obviously, his economy is a lot worse than it was then, so he'll have a hard time to match the army count of Zoun.
Yeah, as sort of said, it's playable, but I mean, I would still say that Zoun is ahead. Zoun is ahead. Zoun, he survived the aggression, he survived the all-in. He's got, what, 2 Colossus at this point, building up more of a Stalker-based army, and Reynor has some catching up to do. He has a lot of taking to do. As it's going to be a window in time where we have, what, 3-4 Colossus before there are Lurkers.
Reynor is going into Raveling Bane, so if Zoun opts to pull the trigger here, he will have a timing. But if Reynor has enough time to get up a decent number of banelings and baneling speed finishes, he can definitely win a fight here.
Yeah, he doesn't have Roach speed or baneling speed right now, so Zoun definitely has a big window to be counter-aggressive. 1 Stalker falls there, the rest will blink away. I love that Reynor's sending these Lings out to counter-attack, try and buys himself some time here. As he is on 75 workers now on 5 bases, he has a good mid-game economy. He just needs to not die in the near future.
Yeah, so that baneling speed is crucial here. So that's probably something he's looking to buy time for, right? It's these Ling run bys, he's trying to force Zoun back home, give me some more time to get this upgrade out. And if it does finish this, obviously the army supply is not looking amazing for Reynor, but it does have a fighting chance here.
Extended Thermal Lance is finishing here. That may be Zoun's cue to send it. We see a little Zergling drop in the main. Zoun will have to deal with that. More Zerglings at the natural as well. One base for Reynor already going down. He's going to look to try and engage as Zoun comes down this ramp, it looks like.
Yeah, very hard place to fight in though. They're so choked up with the ramp. And also coming in from the other side, it's also very choked up with the ramp. So it's really hard for Reynor to find a good open area to fight in here. But he might not have much of a choice.
Yeah, a lot of force fields available for Zoun, but it looks like he wasn't quite looking for a moment there. A few units going down. The Ravagers will bile down those force fields. And it's scary. I mean, it's scary for both sides. If Zoun comes down this ramp, he can be flanked from both sides here.
Yep.
But Reynor also can't really go up the ramp and attack into the Protoss army.
Yeah, Zoun's timing is right here and right now. When this Vipers comes out with energy, it's completely done this push. And there's no Templar Archives behind it. There's no more upgrades coming in, so he's really going for the fight now.
Yeah, the Vipers trying to get energy for Abducts, but Zoun pulls the trigger. Banelin's moving in from the back. They get some good connections on this Sentry Ball. Stalker's starting to fall. Reynor trying to hold on as best he can. These Colossus on the high ground dealing so much
4
damage
Colossus,
to
extra
everything.
warp in.
The
Zoun, he's
Ravager
breaking
will
through.
survive zone.
Here come the
comes
Abductions.
Abducts.
Ooh.
No, the Stalkers zone them out there.
Never mind.
Yeah, Reynor just needs to buy more time here. Just get more units out. Try to get this Colossus.
The Vipers!
So
Oh my
cool.
god.
Cannot lose those Vipers.
Jesus.
Cannot lose them.
Gets one.
Colossus.
Oh, the pickup!
Saved by the War Prism. Sick anticipation.
Oh my
there.
god, he baits out another
By
abduction.
Zoun, he's going to be able to save these Colossus, and this is getting so scary.
Did you see that? He baited the abduction. 2 abductions, no damage. He does get 1 Colossus finally. Not even. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't even go down.
Yeah, the Colossus are just going crazy. The drone's getting pulled and just melt into these armies.
Beautiful blink forward there. Every time he adopts the Colossus, the Stalkers blink over with it, do their best to protect it. The Vipers go down, and with that, Reynor's chance in this game, Zoun goes up 3-2.
Yeah, definitely a very nice hold there on the Ravager Ling attack. And then the counterattack, Reynor had the correct composition this time compared to the Mothership game. But obviously when you have that failed all in, your drone count is not what it needs to be. You don't have the same bank. Because ideally there after the fight, you're able to like almost immediately remax as the Zerg, right? So you can just be ready to take the next fight as soon as your unit pops. But there wasn't really much of a bank at all there for Reynor. So after that first fight didn't go his way, it's really hard to actually get your army together to fight.
This is why I was pushing back against what sort of said after the failed all in, where sort of is like, oh, this is playable. It's like, I guess, but like Reynor was far behind. He was far behind after the failed all in. That's why Zoun's push hit as hard as it did. Reynor had opportunities, of course, with the Vipers, with the abductions, but Zoun, his counter micro, of course, saving the Colossus. We saw it here. He saved the first Colossus the first time, then here he, bam, saves it again, just as the abduction goes off. Very crisp control there by Zoun. Crazy.
And the third abduct, he blinks all the Stalkers forward with his Colossus, so it's difficult to target it down for Reynor.
Yeah, because when you adopt a unit like this, you want to target fire down, obviously, but then if the Stalkers are there as well, you're not attacking the Stalkers if you're target firing the Colossus, so the Stalkers all just get full attack value, right? In a situation like that. Obviously, at this point, the numbers were heavily in Zoun's favor, but very nice execution either way.
Yeah, I mean, if this game goes a little bit longer and we see 3-4 Vipers come out, it gets a lot more difficult there for Zoun. So he hit his timing very sharp. We are going to be moving on to Persephone here for... What game are we on now?
Game number 6.
Game number 6.
Yeah, game 6.
Yeah, Zoun now on
Persephone, which does favor Protoss here. Persephone and was it Tokamak for the final game? Like, those are brutal maps. Those let's go.
And in the top left, the blue Zerg player, Reynor.
It is Reynor's last chance to stay in this tournament, guys. Lend him your energy if you're a fan. We need to see him take this map if we want to get a game number 7 and this series go the distance. Now's the time to bring out your best build. You know, whatever you think has the best chance to work. We are on Persephone, which is a very kind of standard map, apart from the somewhat short air distance between the main bases.
Yeah, I would say traditionally Zergs kind of like to play on this map versus Protoss for the most part. We have seen Classic pull out the War Prism Chargelet Archon build. That's the War Prism get across the map very, very quickly, right, due to the main base locations. But it could also be Zoun. I'm not sure if that's something he'll be likely to put out. Maybe he'll pull out something weird, but I would more likely expect him to go into the same we've seen so far.
Man, StarCraft fans eating well today. What an amazing series we have on our hands. These guys
Yeah, just I guess echoing what they're getting at. Persephone, there's a reason why we did mention that this is more of a Protoss map. Persephone, it is easy to cut the map in half and to establish yourself on 4 and 5 bases. And we have seen that Zoun has preferred that kind of style, getting into that sky toss and embracing that death bull of an army. It is going to be difficult for Reynor to try to stop that and slow it down. So Reynor has to make a choice here. Does he go for an all-in, like we saw last game? You know, attempted all-in on a Botanical makes sense. Botanical also favors turtle-heavy play. I think I would say that about all 3 remaining maps, is that it favors turtle-heavy play. So that's why last game Reynor went for the all-in. So here, he could go for another all-in. We could see Reynor try to be greedy and beat Zoun to the late game and get there first. We saw that previously in the series. We could try to see that again from Reynor. So either go for the all-in, be hyper greedy, or maybe do something else that's quirky, like going into mutas, unscouted, and going into Spire attack. There's some other avenues of attack, but there's a lot of pressure on Reynor here.
I feel like he excels at. What would you think Reynor's, if you had to pick, I know you can't know, but if you were to guess, what do you think Reynor's thinking here as we go into this game?
I'm probably thinking that you don't really want to go to another late game here. Maybe in Game 7 if you get there, but for this game, I don't think you want to have a long, dried-out game 6, and then you have to go into Game 7 as well afterwards. You just want to try to do some sort of mid-game or like semi-early late game focus here. So I would probably go for something like Lurkers and then try to play it very aggressively. Try to end it on like a single Evo chamber. Yep. That kind of style would be most likely coming out here. But also depends really on what Zoun does, right? Zoun can definitely throw something that will make the game weird.
Yeah, for sure. We do see this.
So sort of he was saying something similar where we discussed the early lurker push, right? The fast lurker tech into that fast lurker timing. Hey, it's how he was able to take that one game over Classic. So he could do it here.
Very far forward. The second Adept joins up now, and this is the moment where he might decide to commit to a shade. Depending on how many Zerglings he sees, they are waiting for these Adepts on the ramp.
Yeah, he just cancels nice and safe. Just happy with seeing the units, and got the Oracle coming in behind as well. I believe we see a third Adept moving out as well on the map.
Turtle heavy play, but neither Zerg nor Protoss can build the turtle units. Oh no, that's actually not true.
Yeah, turning around here, he does have Oracles on the way. We'll be able to join those up with the Adepts, trying to get some economic harassment done. Spore Crawler's going down here for Reynor as well, so he is prepared for this. He's got his queens together. No creep tomb in the main this game, but the Oracles will see those queens and turn back around. Oh, sorry, Reynor. There it is. Goes down on the ramp.
Yeah, the nice thing about keeping these 2 Adepts out of the map for that long is that he knew exactly where the Zerglings were the entire time, right? He was able to see them every time with the shade, and for that reason he knows that the Oracle is safe to fly straight across the map. Doesn't have to stay at home to defend the third base going up, as we can see as it is right now.
Yeah, we do see this rather standard kind of quick nexus here for Zoun going down at the third base. He's taken 2 more gases. A shield battery just to stay safe here. These Oracles haven't got anything done yet so far. No, not really any drones falling. So I think Reynor will be very pleased with how this early game has gone so far.
Yeah, it looks very good so far, especially compared to the previous game with already the first Adept kind of got out of control, and then we had some follow-up kills by the Oracle. So Reynor should definitely be happy here. We do see a fast lair, fast Roach Warren, no +1 Evo this time.
Where's the Forge?
Yeah, no upgrade on the way. Ooh, that Oracle just getting away. Okay, does get 2
So interesting. As they're bringing up here, no +1 melee, no fast Evo chamber, but we have a fast Twilight Council out of Zoun going for a delayed Forge. This will be Blink, but this is early Blink timing out of Zoun.
Twilight, 2 more gateways. This looks like the builds we've seen previously out of Zoun. Looks like this is how he feels the best way to close out this series is.
Yeah, slightly faster Twilight Council, but still goes into the Blink. Just Forge a little bit
fast Blink.
So it's very similar to before. We see
this should be to break the 4th.
Might look to put on some pressure, or maybe he'll add on a couple more gases as well. We'll see. Another gateway coming in actually leads me to believe that it will likely be something like a 6-gate pressure here coming out of Zoun.
Yeah, indeed. He's going to be able to move.
Once again, to emphasize, the goal here for this aggression that Zoun is getting into with fast Blink is to deny the 4th, is to break the 4th base of Reynor.
We'll see him move across the map, and it's all going to be out Reynor's defense.
He finds it.
He's already up to 68 workers. Sometimes it feels like you want to be around the 60 to 66 mark to deal with this. If you make too many, you don't have quite as many units.
Yeah. I would say Zoun has been really good about his reads this game in terms of what he goes for in the mid-game with these Blink Stalker openings. Like in the first game was the only game he really got into trouble by going out on the map and getting caught by the Hydra Link. Yeah. But that was after like a weird Queen Walk kind of happened. In most of these games he's had a good read. In the previous game when there was melee happening, he didn't do any pressure, he just kind of stayed home. And in this game when there was like Roach opening, or into Hydras in this case, but there's no +1 melee. Seems like he's committing a little bit more, and as I say that, he's getting 2 more gases, so maybe he won't go across the map.
Yeah, I thought this was looking like he might be.
So we the casters assumed as well. We assumed that Zoun was going to go for an earlier push. Because he isn't, that means that Reynor is getting away with fast lurkers. Man, we spoke about this. We spoke about what we wanted to see out of Reynor, both ourselves and sort of, and one of them was to rush into lurkers and to try to beat him with a lurker timing. That's what's happening here. Would you have the infestation bit into Hive into lurker tech?
As well as a second Stargate here.
Yeah, it could also be this thing with the extra gateways. You just have the gateways in case Reynor does something like he did in previous game with the Ling Ravager attack. You have a bunch of gateways you can warp in Stargates if you need to. And immediately.
So right now I do prefer Reynor's position, because Reynor should hit first with lurkers before there's too much sky toss.
Lurkers, most likely.
Yes, Reynor's actually made a lot of units, and Zoun's Stalkers are out on the map. They do have that stasis ward to fall back to if the Zerg army tries to catch them. Ooh, some
nice
around down in the middle of the map. That's very nice for Reynor. So active with his Zerglings.
Yeah, one big thing here is like he built the Stargate and the Fleet Beacon right after the Overseer went through, so Reynor won't really know right away. Ooh, massive stasis here. Won't really affect too much as there's not much else happening. He might be able to catch the Stalkers. Oh, nice recall. So yeah, this timing is actually kind of scary for Zoun, because if Reynor was just going into lurkers and going into 90 drones, the Tempest would be great. But now Reynor is actually just making more Hydras and coming across the map here. And the Tempests are not going to be super useful in a scenario like this.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage, but they shoot very slowly. So if you waste those shots on Zerglings, overkilling them, the DPS feels somewhat wasted. He is going to lurk at them behind this. Just now adding the drones on. So I feel like he wanted to be a little bit more safe in the mid game. Not sure exactly what Zoun was up to. We see him scouting here with the Overseer and these Changelings. Oh, the Changelings will actually taken out by the probes.
Yeah, I would say Zoun has been really good about just making it hard for Reynor to know what's going on. Doing different build paths every game, and every kind of path he's taking requires a very strong reaction from the Zerg player. And Reynor has not been able to quite figure out exactly what's going on to hit the correct timings at the correct moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do see
like again, we were emphasizing like maybe Reynor being able to hit this early timing before Zoun gets into Sky Toss, but the Tempests have arrived, and the timing, it's not really here. I mean, it feels like the timing is closing. The longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Zoun. Lurker range is on the way. Reynor does have a larger army. Reynor's maxed out, but he has to do something with this army. He has to deny the base. He has to break an expansion. We'll see what he does with this.
Hydra Ling until the Sky Toss army gets to a certain critical mass, right? You can kind of distract them, hit multiple locations.
Yeah, absolutely. And definitely in a case like this, it's a little bit scary for Zoun because there still is no storm. It's just the Stalkers and the Tempests.
True.
And Reynor's standing army is actually quite
like
hard.
Reynor can kill. He has to. He needs to.
How strong his army actually is.
Here he comes.
Looks like he's actually gearing up for this fight, and I think it's going to be quite hard for Zoun to hold on.
Yeah, Reynor attacking in 2 locations at once. The fourth instantly cancelled by Zoun. He realizes he can't hold this as this massive Ling Hydra army storms in here to the third base.
Yeah, Lurker's moving in. Without Colossus, without Storm, how do you hold on?
The Tempest
He's going
as
for
much
it.
as they can, but there's so many Hydras here. They fall back to the shield batteries at the third base. Zoun trying to hold on as much as he can. Reynor's maxed out, reinforcing this instantly with his bank. And the Stalkers are starting to fall. These Tempests, if they go down, it could be the end here for Zoun. Stalkers falling one by one. Is Zoun able to hold on here? So many probes starting to fall.
Yeah, already a really great trade for Reynor because his 17 Hydras was in production. So even if Zoun somehow managed to actually stabilize here, there's going to be another wave coming, and we still don't have any storm anywhere near completing. The only thing he has going for himself here is a mothership.
Yeah, there's no storm. No storm on the way.
There's multiple more Hydras coming on. He's going to hold his third base for now, but the second wave is going to be
just now begins. 10-minute storm. Jesus.
By Reynor. 14 probes going down. Zoun now down to just 60. This second wave, as Reynor maxes out, will hit even harder than the first wave. The one thing he has going for him, Zoun, is that he has a lot of Tempest now with the mothership. They can go forwards, start to pick off what they can. They get a lurker for free almost. The Overseers scout these cloaked units, but if those Overseers go down, that could be trouble. Reynor pouring in now. So much Zerg in the third base. These Lings going to run wild on the mineral line. Zoun's economy taking a massive hit here.
Yeah, he's holding on as best as he can, but there's obviously just so much Reynor here, right? And losing this third base is basically a killing blow, where sure, he might be able to survive and keep his army alive, because there's only a few more Hydras left. But what are you really going to do with a 5-base Zerg on as a 2-base Protoss?
Yeah, this was an absolute success here by Reynor, able to kill the 4th base, then the 3rd base, a bunch of probes, and now he says, okay, the only thing you have going for you is these scary air units, so let me go into a Spire, but never mind that, he doesn't even need the Spire, he says. Gonna run in here with the Hydra Ling, try to pick off this mothership. Such an expensive unit goes down at GG. Reynor ties us up 3-3 in the series.
We're going to the ace
Going
match.
into game number 7. And it's gonna be
But GG, well played. And again, Reynor, we were expecting to see that lurker timing, and he went for it. He went for the early lurker timing. And now I was concerned that he was too late, that the Sky Toss was building up and that he wouldn't be able to strike before we hit critical mass. But as was pointed out, there was no splash damage. Storm was heavily delayed, so without Storm, there was no defense. With that, GG, well played. Reynor, he does a breakthrough, he does overwhelm, he does pull it off, and now we're going all the way to the ace match. The best outcome here, we're going all the way to game 7. I believe game 7 is going to be on Tokamak, question mark? We'll have to double check. Yes, Tokamak is going to be game 7. So I did mention this, that the final 3 games are going to be favoring Zoun, Botanical into Persephone into Tokamak. All 3 of these games are easier to turtle up and get into Sky Toss on, so we should be expecting that. We saw a success from Zoun on Botanical, we saw Zoun barely fail to get there on Persephone, and now coming into Tokamak, we do expect to see Reynor go for another timing attack or another all-in. Whether he's going to be rushing into lurkers like we just saw, I don't like the idea of doing the same build 2 games in a row, but that is an option. Otherwise, we could see like an early all-in, an early, I should say. Oh, the Classic is coaching him. Classic, he's there. He's there for his boy. But yeah, coming into Tokamak here, I believe that Zoun's goal should be to just settle into a more slower game to get into Sky Toss. It is going to be instead on Reynor to try to end things early. Oh boy.
If it does something like this in this game, he can try to hit the same timing. So I think Reynor would probably most likely go to somewhat similar to his own game number 6.
Yeah, we see a beautiful shot.
It sort of is assuming that we might see another lurker timing at a Reynor. I mean, it makes sense. I just personally, I feel like there's a higher chance that we're going to be seeing earlier Storm this time out of Zoun to be safe against that kind of build.
He loved his Colossus. I would not be surprised to see him go for one of those 2 builds. The last map of the series is going to be Tokamak, a very standard map here. For the last time in the offline finals, guys, give it up for our red Protoss, Zoun.
And in the bottom left, we have the blue Cirque player from Basilisk. It is Reynor.
It's Reynor.
Dude, I had this thing during the normal RSL seasons where I couldn't say Tokamak. I just kept saying it wrong. I like this mental block, and once again it comes out here in game number 7. What a series!
I mean, he's still saying it wrong.
We've seen
there's only one O in Tokamak.
We've seen mid-game time-ins.
There isn't a second O.
It's
fine.
These guys. I don't feel like Reynor wants to go back to that, considering how it went.
At least not from like a position like that where they both just kind of power up and then goes for the late game. Like both of them just like going straight there, right? I think if he's going to go into the late game, he would prefer to do it from a position where he has some sort of advantage in the mid game leading into it. So you have this like bigger bank, or you have a traded efficiently going into the late game, so you have some sort of buffer.
Yeah, it seems like Reynor's done really well with these Hydralisk time-ins against Zoun, because he often goes for the quick air units, or even able to hit them before the Colossus come out, which obviously are really good against Hydras and Lings with that light tag. Right now, though, we're just starting to build up here. We got a Nexus on the way. Hatch gas pull for Reynor. Wasn't blocked at the natural, so can take his base there. And yeah, it's all about the tech that we see come out in the near future.
Yeah, it's really cool play from Sound, where like he has this like opener where he does pretty much the same opener every game, but then he kind of reactively decides where he's going to do it. It feels like if he sees an early Evo chamber, he's more likely to go into something like Colossus. If he doesn't see the early Evo chamber, he's been leaning more into these fast Tempest builds when he sees the Infestation Pit and the Hydra Den. So we'll see what it ends up doing this game. Reynor might try to do something tricky, like throwing an Aspire in there. Could definitely mix things up like that.
True.
But at this game number 7, I would suspect most likely we're just going to see him go for something similar to last game.
Yeah, and it's interesting.
Yeah, we're kind of like repeating here, but like I guess on that, I do think that the best chance that Reynor has is either going to Aspire, going to Mutas, or going for another Lurker timing. If he tries to play standard, like no shot. Based on what we've seen so far today, that is where Zoun is going to be favored. So we'll see. We'll see. The pressure is, it feels like it's very much so on Reynor. I guess Zoun could try to mix things up. I don't think he needs to though. I'll be honest. I don't think he needs to be too. I don't think he needs too much flair to his play. I think just playing safe, standard, building up, and getting to Skytos is kind of the way to go for Zoun at least.
But there's also counter timings from the Zerg player, and like you mentioned, a lot of this comes down to: do you get successful harass off as the Protoss? Do you manage to get your third up without any delay from the Zerglings and so on? Like these things matter a lot as they snowball into the later game. And yeah, so far everything looking very standard. First adept coming in here, 4 links ready from Reynor. I don't think we'll see the straight finish. It does get cancelled.
Yeah, that would be a very risky one. This adept trying to do what it can. Already lost a decent amount of shields. I don't think that would do anything except wait for its buddy to come across the map. If he, oh, we actually don't see a second adept coming here right now. It's going to be stuck in the wall, making sure there's no Zerglings running in there, as we see the oracles coming out here for Zoun.
Yeah, just playing it nice and safe this time, keeping the second adept at home. Doesn't want to let any sneaky links in to see what's going on. And Zoun most likely just going to secure his third here. We can see he's kind of keeping the oracle home a little bit, respecting the fact that there could be links out of the map. We've seen in the games where he does still have his adepts out on the map, he will send the oracle straight across because he knows where the links are, right? In this situation, he doesn't really know where the links are, opts to keep the oracle at home, and secures the third.
Yeah, Reynor does see it exactly as it goes down though, so he knows this is an early third base before 4 minutes. That already gives you a lot of information. You know, you can't be all in if you're also taking this third this early. So good scout there by Reynor, gets confirmation of that. And he didn't make too many Zerglings here. If you make a lot of Zerglings, you kind of have to try and delay the third, but he only made a couple, so he's able to get his drone count up as fast as he can. He will overtake Zoun in the 40s, which is kind of normal, I would say, in this matchup.
Yeah, Zoun warping a couple more depths here, most likely going to be going for his 4 depth 2 oracle pressure that he's been going for in most of his games here. In the meantime, getting a battery on the third, just securing that up. He might wait for this battery to finish before he moves out, or he might not. We'll have to wait and see. But at the same time...
Standard follow-up. We have Twilight Counts from the Forge. Meanwhile, Reynor going for the safety, Roach Warren, no fast Evo Chamber. So Reynor's not playing standard. He's not going Evo Chamber +1 melee into Ling Hydra. He's going safety Roaches into a later Evo Chamber, most likely into Hydras, into Lurkers. So far, this is the same build we saw last game out of Reynor.
I like this Stasis Sword at the 4th base of Reynor by Zoun. Last game we saw the Colossus push game.
Baits it out.
The drone actually set that off. This time it's a Ling. That's very nice for Reynor.
Yeah, also very nice from Reynor. He actually went around and came in from the other side. Because sometimes if you send the Zergling straight in, that Zergling is stasis on top of the place where you want to build a hatchery. So very nice play there from Reynor.
Oh, that's actually so smart. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah,
very
oh my god.
Gets one drone here. It's a little bit annoying. It's going to delay the 4th hatch a little bit. And that is something you really care about. In this case, it's not going into
upgrades are late for Zoun.
Less larva start.
Late 4, sorry, late +1 and late blink.
Seeing the Hydra then, maybe Aspire, but the most likely it's going to be some sort of Hydra-based play into Lurker would be my guess here, looking at this.
Yeah, I feel like this is a good muta map. You have that airspace behind the third and the main base of the Protoss.
And so far, same build as last game.
Going down, like you
Roach
said,
into Hydra into Lurker. We're expecting Lurkers.
Option. Reynor said he feels like this is a very dependable unit choice in this matchup. Or basically always gets you into a decent position in the mid game.
Yeah, we have seen players like Shin also favor like Roach Hydra timings as well a lot in this matchup, and we do see Reynor making some amount of Roaches. There is still no Roach speed though, so I'm actually not very confident in that happening. Some pressure coming in from Zoun. Blink is still quite far away, so I don't suspect we'll see him commit very hard. More so just like a move out to just force some units, make sure Reynor doesn't get the drone up.
There's infestation bits. Again, we spoke about it. He's rushing into Lurkers. Same build, 2 games in a row.
Slowing down that Zerg economy. Infestation pit is
same
on
build.
now, so it's likely gonna be
ooh, and this time Zoun is not rushing into Skytos, he's going into Colossus. So Zoun is going to be better prepared. This is why I wasn't fond of the idea of doing the same build 2 games in a row.
And second Robo going down for Zoun.
Yeah, I think maybe Zoun got a little bit tripped out here by seeing so many Zerglings. So he's actually going into this Colossus response again. But this is actually pretty nice for Reynor because he's going to have a very fast hive. And he also has the option to go into Lurkers. Both very good answers to the Colossus.
True. We were saying that Storm would have been ideal last game for Zoun, but because he's going Colossus, there should be access to Vipers. Exactly.
And maybe target the timing. We actually do see the Templar Archives and Charge coming in as well, so he's already deviating a little bit.
Yeah, this is going to be the first time we see the RoboBay versus the Lurker build. Got to cancel that hatchery. Okay, just does so in time.
Oh,
Links forward on.
Kasu, clutch transfuse.
Transfuse on that one. We'll be able to save it. Got to kill that stasis ward. You want to set it off on all the links. Oh, nice split by Reynor, but still a ton of Zerg gets caught there.
Yeah.
And the recall goes down, and some Zerg, some Stalkers are left over and get picked off.
Yeah,
Things
chaotic there for
sloppy in
Zoun.
Game number 7.
Yeah, very messy. Nerves are on, and you have to really be on top to not mess up this fight, right? One bad fight and you're out of the series. You lose the series. So both players really feeling the pressure a little bit. But we have seen a big difference. Zoun actually scouted the fast hive here from Reynor, and now he's going into the Templar Archives as a response, which I think is a good call. So if you try to commit into double crosses versus a Zerg on a fast hive, there's just going to be Vipers out by the time you hit. And if the Zerg has a big army and Vipers, it's really hard to get any big value out of a big Colossus army unless you have high Templars with it as well.
Yeah, I like going into high Templars as well. The new Storm, while it has less DPS, it does more damage overall. So if you can, oh, never mind that. These Stalkers actually get caught out here. The Zergling's getting a wrap around.
Yeah, Zoun out of position.
Some of them get away to the high ground, but it feels like Reynor's picking off a lot of the Zoun's units here.
Yeah, really good pick off. Obviously, recall being on cooldown from earlier, not able to recall out of that, and you have to be very careful when you're out on the map where it's like that, where there's a lot of Zerglings out. If you overstep just a little bit and you can't really blink away anymore, those Stalkers die very, very quickly.
Yeah, and one key thing to point out with the Colossus here is that one game where Reynor was abducting them, Zoun would blink forward with the Stalkers to protect them. That's a much scarier option against Lurkers. If you blink into a bunch of Lurkers, you can just lose everything.
Yeah.
So Reynor looking a little bit more prepared here, but Zoun is going to try to pull the trigger.
Ooh, oh my God.
That stasis will get so many Zerglings there.
Yeah, I think Zoun is just mostly looking to posture a little bit here, as he is getting Storm and +2 behind this and the fleet pick, and he's probably not looking to commit super hard to the fight, but also doesn't want to let Reynor just...
Crazy blink.
Scary blink forward there.
Yeah, we talked about blinking into Lurkers, and there we see exactly that. They go, uh-oh, I got to get out of there. They will leave. Yeah. This hatchery will be defended by these Zerglings, or will it go down, actually? The Hydra's coming over to add some DPS. He's just able to save that. This bunch of links sees the Protoss army return. Reynor keeping good tabs on his opponent here.
Yeah, it is important for the Protoss players to be out on the map at this stage of the game when you're playing versus Lurkers, because the Lurkers would love to just run up to a base and burrow and just start sieging down that base, right? But if there's a Protoss army in between those two locations, you gotta respect your army and take it slow.
Yeah, you can kind of think of as siege tanks.
Vipers striking around, nice stasis.
The stasis wards have been amazing by Zoun this game.
Nice
every time.
Yeah, always catching so many Zerglings with them. Reynor's looking for these abducts.
Nidus into the main.
But I don't think he's going to be able to get them. You have a Nidus in the main.
Zoun supply blocked. He kind of warp in.
Yeah, looks like Zoun has spotted the Nidus. I'm not sure if he actually has anything to deal with it, because he's supply blocked right now. So
yeah, big supply block.
If there's something in this Nidus, this could be very problematic for Zoun.
Yeah, let's see what comes out. It is going to be Lurkers in the main base. You have to get units over here. There's so many Lurkers in the main base. You need units over here. You need detection as well.
Yeah, Zoun completely out of position.
Problem to deal with, and while he's trying to deal with it, Reynor is active on the map, picking up.
Ooh, Stargate goes down. Ay.
To reveal these units, but will the main Nexus go down? It's in the red HP. Reynor, you got to target it. He gets the Nexus. Huge pick off for Reynor.
Yeah, at the same time, pulling him completely out of position. Main in position here at the third Nexus as well.
Massive storms. Jesus. Oh god, keep playing it. Oh my god, the storms!
That's so many storms going down on all the Zerg units, but again, this is the issue here for Zoun. The Zerg unit's just killing all his production in the main right now.
Yeah, in the meantime, Reynor is just remaxing on more Hydra Ling. He's gonna
doesn't get the fleet beacon. Yeah, he doesn't kill the fleet beacon, doesn't kill the Stargates.
Disabled right now for Zoun. There's no gateway swipe online, there's no Stargates producing. We definitely have a full up timing here now as well as Reynor.
And all this production is depowered as the pylons go down.
Reynor, can he kill Zoun before he can rebuild? Zoun has a bank, he can't spend his money.
Get his production online again. He's making another Stargate, going into these Tempests. Reynor, though, Blood in the Water is going for a huge run by. There is nothing in the natural. Warps in that Zealot just in time. These Lings will have to get out of here, but that distracts Zoun while he makes the Nidus and attacks at the front.
Yeah, all this multi-prong allows the Lurkers to come in position here. There is a lot of storms, but Reynor is very well spread out. There's also a blinding cloud. Oh, nice feedback here from Zoun to prevent that.
There are fires all over the map here for Zoun to put out.
Yeah, and again, and Zoun, he had the economy, he had the production to do this, but he was supply blocked, and he cannot spend his money. Otherwise, Zoun should be able to defend against this.
Because now the economy is very, very poor here for Zoun. He does have a big bank still, but once he spends his money, he is going to be very, very poor.
Zoun's effectively on 2 bases. He lost the main, he lost the 4th. He's remaking it, but it's not up yet. Another Nidus going in the main. What am I looking at right now? There are Zerg units everywhere here. The Tempest falls, and with it, Zoun's chances at making a comeback in this game. Reynor is running away with it. All these units
GG.
Reynor takes 3rd place here at the offline finals of the RSL.
Amazing play there from Reynor, really turning up the tempo in the end of that game. Just realizing that this is my timing and I'm going to be all over the place. Eventually you will be out of position, and then the lurkers just get in there, and it's so hard to break once they're in there.
Yeah, GG, well played. Impressive comeback there from Reynor. Really rough tail end of the series there, but he does bring it back. Again, Zoun not looking too happy there towards the end. If you remember, Zoun, he had the army, he had the economy, but Zoun was out of position, and more importantly, he was supply blocked. That Nidus won the game, but what really won the game there for Reynor was Zoun's supply block. He was stuck at 180 supply, so he couldn't reactively warp in. He couldn't warp in defensively back at home because of the supply block. He tried to turn his army back around, but he was late to, his army's quite slow. He was late to respond, didn't take it seriously enough, and the Nidus did end the game there. He created an opening, and with that opening, we saw that Reynor was able to pull Zoun apart. GG. GG, well played. Whew, congratulations here to Reynor, and with that, Reynor will take 3rd place. He'll take 3rd place here in the tournament, and we have 1 series left. It's going to be a best of 7 between herO and Classic. Let's go. I believe this is going to be a winner's interview, though. Winner's interview. Let's go.
His winner's interview after taking 3rd place here. I'm very excited to hear what he has to say about this series. Yeah, I think we're going to be jumping over to the couch to hear from the man himself.
All right, thank you very much, guys. We're here with Reynor, who gets 3rd place in the RSL. Congratulations. Before Tesa says anything, I wanted to jump in and ask an actual game question here, and that would be, we were sitting out back with herO, and he was assuring us that Colossus are trash in the match, but it seems like all of Zoun's success came on the back of Colossus timings. So what would you have to say about that?
Well, Colossus are really good, specifically against Hydra Bane, and I wasn't really scouting his main base much. I was trying to go off info at the front, and I got pretty unlucky with my build order choices. Like one time I went Lurkers, he went fast Tempest, and one time I went Hydra Bane, he went fast Colossus. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna start scouting. And yeah, Colossus are pretty bad if you scout them, but if you don't, they can hit hard.
Reynor, congrats on getting 3rd place. Thank you so much for participating in this tournament. Before we close it out, this segment, is there anything you want to say to your fans, and what's next for you?
Yeah, thank you guys, all of you, for coming. Thank you for watching at home. Thank you so much for supporting me and the tournament. And hopefully it's uphill from here. Just want to add that I don't want to see a Protoss player at least for 10 days. And yeah, other than that, I'm pretty happy regardless.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for participating. We got a quick plug here, guys. We want to say thank you to Pulsar. They make amazing stuff, and they've been supporting our event. And also thank you to Archon Studio. They are making the StarCraft tabletop miniatures game, and we were lucky enough to have them sponsor us for the entire year. We got the first piece of Zeratul set. There's a lot more to come, and we're going to be going to the finals next year, so stay tuned. We will be right back.
You heard him. 10 days, no Protoss. Much love to Reynor. Much love. GG, well played. If you want some more Reynor action, we don't have confirmation yet if he's going to be there. But coming into January, what do we have? Home Story Cup. Home Story Cup is right around the corner. That's already been confirmed. We already have dates. We don't have confirmed players yet. The big question is, we don't know when Reynor's returning back to Europe. Remember, Reynor, he's been in Korea for like 2 months. He's been in Korea for quite some time. So we don't know when he's coming back to Europe. I would imagine he would line it up, though, to be able to come back home and come back to Europe in time for Home Story Cup. So that should be the next big event for Reynor. That's the next big event in StarCraft, at least, is Home Story Cup. That's right around the corner. Bearing in mind, we have Stars Agora in May. So we have Stars Agora in May, and of course, Home Story Cup is going to be in January. Otherwise, we're going to be cutting to a break. Cutting to a break here. Up next is going to be herO versus Classic. Also, I love that. I love that Reynor was like, you know what, the builds weren't going my way. Things were going poorly, and after a certain point, he's like, you know what, I'm going to start scouting. God damn it, Reynor. He's, I mean, that's Reynor in a nutshell. Shaking my head, shaking my head. But yes, we're gonna be cutting to a break, and when we come back, we'll have the grand finals. Best of 7 PvP between herO and Classic. See you soon. See you soon. See you soon. In chat. Thanks so much for your input for these matches. Really explain it to us newbies and give us a little backstory. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy it. I will say that I had a little bit less to say and less to add to this series specifically. I say this all the time, but there are certain cases whenever we're co-streaming, like when Pig is casting, for example, or when Sort of is casting, where we have very little to add just because they usually cover their bases. And if we ever have something to bring up, they usually bring it up themselves. So we had a little bit less to add, a little bit less to say when it came to Reynor versus Zoun. But regardless, shout out to Sort of. I think it's really good that they have them there as the Zerg analyst. And also, we'll see who's going to be the casting duo for the finals. It should be Artosis and Tasteless, should be Tastosis, but we'll see. We'll see. Personally, I do think there's a lot of value in having Gemini there, just because it's a PvP. So it makes sense to have Gemini as a part of that. I do think that Gemini, he's like the equivalent to Sort of for them, for Protoss, where he gets really excited and really intense, and he's very well versed when it comes to the Protoss side of things. So we'll see if they utilize him, but because it's the finals, it probably is going to be Tasis and Artosis. Most likely. Regardless, going to be cutting to a break, and we'll be back soon in 10 or so minutes with the grand finals. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals, Los Grand Finales here of the 2025 RSL Revival StarCraft League playoffs co-stream. We have made it here. We have our top 2 players of the RSL of the year. We have 2 Protosses. We have herO and Classic facing off in a best of 7. We just wrapped up with the 3rd place match. Reynor has claimed 3rd place. He has that bronze placement here in this tournament. Zoun has 4th place, but now it all comes down to 2 remaining Protoss players. Comes down to Classic, comes down to herO. Let's go. Let us go. We have our final 2 players. As a reminder, this is going to be best of 7. Best of 7 is ahead of us, of course, and we'll see. We'll see who can claim it. I'm going to be leaning more towards herO here in this finals, but Classic and herO, they often trade back and forth, and we have seen Classic beat herO before. We've seen herO beat Classic. They often do trade, and we expect a back and forth. We expect a short series. I will say that. Even if this goes all the way to the ace match, even if this goes the distance all the way to game 7, I expect it to still be a short series overall, because I expect to see hyper aggression, cheese, all-ins, proxies, very, very in the face of each other. Classic and herO, I love casting the play PvP because it is the most chaotic PvP you'll ever get, more so than if Max was involved or Zoun was involved. Classic and herO, they get down and dirty. It's beautiful. They're both animals. They're animals, baby. They're animals. Aye. So we are getting ready here for that final series. I hope you're all ready in the chat. Of course, it's been a very intense weekend of StarCraft. If you missed out, yesterday we had like 8 to 9 hour cast. Like it was a very long stream. So yesterday we were live with day 1. Today we've been live for 6 hours already, and we expect this to be maybe potentially another 2 hours on top of that to wrap up the event and to crown our champion. Oh boy, here we go. Getting there. Otherwise, as a reminder, when it comes to Sparkling Tunic Cup, STC is typically on Sundays, but we have moved to Tuesday because we didn't want to clash with this event with the RSL. So didn't want to clash. Have since moved it over. This is tough to predict, for sure. Like I still lean towards herO here, but again, like we have seen Classic Tage win before. I hope that this goes to like a game 5, a game 6, maybe even a game 7. That's what we want.
So strong in it.
And also, no surprises here, but for the finals, it is going to be Tastosis. It's going to be
semifinals.
Jesus. For the finals, it is going to be Tastosis. It's going to be Artosis and Tasteless covering the finals. I was hoping that they would get at least a State or a Gemini involved to be able to have some Protoss analysis, but I think a PvP is fine. Like I don't think you need as in-depth analysis for this outside of a couple of key situations, like talking about maps that have a ramp coming into the natural, talking about greedier economic builds, talking about proxies. Like it's pretty straightforward, at least the PvPs are. So I think they can get away with not having like a Gemini or a State.
Every season,
it's a sick
they'll be okay.
Every season we kept talking about getting a trophy, and then we were like, how do you actually get a trophy? We had to go look that up. I didn't know. There are apparently just places that make them, so you know, you put in a request and they build one for you. And we thought, okay, we'll save that from when we get this offline finals. And here we are, moments away from starting this. Classic versus herO. Again, I lean slightly towards herO here, but I think it could go either way. What about you?
Yeah, no, I do think I'm leaning towards Classic. I know herO has shown ridiculously strong PvP, and he actually has better micro overall than Classic, if you ask me, even though I think Classic has great micro. It's just, Classic is like this otherworldly Protoss. Like, he has so many times been the savior of the race, the rock of the race, that has just maintained high-level performance, championship-level performance, for longer than any other Protoss in the game. And that's a fact. That's a fact.
So we're going to go into
sure.
The map. Is it a fact, Artosis?
You better believe it. You can bet your bottom dollar.
So right now, we have a live system built in where the players are selecting the first map. So it's going to be Botanical and Evil Heart.
Like, I don't think that has any bearing on this series, but sure.
We don't give them that much time to sort that out, but you only get one veto in a best of 7, so it's really important. Whatever map you
Alright, game 1 Botanical, game 2 Evil Hearts. There is a ramp coming into Botanical, into the natural, so Botanical being game 1 is actually pretty huge. It's pretty huge because that ramp, because that secure natural base. It does allow for greedier builds and greedier play, and it does allow for Phoenix Wars. So game 1 is going to be a big pivotal moment here for this series. Game 2 Evil Hearts, short rush distance by ground, means you do not have to proxy to all in. You can all in from back at home, one base all in, I mean. So Evil Heart, hyper aggression, Botanical, potential for greed. and we have vetoed the larger maps Tokamak and Celestial Enclave. Those are the two most defensive maps in this tournament map pool, and they've gotten rid of both of them. That kind of gives you an idea as to how these players want to play. Get these macro maps out of here. Get them out of here. True.
But yeah, these first couple of maps are going to be pivotal here to kind of shape the way this best of 7 is going to look.
Yeah, and I think especially considering they do play different styles overall, like herO is very micro-oriented, very action-oriented, and very good at taking risks, whereas Classic, he's a little bit more full range, like he definitely will go for anything, but I feel like he's better overall towards the defensive end.
Sure.
So what I will say about Classic is hyper aggressive in PvP, and he's known for Proxy Robo. I would expect to see Proxy Robo at least twice in the series, maybe 3 times in this series. Out of Classic.
End this on only one of them, I guess, will end it on a good note here. Winter Madness has been selected here for map 3. This does ping pong back and forth in map selection, so it's going to be herO with a quick pick.
I think it's important to take note of that. Yes, Classic is known for like defensive late game. In a lot of other matchups against Terran and against Zerg, that is not applicable to this matchup. It doesn't apply to PvP.
Yep. So no more maps to pick from here. Hopefully we do get to that map 7. It is very rare to actually get to that game 7 in a best of 7. We have a lot of 4-2s and 4-1s. But we'll see. I think this is a pretty even match. I do think these games should be fairly explosive due to the matchup and the players in it as well.
I agree.
Remember that although Classic did really dominate in the first half of the year in PvT, he had no problems in PvP.
Yep.
Protosses have looked strong all year, and sometimes being a champion comes down to like being good at one matchup.
For sure.
And sometimes in a race is very strong. The matchup that really mattered the most was the mirror matchup, because that was where the players of that race were performing well. So really the guy that was the best in that came out on top. A lot of times, and I know it's StarCraft 1 in this case, but I always think of Reyn in StarCraft 1 where Protosses were killing everything, and he just seemed to have such a...
I think of Reyn for StarCraft 2, to be fair.
Funny you would bring him up, because also in StarCraft 2, one of the greatest of all time for Protoss.
Yes.
I know it's upside down. No, it's upside down. There we go.
So, there you go. It's a good save there with the sign. Excellent assist. So, Protoss fighting here. Yeah, we're moments away from getting into this match. We have the Observer in game along with our 2 players.
Little shout out to Mapu. They're doing a great job throughout RSL.
True.
Yeah, Mapu has been here observing.
Yeah, I did misspeak yesterday saying that it was Ziggy, but no, it was Mapu.
And guys, let's get
who has been observing.
here. Our finals is finally here in the bottom right in the red. Make some noise for Classic. And his opponent here in the top left in the blue, he is herO.
herO. Send him in, Bobby. Send him in.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, so on this map, both players...
But if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Will it go the way of herO? Will it go the way of Classic? Which way will this go? Who will be our champion for RSL? Will it be, I mean, we know it's going to be one Protoss, but which one? Best of luck. Best of luck. I already said my thoughts. I do lean towards herO here, but I would not be surprised if Classic takes it, right? Like it's like a 60-40 sort of thing in my mind. Could go either way, so best of luck with those predictions as we get into the grand finals. Meanwhile, we spoke about it when we saw the vetoes. Welcome to Botanical. You have a ramp coming into the natural. Low ground wall-offs are common.
Pretty often in Protoss versus Protoss on bases that look like this. But of course, we'll have to wait and see. Like, you don't necessarily have to play that way.
Yeah, this usually leads towards Phoenix Wars. We usually see a gateway into Cybercore, into Stargate, into an expansion. The reason why is because with these probes, you should be pylon blocking to make sure that there is no faster Nexus, and you're forcing out the Stargate.
Nexus earlier and just switch into other tech. And yeah, I mean, it's important. You have to decide pretty quickly, are you going to try to get rid of this probe and push it off, or are you going to go into more of a tech game?
Yeah,
herO, he has the money.
Really like the quicker switch.
herO gets it.
Yeah, just grab
faster
the gas,
Nexus.
Make the Zealot. You know that this is happening. But with that being said, the Nexus is going to come up quite a bit quicker here.
Yeah, very greedy from herO. I believe herO did skip his Zealot. I believe he canceled.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
Classic was out of position.
Up a little bit faster.
Big win for herO.
Classics is Nexus starting just now. And what we're waiting to see from this point on in the game is what is going to be the Cybernetics core tech. Is it going to be a Stargate? Is it going to be a Robo, a Twilight? And it is going to be the Stargate here for Classic. So we'll see if there's going to be mirrored behavior here for herO, or if he's going to take this game into a very different direction.
Yeah.
If here goes for the Stargate, then we should be working towards Phoenixes. We'll see.
Actually end up in Phoenix versus Phoenix, and I know that that's not something that herO in particular likes too much. And I think that that's an area where Classic would very likely outplay him. So I don't think that that's what we're going to end up seeing. I'd be very
Yeah, if it was going to be Stargate, we would have already seen it, like from herO.
And yeah, he hasn't as of yet, and there's no reason
Twilight
to do it
Council
this late. So I don't think that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, I guess if you make it that late, if your opponent had made the Stargate that early, you're just behind in an arms race. You're never going to catch up, and assuming the other side plays correctly. So it's going to be a Twilight Council coming down here. Probably for Blink, but you know, there's still other forks in the road.
Yeah, it's going to be for Blink.
It's going to be the first Phoenix actually here for Classic, not an Oracle.
Yeah, he might be looking at this and saying, "Oh, there might be a Stargate across the map, right?"
Yeah.
And like, if you go Oracle into
Yeah, the problem is that Classic didn't scout the tech, so Classic is assuming it's a Stargate, so Classic's going to try to hard counter. As we can see, as we know, there is no opposing Stargate, so yeah, this is not the best hard counter that Classic's going for, but they can still, you know, be useful.
Like, you're probably only going to want to get maybe 3.
Yeah, so he gets that first one out here. Does manage to take the probe out, and that Blink upgrade has started. Now, one thing about Stalkers with the Blink is they're going to be very strong at defending against Stalkers, against Phoenixes, but one of the problems is that you can't leave your base. So the Phoenix player can a lot of times expand and take more risks on the map because the Stalkers are only good at defending as long as they're back home actually staying there.
And they're going to try to zone out these Phoenixes a little bit. Those are going to just kind of run around and take a look as to what is going on. Classic has gone into an Oracle as well as...
He just confirmed, so he's going for the Oracle. He's now aware of the Stalkers. Going for a Robo, going for Immortal Production.
From these two players, even down to like who's doing what. To see the Phoenixes into a Robo here from Classic makes perfect sense, and of course... herO, you can't stop him from making Blink Stalkers.
2-base all in.
Because it's not going to be a full committal here with the Stalkers. He does
No, it is. It is a committal. herO, he's going for a 2-base all in.
Launched an attack from this base. I think I was just mentioning a little bit ago that, you know, the Stalkers, they're not going to be good at defending if they don't, you know, if they leave home. But, you know, if you go for some kind of an all-in and try to get some killing blow-off, then I guess it really doesn't matter if you lost a couple of probes.
Yeah, he's going for it.
So we are seeing...
I believe this is a 2-base 4-gate all in.
Outside the base. There is a hole here in the entrance, so it's not a full wall off.
Yeah, but I mean, again, Classic, he needs time for the Immortal. He needs time.
Over here, although it doesn't
he doesn't have it. Pylon goes down.
So he takes out the first pylon.
Going for the second.
This is looking a little bit rough right now. These Stalkers pushing in, dealing a lot of damage.
Shield battery is done.
The Oracle is getting some
Oracle finds only a little bit of damage.
Out, but there's not really a battery ready. Look at this. He's letting the shields run out. Really solid play there. But definitely needs to get that shield battery back up in line.
Yeah, he does.
He goes for the dive. Oh my god, massive pickup. And a brutal supply block. GG gets called. herO takes game number 1. Whew. GG.
There is herO, you know, it's funny, we were talking about, you know, the ebb and flow of what the game would look like. That was based off of, you know, kind of standard play, and herO basically said, no, you're probably going to try to switch out of this. Yeah. You're not going to keep making Phoenixes while you're in the middle of the transition. I will just use all the Stalkers I've got, and I'm just going to come break your nose.
Yeah, and he kind of nailed it. You know, if you have another shield battery up, you get a second Immortal out, you're going to be able to hold on against everything pretty easily. But
very quickly, pushing back against what he just said, if Classic kept making Phoenixes, then he would have died even faster. The correct thing for Classic to do was to go into a Robo, but the problem is because you opened up triple Stargate, triple Phoenix, it meant that there was a window of opportunity where he did have a very small army to work with. Where he was lacking an army, he was lacking units, he didn't go for extra gateways, right? There were no extra gateways, no extra Stalkers on the ground, no sentries, no Phoenixes, no sentries, no force fields were available. So herO went for the 2-base all-in, and he knew that there was a high chance it was going to be Phoenix into Immortals once the Phoenixes were revealed. So there was an opening, there was a window, and herO was able to go straight for the kill, straight for the all-in, catching Classic before he got that first Immortal out, and second Immortal out as well. GG. GG, well played. Quick game 1. We expect this series to be quick. Even if it goes to game 7, we expect fast games. We expect all-ins.
And his opponent here in the top right, in the blue, winning game 1, he is herO.
All right, Evil Heart, kind of a small map here, so aggressive plays likely to be rewarded. We'll see if herO goes for that once again. You know, that first game, I feel like it played out kind of like how I expect games to play out, not necessarily with the herO victory each time, but like strategically it made a lot of sense from both sides. Classic, you know, his plans are oftentimes going to be probably a little bit more complex, and he's going to have to really try hard to just not fall to just random herO timing attacks.
It was not random. it was calculated. What? It was crazy, random.
When he was dominating,
came out of nowhere.
Basically unstoppable in PvT, and we kind of saw it in the PvZ.
So very quickly, welcome to Evil Hearts. Evil Heart is a smaller map in the map pool. Very quickly here, because the map is so small, you don't have to proxy to all in. You could actually just reinforce from back at home and commit to a 1-base all-in or 2-base all-in from back at home. So that's something to bear in mind. We'll keep an eye on the production. We'll keep an eye on the pylons. Here we can see the second pylon in the main base for Classic, second pylon in the main base for herO. So no proxies, but once again to emphasize, you don't need to proxy to all-in. So we have to keep an eye on the production, specifically on the follow-up, to see how our players spend their money and spend their resources.
Yeah, he really thrives in chaos. He thrives in high micro-intensive situations. And that's what he's going to be looking for. We definitely saw that against Zoun, and very likely we'll see that continued here. Now, taking a look at the openers, herO with a couple stalkers. That is kind of his key.
That's more aggressive. Robo, 1-base all-in. There it is. This validates what we just said. Classic is going for a 1-base all-in, not proxied, but from back at home, which is more common here.
Yeah. Huh. So, very cool. No Robo yet here for herO. Now, we don't know what the tech is here for him yet, but he did invest in.
But yeah, this is a 1-base all-in. I think the casters are still piecing it together.
Back at home, doesn't mean
goes for his own Robo, mirrored builds.
There's actually a lot of proxy Robo stuff happening.
Yeah.
Nowadays, it's just a really strong way to play. If they're not ready for it, they're going to die. But you know, an early Robo versus a later Robo, there's not a whole lot you can make of this position right now.
Look at this. He actually snipes that.
So, from what we can see, it looks like both players are going for 1-base all-in. So we have mirrored builds here. Yes, Classic has a slightly faster Robo than herO, but they have the same overall production.
Jumping on that pylon back at home, but a couple stalkers pop out and will push him back, putting a lot of damage onto those stalkers.
Yeah. We have now herO just moving across the map. He's going to ignore that now. 4 stalkers.
Yeah, remember, no one's going to be expanding here.
And now that there's 2 adepts up here, we got to see exactly how Classic hangs on. There could be a little bit of a hole here, and this punish could actually really start to.
He wants that pylon. Gets a bird.
This looks a little bit rough, but an Immortal comes out. The Immortal will help him to hold this.
Oh, very nice force field. He locks him in. herO got too greedy.
From that main gateway.
Too greedy.
That was awesomely done there from Classic, and he has trapped all of these stalkers. Sure, he took a little bit of damage, but cleans out the army of herO.
And remember, herO was going for a 1-base all-in, so to lose 4 stalkers that early on, that is almost game ending. That is critical damage, critical losses for herO.
And yeah, that aggressive herO style punish. Now we've got, well, we're just getting a quick recap here of that. You can see
the instant replay.
Now actually adepts come into the main base. And kind of a similar situation.
And Classic, he has his War Prism, he has his Immortal. Classic has the advantage. Classic is going for his all-in.
Okay, Classic going across the map with his Immortal, and he has that Prism as well. Of course, there's an Immortal on the other side as well, so I'm not sure what he'll get done. You can really manipulate the bottom of the ramp between Force Fields and the Immortal and just kind of chunk away at the gateways, and that definitely is a pretty valid way to play it. But I don't see too much damage being dealt here.
I think he can kill the gateways.
Yeah, maybe he'll pop a gateway, but I don't think he'll do much more than that.
Yeah, he's got to be careful to not let those units get fished over to the side, almost losing the sentry.
Lackluster force field. Locks in the Immortal, and he can kill it. Massive pick off.
If he juggles correctly, he's going to kill that with minimal losses. He takes the first Immortal out. The gateway's going to fall eventually here as well. Now, Immortal
so again, I don't know if Artosis realized it was 1-base all-in, because he's like, I don't think he can get much done. It's like, mate, he can bait the army down, he can out-control because he has a Prism, and herO didn't.
Takes the gateway out.
Killed one gateway, now he can go for the other.
So far, Classic is kind of out-microing a little bit here, but with the Prism out, I think he can still maybe hold on, but the double Immortal
limited warpins.
Single Immortal is huge. They just deal so much damage to each other.
I don't think there are any gateways left.
Right? So, I mean, with every warp-in, there's just going to be more material on the board to fight with. He's going to make a battery.
Again, the lack of gateways is actually important.
Warp Prism saves the day. The second Immortals here.
One gate.
Immortals are really,
Supply
really
blocks.
key here. He does have another gateway
He supply
as well.
blocks.
Some great juggling going on here from Classic.
Shout out to Mapu who's trying to point it out.
That's going to make all the difference.
Okay, he's going to try to push forward here. The juggling continues. The probes are going to come out. There's enough money to make a Nexus behind this as well. I think this game's almost over, Artosis.
Yeah, third Immortal coming out is huge. But the micro here of herO has been amazing so far.
Yeah, massive
Unfortunately,
hiccup.
He ends up losing an Immortal. He's trying to pop his opponents, but it won't happen. GG. And Classic is going to take game number 2.
Beautifully done. I almost didn't believe that push was going to work. But,
Why?
You know, the reality is the damage just sort of built up.
GG well played. GG well played. Again, it all came down to the first move up from herO. herO was overly aggressive with his Stalkers, and he overextended. He lost all 4 Stalkers. He was so greedy, pushing into the main base and going for the mineral line. He got punished for his greed. He got force fielded in, and herO, with losing those 4 Stalkers, as I mentioned at the time, that was critical damage, borderline game-ending damage, because that meant that he had no support for his army, no support for his Immortals. We saw that Classic was able to move out across the map, get the gateways, bait out the army, and look, herO down. GG. GG well played. But again, what we just saw here is very unique to Evil Heart. We said it at the beginning of the game, and at the validation almost immediately, but we said at the beginning, because Evil Heart is so small, you can get away with these all-ins without even proxying. You just make your production back at home, you make your tech back at home, you just one base all in. But now we move into larger maps, so now if we want to be aggressive like that, we're gonna have to telegraph that with some pylons as we load into Winter Madness.
In the bottom right in the red guys, give it up for Classic. And in the top left here in the blue, his opponent, he is herO. Okay, so pylons.
But this is also why I wanted either Gemini or State in the finals to help with with Protoss knowledge when it comes to the casters. I would have liked either one of them in there.
The same can be said about this map.
Yeah, you know, if you have these smaller maps, sometimes you definitely want to put that pressure on. We'll see how this one plays out, though. We definitely saw great PvP on here earlier today. herO being the
Big
first
map
to scout, sending that probe out pretty quickly. And I'm actually very interested to see, because if I'm recalling correctly, this is where herO opened up with a single gate previously. But yeah, we'll see about that. He adds his second gas, and he will go for the second gate.
Mm-hmm.
So for now, things are mirrored.
Yeah, standard openers 2 gate at 2 gate versus 2 gates. From here, we'll keep an eye on any proxy pylons, and we'll keep an eye on the first 2 units, whether we open up double Stalker, double Adept, Stalker Sentry, or Sentry Expand.
Attacks are, you know.
No matter how many ways that you speed up the early game, you still got to wait for that cybernetics core to know what Protoss is up to.
Hello, Classic.
I've been really happy.
What's the plan? He's going for the pylon.
Yeah. With the fact that Patreon supporters are
And this is a prime location for a Robo or a Stargate. Which one is it going to be?
Insane, but we've had a range of different types of games. Now, as I was saying that, Classic threw a pylon down here in the top right. Now, this may be a total red herring, because there's a probe inside the main.
No, it's not a red herring.
So there's an idea, and I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but there's an idea where
Proxy Robo 1 base all in. There you go.
Or I'm sorry, a hidden pylon, because they can count how many pylons you should have.
So again, the reason why this was not going to be like a red herring is because the probe was sticking around, of course, was sticking with and it was also an ideal proxy location. The reason why there was a higher chance it was going to be a Robo instead of a Stargate is because a proxy Stargate is usually designed to get into the mineral line in the main base. This one was positioned outside of the natural.
The Stargate should be able to beat the robotics, but it's not necessarily going to happen, right? Like, you make an Oracle and send it across the map, and your opponent shows up with some Stalkers and an Immortal, you're going to be in trouble. So it's hard to say exactly how this will go down.
I would favor Classic here. Stargate defense is possible, but it is difficult. Basically, with the Stargate opener, it's going to be an Oracle first into either Void Ray or Phoenix to defend. Void Rays have their place, Phoenixes have their place, but both of them have the role of sniping the Warp Prism to make sure there's no high ground vision. And the reinforcements.
He puts Zoun down so he can cancel.
Classic's moving in.
So a triple pylon wall here comes up.
Yeah, and of course he's going to have to cancel some of that too.
Classic going Prism first.
The Warp Prism's coming. So
here comes the Oracle for herO. Now, I really like the Robo out of herO. Very safe play. Remember, herO scouted. herO saw that a pylon was missing, so herO knows something is wrong.
connect with the target. Unlike
And here's being very
like
safe.
tank where it fires and the damage hits immediately. And
With
because
defensive
of that,
immortals, he
you
can survive.
actually dodge the lasers, which sounds ridiculous.
Which are superior than Void Rays.
You
the
can.
Jedi can do
Yes,
it,
that's
and
right.
StarCraft units can do it.
So what he wants to do is basically try to juggle. Oh, never mind. He wants to actually go right into the main. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
The juggling may come later, but I guess getting two adepts in the main here.
Yeah,
The
they can one-shot
easiest way
probes.
to take a ton of damage early on that you almost can't recover from is to have two adepts get in your main and just kill enough probes. Because remember, you're both on one base for most of this. And so far, so good here for him.
Really good damage so far, that's for sure. Look at this. He's already got 4 probes
4
and
probes.
actually gets both the adepts out of there.
A nice start.
Nice. Now, the Oracle going across the map is going to run into a couple Stalkers, so probably not going to get the damage that he was looking for. And I do wonder if he wants to make another Stargate unit. I would actually really love to see one. I mean, a Phoenix would be really helpful.
So you would go for the Phoenix, or you go for the Void Ray if you didn't have the Robo. But remember, the Robo is on the way for herO, and the Prism is on the way. He already has the first Immortal. That's why herO doesn't get the Phoenix, or doesn't get the Void Ray. That's why he doesn't need a second Stargate unit.
Can fight the Oracle up here. So the
Super
Oracle's going
probes.
to have to back off, only getting 2 kills. Meanwhile, over here,
Ooh, brutal
insane
force
trap
fields. Oh my god.
He does end up losing an adept. I guess that's pretty forgivable considering he's
Losing
going for
2
double stalker
Stalkers.
as well as the gateway. That's
Ay.
2 gate tech. There is another gateway in the main.
herO now he can micro.
We've seen this multiple times now where it's just a little bit too far forward of a dive when he doesn't have the Prism ready. I feel like herO is too aggressively trying to protect his gateways.
Yeah.
Now 2 Immortals in his base once again. Is he going to lose in the same way?
Yeah, this is kind of insane. 2
In a similar
possible
way.
losses in a row here. Let's see if he can hang on. He's going to go for the pylon. And that does actually
Yeah, herO just doesn't have numbers. Again, herO losing those 2 Stalkers was brutal.
Double Immortal dealing a ton of damage.
Every unit counts here this early on.
Shield battery, very
Takes down the gateways.
Single Immortal trying its best to help out. Another one's about to pop out.
Boys are being
So many
pulled.
units here. Now this is actually going to make a big difference. The
herO, can he
Oracle
hold
coming
on?
back to help on the defense.
The Oracle.
Okay, he's going to try to come in here. It's all going to come down to this. The probes have been pulled. There is such good juggling right now with the war prisms here.
Oh
and
my
it
god.
Looks like herO
Whew.
actually drives him. Oh my god.
Oh my
he
god.
actually
That's
just
crazy.
Like that, just dropping the Immortal and losing it. So herO survives, but it's 12 probes to 22. So nearly a 50% lead here in workers.
Yeah.
1 base to 1 base.
Looks exceedingly bad for him right now.
Yeah.
Some great
Ooh,
juggling
losing
coming
one.
out.
Losing
herO, but
both
not
both
enough.
Immortals.
Loses all of his Immortals.
GG.
is called. And Classic
Whew.
goes up 2-1 with pure Immortal rushes.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see that he saw what happened.
If you remember, at the very start of this series, what did we say? We said that we expect to see Classic go for a 1-base Immortal in 2, maybe 3 times in this series. He's known for it. Like, if you watch Classic's PvP, like, you know that he is very fond of Proxy Immortal and very fond of Robo All-Ins.
They're already slowed down enough to, like, okay, even if that just slows down.
Very fond of it.
1 Immortal.
But talking about the game itself here, herO, he had a very rough defense. I mean, they pointed out the force fields. Locking down 2 Stalkers that early on is brutal. Every unit counts. Every unit does count here this early on in the early game defense, just because your units are so limited, right? You have limited warp-ins, limited units, so losing any kind of unit prematurely or preemptively or unnecessarily, I mean, that punishes so much more. Or the punish is so much more harder.
Structures hanging out on the outside, and instead of protecting you, now you have like a kind of an exposed
Classic takes the lead.
wound,
Yeah.
like an Achilles heel there that they can hit and punish.
And I tell you, till herO has a Warp Prism, he needs to just let a Gateway die. He's losing multiple units that cost more money than the Gateway, and then still losing the Gateway.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We now go into Game 4 here on Mothership, our only 3 spawn map. In the bottom center, in the red, he is Classic. And his opponent here in the top right in the blue. Give it up for herO.
This is a good map for proxies as well, by the way.
So we can't have the same kind of rushes on this map because, you know, in most of the maps
You could.
StarCraft 2, there's only 2 spawns, and so there's always the option to go run across the map since you know their starting location and hide tech and stuff like that. But you can't exactly do that in 3-player maps. There are some pretty advanced tricks. Depending on the map, where you might be able to hide something in close proximity. But this should come out with a little bit more of a standard game.
I think that you're probably right about that. Like, and that's kind of a nice thing about
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, Mothership is very large. It's very large, so there's a lot of proxy locations. So on the one hand, yes, you don't know where your opponent is spawning into, but on the other hand, you can proxy in the center, then scout, then figure out where they are, and then direct your aggression in that direction.
Protoss, it's going to be very rare that you get split up games, right? There's just so much offensive.
And they would both scout each other immediately.
But I would love to see a big macro game PvP here. That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I definitely welcome a longer game. I'd like to see, you know, 2 or even 3
there it is.
Made, but,
Classic going for the proxy.
Proxy pylon. Artosis, I think Classic is going to do the same thing again. I can't say that
he's keeping the probe in position.
I think that on some level he's going, okay, well, what works? Do I
But yeah,
have to stop?
based on this location, it looks like a proxy robo. It's a big gamble here.
Well, he just keeps on.
Otherwise, we could see a Stargate.
And losing units trying to protect his gateways. So yeah, I think you're right. Like, you can kind of just continue forward until he's shown that he can learn from his mistakes, which so far he has not. So you might be right. Like, what if?
Remember, herO, he knows that a robo is missing. Defensive robo out of herO. herO's going for the hard counter.
Goes like 4-1 here. It's like, wow, that's.
We'll see when the casters notice.
I kind of respect it, though. I think it's a situation where
Get defensive robo.
Well, I don't have to do, you know, the entire range of play and show everything.
And proxy robo.
Just keep doing this.
Oh, just classic scout.
Really know how to stop it. Maybe I just have more.
He does.
Micro.
He knows.
Maybe I can just eke
he
out
sees
a little bit more damage every time.
So eventually the casters will keep up. So herO's going for a defensive robo back at home. This is supposed to be a hard counter to the proxy robo. The reason for this is because you should have an equivalent production, but defensive, so it's even faster, right? It's even faster. So this is a very strong build here from herO, hard countering and hard reading that Classic would go for the same one base all in with the proxy robo. Now, it still comes down to the execution, still comes down to the micro, still comes down to the control. We'll see if herO can pull this off.
You never really expect the same build.
But remember, Classic scouted it.
That's for sure.
You expect that against that same guy you keep getting queued in on the ladder.
Yeah.
You know, you're like, all right, this guy is trying this one. This one
And
trick.
they're saying how, like, oh, you don't really expect the same builds multiple times in a row. That is not true. That is not true. You do expect it out of Classic. That's the reason why before the series even began, we're like, no, yeah, we're going to see a lot of proxy robo. Like, Classic is very fond of it.
Oh, he's finally going to scout it. He sees, oh my gosh, it's the exact same build.
But he already knew. He already knew.
Now, here is Classic with the
he was already aware, Pappy. God damn it.
He just shades and then doesn't move it. Okay.
Yeah, he wants it to be not scouted, so they just suddenly appear.
Yeah, got it.
But that one doesn't do nearly as well. Much better defended here from herO so far. Last time, what did he, I think he got 3 probes.
Remember, he's going for his own counterattack?
Yeah, I think it was 4. So, you know, again, it's literally like the same trick, you know. But already, herO's doing a better job of holding it.
Uh-oh.
And, you know,
there's not a lot of dead space. There's not a lot of dead space here. herO, he's gonna lose the prism. No, that's huge.
Oh man.
Oh my god. The intercept.
Oh god.
Oh, just barely not.
Jesus.
Barely gets out of there, but it's so
herO needs to calm down.
Really careful with it now.
Yeah, there's something really depressing about having a like super low HP War Prism.
Yeah.
You're almost like, I should just make another one of these, but that's also not efficient. But it could be much easier to lose the game. He's going for the pylon. Then decides to fight the Stalkers. Takes
well, he'll get it.
Out, will stop the Immortal from
Massive pickoff.
That's crazy. He gets it.
Oh.
Now, it looks like herO is going to catch one Immortal over here, which
gets
is
an
nice
Immortal.
Force fields, but look at how many Stalkers we have there from Classic.
Forced to recall.
Oh my god, the damage is so
Again,
high.
herO's in so much trouble here. Delayed robo production as he got depowered, of course. The Prism, it can't really threaten him too much. He lost a Stalker as well.
Wow, he's really good with Stalkers. I should
it's getting messy.
So, the Robo is back up and running. Oh, we've got 2 Adepts in the main. I didn't even realize 5 pro kills.
Yeah, Classic getting some good damage there, but Classic's push is coming up. He's got a lot of Sentry energy, which is nice. Drops that Immortal out. I think herO's going to be fine, though. Even though this started out a little bit bumpy, he's
oh my god, 8 probe kills. Jesus.
If he just defends this cleanly, I could definitely see him take
9 probes.
Yeah. He's
going to get 10.
Keep pushing up here, though. And you can see herO being a lot more conservative about fighting. He's just going to let him over.
Yeah.
Sorry, he's going to let Classic, I should say, overextend. 2 Immortals are out.
Yeah, third one comes out here.
And with that herO, he has a better economy. He has his own Prism. He saves his units.
The Prism is low, but he saves it there.
The Gateway has lost all the shields. It's kind of hard to actually get over there and hit it.
And again, the reason why this is looking so much better this time for herO is because of his build, because of his opener.
he is just going to stay out here, and I think herO's starting to trade a little bit better. He's actually ahead in supply at this point in time.
It looks like they're kind of
And of course his controller's counterattack.
Yeah.
Right, like they're both looking for each other to mess up and just capitalize and win the game. Now, the Prism with the Immortals is going out. I think he's going to hunt the Robo.
Yeah, I think you're right, and he's going to unpower those gateways here as well. This is a great move here from herO to shut this down, but that does prompt
nice force field.
Classic to just dive into the main here.
Robo
now
gets
the
depowered.
Immortals are running back.
Here he has no War Prism back at home.
On these Immortals, the juggling doing so well here for Classic, trying to pick those off. In the meanwhile, herO is coming back with his own Immortals to try to save.
Oh, he was the Immortal.
Okay,
the
so
Immortal goes down.
back, but has there already been too much
But
damage
hero's
down?
back. Hero defends.
Two Immortals can actually pull through. A lot of kills over there, but he does save the day, and we're going to see Classic pull away. Now, he can't use his Robo because it's unpowered in the middle of the map. This is always what happens when you make stuff in the middle of the map. It's like the game goes on for a while. Now you have this key infrastructure just kind of out in the open. It can be abused positionally.
Well, you know what? He's got to go power that up again. I think that's really important. And you can see he was actually looking for that probe, and the probe took a sharp turn there. So Classic knows exactly what's up, and he's trying to repower this to get some more Immortals out.
Is he going to turn around? No, he's going to try to attack in here. Now, Immortals, you know, these things were made to kill things like siege tanks, but in PvP, they're actually just good at executing like stalkers and sentries.
And pylons and probes and they're tough, man.
Yeah,
I mean, the Prism, it's so hard to kill.
The only way to stop him was with other Immortals.
Yeah.
So he's in here. He's doing a lot of damage, and now we see the rest of herO completely.
He chooses to ignore the Robo. That's a bold move.
Here.
Jesus.
He's going to try
Prism.
to do a push. That War Prism is so low, and I don't know that Classic can stop this, man.
Here Snowball's out of control. The mass hallucination.
Now, this is just because if you're A-clicking on the ground, it's hard, right? You could end up accidentally hitting a Colossus. Also a bit of a diss.
Yeah,
a bit of a flex.
They stand over the other units, so it's actually hard to target things down correctly.
Yeah.
So it is kind of a cool unit to pop out there. And look at the damage output here from herO. It looks like he's about to
We have a back and forth.
You know, 2 Immortals and a Prism. He feels like he has a chance. I don't know that he does, though.
All right, the probes are going to come. It doesn't matter.
GG.
GG. herO takes that up, tying this series up 2-2.
All right. Have ourselves a series now. I was getting a little bit nervous there. Classic opened a little bit better on that map, but I think the Adepts getting in there for herO, that's really where it started to turn around because he got a lot of probes.
Yeah. You know, it's
kind
funny,
of.
we didn't even have the same idea at playback.
Again, as a reminder, that's something that they didn't bring up, is that herO did open Robo, again, one base Robo, which is meant to hard counter proxy Robo. So herO, he gambled a little bit. He assumed that that Classic was going to go for the proxy again. He assumed correctly. Despite that, herO did have a shaky couple of moments, losing the initial Immortal, losing the Stalker, sorry, I should say, his Prism getting low across the map as well. Like, there were a couple of shaky moments early on for herO, but he did manage to deal crippling economic damage and defend back at home. So solid read here out of herO, and GG. GG, well played. We're tied up 2-2. Now, after we saw the proxy Robo fail here, there's a high chance that Classic won't proxy Robo again, not immediately. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it again in this series, but later on, like in another couple of games. We'll see what we go for this time. Likewise, I'm curious what the maps are as well, as I don't know if they're going to be calling for a break. They are. Okay, we're going to be going for a short break. When we come back, we'll have Game 5 to determine who takes the lead in the series. Right now, we're tied up 2-2. We'll be back for Game 5. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the grand finals here of the RSL 2025 playoffs. The playoffs of the final event here at the end of the year. Welcome back to the co-stream. We are currently mid-series. We're tied up 2-2 in the grand finals between Classic and herO, and we are getting ready for Game 5 to determine who will take a lead in the series. As a reminder, it's a best of 7, so first to four. First to four. 2 more wins are all that our 2 players need, and I'm curious to see what maps we're going to be loading into. Oh, as we are loading into Game 5, Magnetic North.
Top right in the red. Guys, let's make some noise for Classic. And his opponent here in the bottom left, in the blue, let's get noisy for herO.
Let's get noisy. Clap is in the chat.
Okay, fast expand this time around, again, due to the nature
The
of
low
the
ground
map.
wall-off is a better way of putting it.
But it doesn't mean we're going to have necessarily a long game.
So,
I hope we do, but it doesn't mean we have to.
No, well, last time we saw this, herO just kind of went up the front.
So very, very quickly here, we do have a ramp coming into the natural. We spoke about this on Botanical, but because there's a ramp coming into the natural base, it is very common to set up on the low ground. Now, this doesn't mean that our players want to be hyper greedy, but the goal here is to go for a gateway, into a cybercore, into a Stargate, into a Nexus. Now, if the opposing player fails to pylon block, then they can get a faster Nexus and be a little bit greedier. Otherwise, typically we see a Stargate, and if we both see Stargates, then we can end up in Phoenix Wars. Now, the last time we saw this kind of dynamic, we saw that herO went and he skipped his Stargate, went Twilight Council, and he went into a 2-base all-in with Mass Blink Stalker. That was on Botanical, but I can't imagine we'll see that again. That's typically like a response and a reaction you do once in a series, so we'll see if our players are able to block each other. We'll see if our players are able to get faster expansions or not. Let's go.
And so, yeah, I mean, let's see what kind of game these two are going to give us here if we do go into a macro game. It does feel like in PvP, there's a lot of fragility in staying alive in kind of the matchup overall until they both have a second base up and things kind of slow down.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, you know,
There's a pylon
the way
block.
that they've been playing so
Forces
far
out the
has been
Zealots.
So unbelievably aggressive. No one's really taken too much of a defensive stance.
There it is, Stargate at a herO, and we should be seeing a Stargate at a Classic.
Phoenix play into Immortal, but
There it is.
oh god.
So
they both
Stargate versus Stargate,
start
Phoenix
eating each other's
Wars.
faces.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
So when
That's
you
standard.
both go Stargate, oftentimes this will turn into a Phoenix arm race.
Mhm.
And the thing is, if you're both going Phoenixes like heavily, if one player gets even one more Phoenix, they're going to dominate.
Yeah.
But if they overmake Phoenixes and you switched into Stalkers, you might have a timing there. And if either player were to do that, it would probably be herO.
Yeah, so this has been a really a game where they're really tripping each other up and slowing each other down. So finally the Nexus has started.
Well, what Artist said is correct.
I'm in agreement with
This
what you
is
said,
correct.
Artos. It's like once you start
Phoenix
Phoenix, you kinda
Wars, if
can't
someone tries to
stop.
deviate,
Yeah, it
they
gets to
can
be this
try.
crazy arm race.
Oracle for ooh.
What? Okay, he's gonna go for an Oracle.
Yeah.
That's
And
crazy.
That's very interesting because on paper, like the theory would be, well, now you have to both go Phoenixes, right?
Yep.
But okay, so let's say that one guy goes Phoenixes and the other guy hides Oracles, and the Phoenixes leave. Well, you can just run back inside the main and kill all the workers.
Well, I think that has to be the plan.
Yeah.
You know, once upon a time, like many patches ago, Phoenixes killed Oracles so quickly that the Oracles couldn't do damage. One of the best changes they ever made was to make it so that the Oracles no longer took that type of damage. Their armor down. So Stalkers are much better. Phoenixes are not. So even if Phoenixes are there, you're going to get some amount.
Classic getting in position. Phoenixes, they're ready in the main.
So we had the
Second Stargate at a herO. Remember, herO, it looks like he's unaware of the Oracle opener, and we can see Classic switching to Blink Stalker.
See
go right into
the second Stargate for herO is him doubling down on Phoenix. He'll start a Phoenix before this gets up there.
So he's
The fake out.
Look at me, I'm making Phoenixes.
Yeah. No, everything's going according to plan.
Yeah, now it cancels it.
Yeah.
Okay, great move there.
Oracle comes in.
herO is trying to. Oh my God. Okay, so he knew the Phoenixes would be out now. Look at this play. This is
3 probes.
masterclass.
4 probes. Nice damage. 5. It's going to be a one-way
Classic's
trip.
doing so well. You definitely sacrifice this all the way. You get as many probe kills as possible. 6 is a great result for this Oracle. He's already going into Blink because the
Now this is going to trigger the counterattack, it's going to trigger the move out, and we'll see if Classic can survive here and minimize losses, because hero's going straight for the mineral line, or at least he should be.
that much damage to get. It's only 3 Phoenixes right now.
And remember, I mean, of course the Phoenixes can pick up workers and stuff like that, but that's how you get punished by Blink Stalker. Yeah. Blink's not done yet for Classic, but you know, I don't know how much damage herO can really do here.
Where are the Stalkers?
I guess there's nothing over this Nexus.
Yeah,
I
not
guess he was
much
in the
over here.
main,
Yeah, he's in the main.
Even if you use all of your energy here, what are you going to get? 5, 6 probes?
Yeah.
Maybe a 7th if you're waiting around long enough. It's just not going to equal that much damage. It's a huge amount of money he's put into those Phoenixes and the double Stargate, which he can't even use anymore.
And you can see that here.
So this is a role reversal of what happened on Botanical, where Classic is going for the 2-base all-in, he's going for a Mass Wing Stalker with 4 gateways. I think he's getting a 5th gateway across the map. So 1 base all-in at a class, sorry, 2 base all-in at a Classic, and herO, he needs to buy time for the Immortals. If he can build up his Immortal count, he can survive.
Get the rest of his army over there and then
Nice
launch
moves.
his attack. And if this whole
You're
strategy
stacking
works out
up.
for Classic, and so far it's been pretty perfect how he's played this, he will probably just smother this position.
Yeah.
He just will overwhelm this. The Phoenixes can't really do anything. They're going to like pick up 1 unit and they're all going to be killed.
Yeah, yeah. We're going to need to see not just these Immortals getting chrono boosted out by herO, but just any gateway units that
Here
he
he
can
comes.
muster as well. Like
Show us the force
anything he
fields.
can make. Very, very important of him to just have some sort of damage raining down on these Stalkers as they try to come up to kill him.
Classic does expand.
Okay, so the Immortal is out, and a second one's going to be here. So maybe Classic actually can't get through.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You know, and I think the positioning here is pretty good. Like, it's kind of hard for the Stalkers to get up here and do that.
Force
much.
fields are nice.
Kill this pylon, or maybe he actually won't kill the pylon. Wow. Okay, so that was a pretty bad overextension.
This looks good for herO right now. This is kind of opposite of what I was expecting. Now, he makes
Same.
the Colossus to have the vision of that high ground, but it really feels like herO is playing this position much better than what we saw from Classic in Game 1, although it is a little bit different because Classic slowed this push by making the Oracle.
So, I got to say, I mean, I'm really impressed with herO's hold here. It doesn't mean the Classic failed, though. You know, he was smart enough
Kind
to
of.
expand
I would
behind
say
it.
that herO has the potential to outscale, right? He can just outscale Classic over time.
Your opponent's not expanding. herO's
Going for the Dark
a
Shrine.
And I guess he will be able to take out this gateway.
What's the old saying? One behind Dark Shrine?
Yeah. And I
Gets
guess
into
the
the mineral line.
play is a smart move here as well. If everything is pushing at the front, you might as well just come in here and kill off workers.
Some good solid kills.
And that only
Should be
makes
able to
the
get up to
count
9.
even after all those workers were killed, which should give you an idea of how ahead Classic actually was in this game. So he's also going to scout the third base. There is a situation where herO could just try to...
Now again, Mass Immortal does shut down Mass Blink Stalker, so Classic is in trouble. He needs Zealots. So Charge is on the way, getting to Mass Zealots. He needs that support.
The DTs could end up being the closer.
Yeah.
Because I think you're looking at this, you're seeing 3 Immortals. Even though you know psychologically DTs are always a possibility, a lot of games people are trying to hold this with everything they've got, and they're not ready. Actually, I take that all back. An Observer's about to pop out. So if he keeps that with his army, he's going to be okay.
Yeah, he'll still try to do something with the DTs. We'll see if that works out for him. But right now, herO is gearing up for what is probably just going to be a 2-base all-in. He's
Observer's
added a
moving out.
ton of gateways here. Even if the DTs kind of get found out and don't do a lot, maybe he can make an Archon or something out of them.
No detection back at home. There is an Observer, but it's across the map.
I don't see anything there to defend against them.
He's getting in, the DTs.
Okay, he's going to be out now. The Stalkers.
The probes are going down.
Yeah, so the DT is wreaking havoc over here. And
That's
you
a
know,
Phoenix.
to have the Observer is one thing, but you got to have it where the DTs are. So the second Observer is going to come out. But you know,
15 probes, Jesus.
DTs, you can hide somewhere. He is
15
gonna, I
workers
guess,
go down.
Finally, be able to kill this last.
Doesn't get the
DT.
pylon.
That was 15 probe kills, which, by the way, just like the Phoenixes earlier, which got all those worker kills, it brings the probe count back to even. So herO has been behind, caught up, then been behind again and caught up.
That's a good way to put it. He starts his
Kind of. He's been behind and caught up economically, but army-wise, hey, you can turn those those DTs into Archons. They'll actually be very effective when it comes to his main army.
His army is pretty solid right now.
He's got 5
There are a lot of
Immortals.
Stalkers for Classic. But, I mean, when you have some Guardian Shields, you have 4 Immortals in here, you have a bunch of charge lots, sometimes you feel like you need to hit this attack anyways.
Okay,
Oh, he snipes the Observer.
Right now for
The
Classic.
Observer. He gets owned. Barely not.
Here.
Never mind.
Yeah, you almost picked off that Observer as well. Right now, the Immortals dealing huge
Prism
amounts of
barely
damage
gets
to
away.
these Stalkers. They do blink down to the side.
Going for the warp in. Oh my god,
right
barely
now,
denies.
Stalkers are surrounding these Immortals and might be
Yeah.
able to pick all of them off, but still a lot of Stalkers left over here for herO.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. herO just sort of let
Messy fight out of herO.
tank damage, but at the end, seems like there might have been enough for herO, but with another warp in, I think Classic can drive him back.
Well, right now, herO is bringing up even more Blink Stalkers.
This all comes down to the Prism. The Prism going down, the Prism getting sniped was huge. So herO, he lost momentum. He also lost the Immortals. He abandoned them, trying to protect his Prism.
As the rest come up, he can turn and fight a little bit. He has more Stalkers right now, but you have to be careful about those
So
charge
messy
cells.
fight out of herO.
Real back and forth game over here. Remember, herO has given
Very
up
tense.
all the Immortals he made that game. We may not see a lot more Immortals made. We may see the tech kind of shift here. One more DT is being made for herO. I don't
But
know
this is the
where
moment
it is
here
on the
where
map. Okay, he's going to pick it up in that warp.
this War Prism gets very low. So herO, he has to pull back the Stalkers to protect it.
I love how low his graphics
Here,
are,
yeah, he
but
blinks back to
yeah,
protect
gonna go ahead
the
and
Prism,
pull all of
and he
this
exposes
back
the
right now.
Immortals.
herO is playing this on a
Yeah.
PlayStation 2.
Yeah, that's what it looks like just about. But yeah, decent micro there overall. Now herO going to kite away. He's trying to utilize these.
And
Blink
hero's stuck with
Stalkers.
pure
He
Stalker.
loves using active units to gain some value, and he has a lot more Stalkers than his opponent. But the charge lots really do make a difference.
Okay, so in this chase,
They
we see a
do.
couple
Like Classic has a
units
superior
shake off.
composition, takes down the DT.
Goes down. Classic's continuing to chip away. Army supply, it's actually...
Yeah, and Classic just outscaling. He's just outscaling herO. herO just stuck with a worse army, with a worse composition.
The game gets started. So
Oh, that's so funny.
yeah, it's like Forges. Generally, you see the Forges started and upgrades start in Protoss versus Protoss when you feel like, okay, no one's gonna kill anybody here. Like we gotta
Yeah.
go to the next level, which is upgrades.
Yeah, it's funny that you pointed that out, but yeah, nobody was treating the game like it was here to last.
Yes.
Right? It was all about the present. And when you see that Forge made, it goes, okay, this game's going to go on for a while. I got to invest in the future. herO makes a hidden base in the very top left, and I really
Yeah, hero's
like
desperate.
this. Yeah. They've been so in each other's faces. the
He's
whole time.
desperate for
Sometimes the
damage.
base will go
Classic can A move, by the way.
Yeah, it's hard to
Unironically.
read if any minerals are missing because the game is in such a chaotic state. So right now, herO does pull back.
Classic
a
could
little
just
bit.
send
You
it.
can see, still waiting for his charge.
Getting distracted.
He's got to be really careful because right now, Classic has a way bigger, way scarier army.
Okay, the DTs drive away the workers. And hero's kind of, he's going to, well, hold on a second. Big attack coming in here. Does Classic actually have too much? Remember, the herO spent that extra money on the hidden Nexus. And now, you know, these are units that were not made and with that expansion being built. And I think that suddenly herO might just get overwhelmed by Classic.
Suddenly?
Yeah, it looks like Classic is going to be able to push through everything. It was just a little bit too greedy there from herO. Too many poor engagements. And Classic going in for the kill. Blinks into the probes on this third base. His charge zealots come back. And this should be GG.
Yeah, I don't think...
Yeah, again, herO, he had a lot of momentum earlier on. He had a superior main army. I'm referring to when he pushed out with his 5 Immortals. But we were trying to emphasize when they had the instant replay that herO had a really poor fight where he chose to blink back. He chose to try to protect the Prism, and that meant that he lost all 5 Immortals. And GG. GG gets called. Classic takes a lead.
All right, Classic is the first one to go up to match point in this finals. And herO, you know, I think he played well overall. This was like a really good back and forth game. Like you said, he was falling behind and catching up time and time again. But I think he did.
Yo, shout out to Hydra in the chats. Good morning, good morning.
Trying to switch
the Hydra.
up into an expansion, into +1. Maybe just a little bit too greedy with everything he was trying to pull off.
The graphics that he plays on are insane. Look at that.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's playing StarCraft 2 on an emulator here.
Yeah, this is... I was just told this was 7.6 AP. So that's, all right. Well, to each their own, okay?
7, 6, 8.
I mean, it's pretty normal
Must be a new kid's meme.
for players to play on it as low settings as possible.
7P Protoss. All right, yeah.
So if Classic wins the next game, that's it. He's the champion.
Yeah.
herO.
For those that are curious why pro players play on such low settings, one is performance. The other reason is less graphical effects to like distract, so you can like focus on like the bare bones of the spells that matter, and there's nothing distracting. It cleans up the visual of the screen itself,
In the bottom left, in the red,
getting rid of the clutter.
is Classic. Well, the cheese might come. That's definitely a possibility.
We've had it already.
And in the top left, in the blue, he is herO.
herO.
Classic.
Yeah.
Do you have time?
Yes.
We don't know. This could end at any moment here.
Now do one for the map Maganatha.
Yeah.
So, Gateway's on the high ground here. I got to say, I'm not surprised that we're not seeing the core building blocks for the build order differ here.
Yeah, it's kind of rare.
It's kind of figured out, I guess, but it's when the game picks up a little bit that it gets interesting. You know, that last one, I think Classic just had some really, really good engages. Each of these games, they've been short.
Hello, Classic.
I guess the last one was
Did you
the
see that?
longest, of them, but even that was short compared
So if you look at Classic's camera, he's actually panning over towards top right, so he's going for a proxy. So proxy out of Classic with this probe, and herO, he will not see the probe. Ooh. Okay.
There's been so many interactions, it's almost hard to keep track of.
Yeah, it really has been. It has been very, very back and forth.
But if you're watching Classic's camera, like early on, he set up the camera location. Yeah, here, top right. herO's going for his own. So proxy versus proxy.
Proxying pylons.
All right.
So once again, we're very likely to get into high aggression from these guys.
Both trying to
That's one base all ins, all arounds. Proxy robo out of herO, proxy robo out of Classic.
A game where usually like one guy is proxied, and the question is the other guy ready?
Let's go.
No. But
There it
they're both
is.
doing it to each other. These make for usually the most chaotic games.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it's decided by like who spots it first, and then like
That one guy in the audience, he got his wish, Pappy. Let's go.
So true. So true. And like, what are you going to end up doing with your Immortals and Warp Prism here? Like, they're doing the exact same build. And we've seen already that Classic has done a great job with dropping off adepts. herO tried that, it didn't quite work. Are they both going to go for that? Or are we going to have this situation where both sides are just killing massive amounts of probes? And just like, I mean, it
I would
might
assume
get
so.
really crazy really quick.
Okay, so we've got a little chase here with the probe.
herO, he made 2 adepts, he's making 2 more. So 4 adepts out of herO. Classic went double adept into double stalker.
On the right side of the map, really strong because
So herO has more harassment, he has more aggression.
It might be too much work to go over to the side. Not only that, but they both passed each other. So this means they could both hit each other like immediately here.
And herO's getting up to 6
That'd be
adepts.
interesting.
In a head-on
Classic
fight,
changed it up
he's
a little bit.
worse.
You could go for a couple stalkers, whereas herO is just non-stop on the adepts right now. So the stalkers are going to fight better against the adepts, but don't have a lot of
Full wall.
potential as far as harassment goes.
I thought they were both going to go for a Warp Prism right away, but they both went for Immortal, which is even a little bit spicier.
Yeah, it might have to do with just
Yeah,
the
herO
men
hits
against
first.
each other being on the map.
With the Immortal herO, he gets across the map. He's already here. Classic is late. Oh my god. Yeah, locks down the Stalker.
Okay, we can't get the pylon wall up here.
Yeah, that's definitely a big mistake that he did not end up getting that pylon wall.
Oh my god, takes down the sentry. Boys are being pulled. Classic's in danger. He's in trouble.
Against herO's
Classic.
herO
He's losing everything.
So much damage right now. And look at this. He's actually going after the pylon while the warp gates are being attacked.
So it looks like
That might just be game, by the way. That's just that might just be game.
He's going to end up taking this out, and this is where they're both just tearing each other apart right now. I have no idea which way this game's going to go.
No, this is very hard to predict at the moment. He's got to.
I mean, you say that herO preserved most of his probes. He has depowered the production. So it's Classic. Okay.
Right now.
Yeah, and a lot more probes right now. So the Immortal, I mean, basically can't be defeated here. An Immortal and a Warp Prism is one of the strongest things in the game.
Now remember, no one has gateways. No one has warp-ins. No one has warp-ins here, but herO has a higher probe count.
Camp over the probes on both
GG gets called, and herO ties up the series.
That was probably a hard game for everybody to follow. herO had just enough momentum that Classic included. He can't catch up.
He got those adepts up, and the wall couldn't be made. I think he was just barely on the pixel that you need to make it or something. I'm not sure. Like, maybe it was out of money. Maybe it was a misclick.
It was 2 things.
But whatever it was,
Hold on.
He didn't get the wall up.
It was two things. One, herO opened up 6 Adepts. He opened up 6 Adepts to be able to commit across the map. Not just that, but if you notice, the Robo of herO was closer to Classic than Classic's Robo. Classic Robo was further in the corner, so it was further away, so the Immortal hit later. That's what I was trying to emphasize when the Immortals were coming out. So herO, he was able to hit first, hit harder, hit faster, and also committed into Mass Adept to be able to do more critical economic damage. So big move there from herO. He was able to strike first. Classic was late to the trigger. He was late to the party, late to commit into the main base, and with that, GG. GG. Whew, again, a slight variation when it came to their builds.
And we'll close out the year with the final win here for StarCraft.
We have the ace match, the final game.
We will end this on the map, Maganatha. Guys, let's make some noise. Classic versus herO, the final game of the night, starting now. In the top left, in the red, he is Classic. And in the bottom right, in the blue, he is herO.
It's been a great tournament here so far, and we're finishing off game number 7 on Maganatha, the one map whose mini-map really looks topographic. Giant mountain range through the center there.
Yes.
Sure.
And this is a very big map.
Yeah.
Now, generally, when you have a big map, you say they can't rush each other.
That's not true.
Because it's far
not in PvP.
Distance-wise, but it actually isn't really true with Protoss.
Tasteless, he knows.
They can warp in and they can proxy, and so.
And that's exactly what they do, in fact.
Yeah, but you know, it does create different situations where, like, forcing recall is really important, because if they do that, then it does cause a positional reset.
So it's very common to proxy on Maganatha, whether it's a fake proxy pylon, a proxy robo, or a proxy Stargate. All 3 are viable options here, so we'll keep an eye on the workers. This time we don't see Classic set up his camera location, or at least I didn't notice it.
That's not as
oh no, he does.
Build.
Did you see? Chat. Did you see the camera? So Classic, he's setting up his proxy at the rocks in the middle. He's setting up his proxy at the rocks in the middle of the map, I believe.
You have to be very precise on your defense, because your opponent is simply
Or he might have just like panned over to it.
Right. On the other hand, you can tech up. You can get into, you know, that tier 2 here.
I was going for the scout. Okay. Classic is scouting.
So
herO is going for a fake pylon, a fake proxy, I should say. A fake out.
Now we're going to see Classic's probe come up and go into the main.
Stargate opener.
I think the idea is that as that probe scouts into the main,
wait, what?
Quietly, we're going to see. Yeah. Oh, hold on.
Oh,
he went down to check.
He's going for the fast nexus. Okay.
Really like it. Yeah. And Classic's going to
bold move out of herO. He was hiding his probe to get the nexus up.
Our previous games, they were both blocking each other's nexus.
Okay. Hyper greed out of herO. He went Gate, Cyber, Stargate, Expand.
Classic could very well you know, just go pedal to
Classic's
the
pylon.
And try to be aggressive, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's hiding a pylon.
So Classic's going to try to proxy. He's going to try to punish.
Interested in this. What is Classic doing? Classic making his own Stargate, but it's so late, and his Nexus is late. It just feels like everything he's doing is a step slower.
Okay, so is that a full-on fake? And I said hiding in plain sight, which doesn't even make sense. He just hit it in front of his face. But did he want an overreaction there?
Yes.
No. It's really hard to say where he's going with this.
It feels like it's wrong. Like if
no, yeah, the pylon is a fake out. Like from Classic, I mean. So he wanted an overreaction out of herO. herO is going to be opening up Phoenix. herO scouts, he confirms.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Could be.
It's a hard one to follow here.
Well, he's lining up for a Phoenix War that he should be behind it. But, you know, there is the travel distance of sending the Phoenix across the map. So it's like, okay, yeah, maybe if he sits back defensively, but his first Phoenix is coming across the map. He's going to run into 2 Phoenixes. If you run 1 Phoenix into 2 Phoenixes, the chances of getting away from that is low, Tasteless.
Yeah, well, you can't really... Phoenixes can't run from
Oracle's on the way. herO, he's ready. herO engages. Let's pan to the main.
Kind of hated about the
2-on-1, man. Yeah. Like, State may beat Artosis or Tasteless, but not Tastosis.
So we've got the Citadel coming down here now, and we have herO continuing to make Phoenixes, and we're kind of waiting. You know, how is this game going to pan out? It does feel like the distance of the map is really becoming more and more apparent.
That was such a random jab at State. What just happened?
Right now, an Oracle is coming out through a very
Yo, much love to State. What's oh no.
So like Classics' Phoenixes are not going to work well.
He's catching strays, baby. He's catching strays.
Very, very one-sided, but he does have these Stalkers to help out a bit.
Oh man, that was a really good move. He took the Phoenix out, then he goes right over the workers. Meanwhile, this Oracle is going to come through here and try to take these probes out. Both sides taking heavy losses. A couple more workers are not killed due to the battery saving that.
Yeah, the battery's actually putting out some big work here. You know, he still gets more workers than what was gotten on the other side. He gets 6 against, you know, just
DT's at a classic.
But the Nexus was a bit quicker for herO. So
let's go. Going for the proxy.
So
Dark Shrine tastes.
Yeah,
they're pulling out all the stops.
So Dark Shrine in the very bottom left. And you know, Classic's going to set up for something. We don't know when exactly this is going to take place. He doesn't have to use this right away, by the way. But I know he is going to make 1 or 2 DTs and send that out. And you know, he might not find that. He could use that for an attack later on.
You know, I tell you, this is getting so crazy right now with the amount of tricks they're trying to pull on each other. If one of them could cannon rush right now, they would. I tell you that. The Phoenix is coming in for some more harassment. They do get a fair amount of probes. Oracle coming back in, but yeah, the Stalkers are there ready to stop it.
Okay, he is going to take.
It does punish. Brings down the Oracle.
But of course,
DTs are on the way. What is the detection? There's an Oracle. There's an Oracle back at home.
It's coming across the map.
He's got the Revelation. There's the Angioba charge.
Yeah, he
Ooh,
does
going
have
for the
that
stasis.
Oracle.
Does he notice? Does he notice the shimmer?
Okay, so we got some stasis wards out in the front. Backs that
Ooh,
up.
there it is.
Okay, he does use the detection, and yeah, going to be able to lift that. So down goes the DT. Yeah. The DT doesn't work.
Yeah, no impact DT.
Yeah. And it's expensive to go DT. So right now you can see definitely the army supply is really favoring herO.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about going Dark Templars is that you, if it works, it really works. But if it doesn't do anything at all, you're just sort of in a worse position.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Robo has started over here for both sides. And we're starting to see infrastructure be built. Now, there are Stalkers coming down here for Classic. I think it's the same number that are ready to defend here for herO. So this would probably result in basically nothing.
Yeah, he has Blink right now, and herO's still waiting for his to finish up. So Classic, you know, he goes in, he gets a pylon, he blinks away. Okay, I think moves like that are totally fine right now. I am a little bit nervous because as herO gets Blink, we know how much he likes to make Stalkers. We know how much he wants to be active with them and aggressive with them. And having this additional army supply, having this nice little air fleet with him as well, really puts him into a favored position.
Yeah, the Forge is almost finished here for Classic. herO's going to have that upgrade lead, like we were talking about overall. And I think this game slows down quite a bit, which is welcome. We've had a lot of just really
I mean, it slows down, that's true. We're getting up to 3 bases. So far, herO has the better economy. I spoke too soon. Probes are going down.
Have time to react, and he reacts pretty fast. So only 4 probes are killed by the DT there.
All right, yeah, and that was
Classic takes the lead.
Got that relatively quickly. Classic does have more workers at the moment. He's getting into charge as well. That's actually kind of important if you're going towards charge lots as opposed to Stalkers. You really want to have a full economy so you can just pump those charge lots out.
And
it's a Classic. He has a better economy, faster 4th base, earlier charge.
Archon is a lot of times how the game ends up. You know, once you start to have these big fights and you have to have the army resets, the easiest way to remake
Fun fact, for the very first time this series, we're entering the mid-game. it's finally happening. We finally got there. Mid-game, pappy. Let's go.
Look at the expansions and how many bases can be taken. And there's a lot of space to be out of position here if you're not moving around into the right spots. Yeah, nice.
Yeah. But you're definitely right.
They gave us one macro game.
Here as on map 7, it's
exactly
such
one.
A gigantic map, and they're not really attacking each other because they know, like, oh gosh, by the time I go across there, it's going to be really hard to get any damage on, even if I have a slight lead. So even though herO's been ahead in that army supply for a bit, like Classic is hitting everything just well enough that it's actually pretty dangerous to go attack.
So, you know, you can do whatever you can do with these Stalkers for the time being. It looks like they're kind of stuck over here. You could theoretically just keep right-clicking them on top of each other, but there's better ways to use your APM.
Yeah,
so
I
that's
would
not
say
going to
so.
go on for too much longer. He's going to recall him.
Gets a couple kills there. You know, and of course, don't forget, that is supply that's not as useful at this stage of the game.
Yeah,
Still somewhat useful, but not as useful as it was. So it's not a huge deal to lose a few Phoenixes.
Yeah, there's definitely units in the game where like you get them, and that's great, and then later on you're like, this thing sucks.
Yeah.
I need to get something else.
Yeah, like an Adept right now would not be very useful.
Right. So we have a later 4th base here for herO. He's ramped up his army size a little bit more. Both sides are now making that War Prism. Could be for harass or could be for a push.
You know, when it comes to the army compositions, they kind of alluded to it. They touched on it a little bit, but from Blink Stalker, you do switch into Charger Archon. Charger Archon as the Charger Archon Immortal as the main composition. Based on the amount of Zealots, though, you do want more Archons. So right now, I believe we have 2 Archons for herO. I don't think Classic has any, though. Without Archons of his own, then a higher Zealot army from herO will be able to outtrade.
Even this is 66 to 60 probes, 98 to 100 army supply.
The army's not the same.
Is somewhat close. Classic is just a little bit ahead in that, but herO's about to catch up.
Okay. The army.
Classic has so many more Stalkers.
You got to be careful. Once the Zealots rush in, you know, that charge, it's got a cooldown, right? So you can't just do it forever. He tears that down and makes a wall. herO's going to slide over to meet him here.
Do you really want to attack here? I don't think
I feel
so.
like this is just a really bad idea to attack. I just look at what herO's got, and I'm like, no way in hell should you hit that.
Yeah, I'm okay with poking like that, but if you do a full engage through the choke, it's not going to work out. And in fact, herO's coming out. He has a really high-quality army. He pushes forward right now.
He takes out the Archons.
Some very strong damage.
Archons go down, Immortals get lifted. Classic, he's in danger.
So many Archons. herO is
Oh my god, the Phoenixes, they pop up.
Everything out. Classic now on the run, and I don't think
the MVP Phoenixes, they were just chilling there, lifting.
Looks like a DT does hit here from Classic as well. At the same time, he's going to get a few probe kills, but, well, actually, herO does turn around, and Classic takes another base during this time.
Yeah, the DT is huge. That DT.
Okay, that was a very dominant fight. Now, what's scary here? Nice pick up by Classic, out positioning herO.
Out of here, that's huge.
Okay, well, he's going to get some of it out, as many as it can fit in that recall.
Now, a couple of things. On the one hand, Classic, he was able to kill a base, he was able to kill some of the economy, but Classic, he lost the fight. And Classic, he lost the Immortals, he lost the Archons, he lost the Zealots, he lost the main core of his army. He's stuck with purely a gateway composition. herO's composition is superior in every way.
So hard when he finally gets there.
Yeah, he has got like a 35 army supply.
Like, herO just wants to A move.
A lot of the units of Classic are just running around the map like these Zealots right now. So he's definitely not going to be able to take a better engagement right here. Well, if he fights only a little portion of the army, maybe he can.
Okay, he's going to be able to chase that away. We've got another attack over here, but it is denied at the base. herO needs to get in there and actually do the damage, but at the same time, he wants to be careful to not be punished by a counterattack. He's going to send some of his army down here to try to fight this. Meanwhile, the rest of it is hitting the 3rd base.
Oh, this attack from herO is
here he finally gets across the map. Look at this. Look at how many Archons and Immortals there are.
Nexus and is going to cause it to die if he just right-clicks it for a moment. Looks like he
the F2.
This Archon Immortal army looking so strong.
See here with like 3 Observers and 2 War Prisms with the army.
Very quickly as well.
Okay, we've got the attack coming down here now, and
yeah, there's a defensive warp in. And here he has enough. He has enough.
Oh my gosh, he's trying to blink away right now as herO's clearing the top of the map. herO getting closer and closer to eliminating Classic from this tournament.
Yeah, you can see the Zealots spilling in over here to tank for the Stalkers, and Classic is going to lose whatever is remaining over here. Meanwhile, those Immortals, the Archons way in the north are all still alive. Classic has 1 hidden base in the top right, 3 base versus 3 base.
That is wild, but the army supply is so much in herO's favor. Although Classic actually still has more probes, that isn't going to translate into army so easily. He's not mining that much. Now the attack of herO continues forward. These Archons coming in, he's going to unpower a lot of gateways. Oh my gosh, that tasteless pylon goes down.
He's going to push this up into the main. And I mean, I just don't know what Classic can do at this point in time. He doesn't have enough, I think, to counterattack and win, so on some level, he's just feeding into the army. Meanwhile, even with the hidden base unfound, I think herO could just push it to the main and close this game out.
Now, don't forget, there are some DTs out here. Maybe he can be sneaky and pick off some observers. I see him targeting them. He got 1 out of 5. He's got 4 more to go.
Okay, herO is now going to push up into the main, and I think
herO's not aware it's up right.
He's going to try to do the same, and it gets blocked off. I think this game is over, Artosis.
It definitely looks that way. His Dark Templars are dealing a lot of damage right there, but they're getting picked off as the Observer comes down. Everything looking great here for herO as he's eliminating the main base. GG! And that makes herO the champion here of the RSL Offline Finals, having won Season 3, coming in great shape. Classic unable to win his 3rd tournament this year in RSL. Oh my gosh, what a finals. herO pulling it back from the jaws of defeat. Of course, going over to congratulate Classic on his 2nd place.
Is that all they have?
And with this, herO is your champion. Give it up for herO.
GG, well played. herO is going to be our champion. When it came to the series, when it came to that final game, of course, it came down to that big attack outside of the 3rd base of herO, where Classic committed. As a reminder, Classic had the small army, had the worst composition. He had less Archons, less Immortals. But the MVPs of that fight, it was crazy, by the way. The MVP of that fight were the Phoenixes. Remember, we saw herO come in from behind, and the casters, they were talking about how, like, these Phoenixes, they're useless. He wants to get rid of them. But they were actually pivotal when it came to that fight because they lifted the Immortals for the entirety of that fight. If you remember, 2 Immortals were lifted and the Phoenix was left alone. Like, Classic never targeted down those Phoenixes, so the Immortals were lifted for the entirety of that fight, and herO just dominated that fight. And from then on forward, Classic could never win head on. He was forced to counterattack, just run by his counterattacks. He was able to kill a base, kill some workers, but he could never fight herO's main army because of how brutal that fight was. GG, well played.
Looked so bad for him at first as well in the first couple games. I mean, it seemed like he just didn't have an answer to the proxy robo stuff that Classic kept throwing out.
Not that he hard countered.
Get the defenses, and then slowly but surely adapted over the series, able to make it work, just find out the right recipe really to deal with this, and then even bringing out some own shenanigans of his own throughout. I mean, just a ridiculous series overall. It's really cool to see him continue that momentum from the last season.
The games just kept getting better as the series continued on, and honestly, I was a little bit scared watching backstage as he lost 2 games in a row to a proxy robo play. It kind of felt like Classic was just going to keep doing that forever unless herO finally figured out how to get that situation under control. In the end, he was able to defend the push. He was able to bring the series back, a 4-3 victory for herO.
And we have the man himself on
winner's interview.
Well, welcome herO to the couch. Congratulations on winning. How does it feel to come away with the offline finals victory?
일단 김준호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 또 오랜만에 이렇게
We'll zoom in for this one.
오프라인 대회 와서 오프라인 대회 우승을 하셨는데 지금 소감이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
일단 우승을 해서 너무 좋기는 한데 제가 연습 과정에서 우려했던 결과가 나온 것 같아서 좀 안타까워요. 그 연습 과정에서 로고 맞춤이 없는 것 같더라고요. 그래가지고 전진 로보가 좀 많이 나올 거라 예상했는데 역시 그래가지고 좀 게임 양상이 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
Yeah, it definitely feels good to win, but that being said, actually in the process of practice, I noticed that there's no proper counter for the proxy robo, so I was afraid that might happen in this series. So yeah, it was. I think the fear is actually happened, but somehow I managed to figure it out. So yeah, I'm glad that I did.
So I want to ask a little bit more about that because after Game 3, you lost 2 games in a row to the proxy robo. What was going through your head when you saw that again in Game number 4?
마침 그 얘기가 나와서 말인데 사실 3세트부터 2세트를 연속으로 거의.
I mean, remember, Game 4 was on Mothership. He went for the line counter. He went for a robo himself.
그냥 저도 전진 로보 해야겠다 생각이 들었던 것 같아요.
It just made me feel like, well, I should do proxy myself.
Yeah, which is what happened.
Yeah, well, if you can't beat them, join them, as they do say. So that's about how it goes. I mean, herO, overall in these last couple seasons, I mean, you had the crazy season, crazy grand finals versus Maru.
There is no counter. Copium.
A full 7 set. I mean, how does it feel to be able to go through these insane long series? How do you keep coming up with new things to bring out, and how do you stay resilient in all of these matches to bring it out in the final games?
사실 오늘도 그렇고 이제 우승하셨던 이제 시즌 3 때도 조성수 선수와의 또 7세트 접전 끝에 또 이제 풀꽉 접전 끝에 이렇게 우승을 또 하셨잖아요. 계속해서 이렇게 치러지는 결승전에서 이 풀꽉에서 좀 살아남으시는 좀 비결이 어떤지, 좀 어떤 좀 마음가짐을 하셨기 때문에 좀 우승할 수 있었는지 궁금하네요.
아무래도 그냥 간절함 아닐까 싶어요. 안 좋은 상황에서도 놓지 않고 간절하게 임하는 게 좀 좋은 결과로 이어지는 것 같습니다.
To sum up, I think it's desperation. I mean, you know, not giving up until like it's over. I think that's the key. You know, no matter how the situation is like grim for me, so I think the desperation keeps like bringing me the fire in me. So yeah.
Well, it's a great way to end the year for you, herO. It's December. We're about to turn a new page in 2026, and you just won the RSL Offline Finals. What are your ambitions for 2026, and do you have any words you want to say to your fans?
이제 올해 마지막 대회 또 우승을 또 장식하셨기 때문에 이제 또 새로운 이제 내년에 2026년이 기다리고 있는데 내년에 좀 마음가짐과 또 목표 그리고 팬분들께 좀 포부를 좀 말씀해 주신다면 어떤 게 있을지 궁금합니다.
일단 작년 EWC 성적이 제 생각과는 다르게 나와가지고 이번 시즌도 걱정이 많았는데 첫 포문을 그래도 잘 연 것 같고 다음 시즌 잘할 수 있을 것 같고 오늘 늦은 시간까지 아침 일찍부터 아니 점심부터 늦은 시간까지 끝까지 응원해주신 팬분들 정말 감사드리고 이런 좋은 의미로 좋은 대회 열어주셔서 관계자분들에게도 감사한 것 같습니다.
Yeah, last season, especially in AWC, I didn't get the result when I wanted, and so I think winning this actually means a good fresh start. So yeah, I mean, it feels good about the next season as well. And that being said, thank you for all the fans who's been watching from noon all the way to like 8 p.m. Yeah, it's been a pleasure, and also thank you RSL for hosting this event. Yeah, so I'm really grateful for it.
Well, thank you so much, herO, and congratulations yet again for winning.
Yeah, I was like, I was taking one more.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead.
블리자드에서 보고 있다면 투자 메타 좀 바꿔줬으면 좋겠어. 이게 너무 하면서도 재미가 없어가지고 그렇습니다.
Yeah, if Blizzard is watching, I really want you guys to patch and fix the PvP meta right now. It's so boring. I need to like, you guys please change the PvP meta, please.
Well, hopefully Blizzard is listening. Hopefully they'll take that into account here. But again, congratulations once again on your victory. Honestly, it's amazing to see you win.
herO says boring. I say entertaining. Yo, this was a chaotic best of 7. Like, it depends what you're looking for there, right? Like, if you really want a macro game, then sure, we barely got that. But if you want some like high octane, non-stop nonsense, then we got it, Pat. We got it.
In spring. Oh, a nice ambiguous time period for us to plan this
that's
out.
excellent. Yes.
We unlocked the good ending, guys.
Spring 2026.
Guys, thank you so much for your support. We couldn't have done this without you guys. I think we're thanking Archon first, right? Let's see who we thank first. The graphic will tell me. There it is, Archon Studio. Guys, get the StarCraft Tabletop Miniatures game. I know I still got to do my Christmas shopping. You probably still got to do yours. Go buy those figurines. They can make good stocking stuffers. They can make, if you get all of them, they can go right under the tree.
Very quickly, Tasteless, he's like, get them for Christmas. They don't come out for quite some time. Like we get pre-orders in January. What are you talking about? Yeah, get them for Christmas. Kappa.
We are also grateful for Pulsar. These guys make the best gaming gear you could ask for. They are based in...
For those that are actually curious about Archon Studios, again, pre-orders, I believe, are going to be released in January. We're going to be available in January alongside the roadmap for the release of the year of 2026. We also get the rulebook in January as well. So January is a big month for the miniatures game. If you're interested, that is the month to pay attention to when it comes to news, when it comes to upcoming content for the Archon Studios. Christmas 2035, yes.
But you gotta check them out. Yeah, that one, that much we know for sure. And we really appreciate their support. So shout out to Pulsar, and thank you to them for setting up the amazing booth that we had here at our event. Now go on to the Patreon. If you've been watching all year and you haven't signed up on the Patreon, well, shame on you, but there's still a chance. You can sign up right now. We've got all sorts of different tiered memberships depending on where you are able to give financially. And with each tier, we give you, I guess, you could say more access to, like, the tournament. You could vote on maps or player guest spots.
Return with best of 14 PvP for light to cost.
So consider going there.
No.
We would love to earn.
Get me out of here, man. Get me out of
You guys
here.
have done fantastically for RSL so far. I mean, look at this.
I mean, best of
wonderful
15,
event.
right?
Yeah.
3 great seasons, Tasteless. You and your team have put on just a wonderful show and added a lot to the scene this year.
Thank you, and thank you guys for watching and sticking with us. We will be back next year. I hope you have an amazing holidays, and we will see you in spring sometime in 2026. We love you. Bye-bye.
There it is. GG. GG. Well played. Whew. Congratulations to herO for becoming our RSL champion. Congratulations, as that is going to be rounding off the final Premier Tournament of the year of 2025. I say that we do still have the Platinum StarCraft end of year event that's going to be around the corner coming into December. If you remember, Home Story Cup is around the corner next year. We have Star Zagora next year as well, and we have potential for announcements in regards to EWC. Still no confirmation, but coming into 2026, we want to be positive. And of course, we have RSL next year as well. When it comes to the Revival StarCraft League, again, there is the Patreon where you can support them, of course, when it comes to their endeavors, when it comes to their event. Hopefully, they do take feedback. There's definitely room for growth when it comes, and room for improvement when it comes to their main seasons and their end of year event as well. So hopefully they're able to learn, grow, and improve over time when it comes to the 2026 season of RSL. Otherwise, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. We should be back tomorrow with a replay cast of the Wardy TV Monday, and Tuesday will be Sparkling Tuna Cup. So our regular weekly schedule is right around the corner. We are live every single day on a on a daily basis, every single day. Quickly checking our schedule. I'm not too sure if it's updated yet. It's not quite updated for this week. But again, tomorrow is going to be the Wardy TV Monday broadcast. We have Sparkling Tuna Cup on Tuesday. We have Pigstar Cup on Wednesday. We have SCL StarCraft Evolution on Thursday. The Pongcast on Thursday, and we have Friday off for the time being. So Friday is going to be our one day off next week. Otherwise, we have MSO on Saturday and Sparkling Tuna Cup on Sunday. So again, plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft throughout the course of the week. I might actually change StarCraft Evolution to Friday just so we have one cast a day. Tempted. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens when it comes to our content. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some Wardy TV Monday. If you want some more StarCraft content here on the CranKy Ducklings, exclamation mark socials in the chat. You get a link to our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. We are live every single day for the most part, on a daily basis. Again, we've been casting content, casting StarCraft full time for the past 5 years. Coming up on longer than that, actually. It's more than 5 years at this point. So a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft on the channel. YouTube is the place to be. We do stream on YouTube at the same time, and we upload on YouTube on a daily basis, so plenty of VODs. If you want some more content, if you want to watch, say, RSL Day 1. If you missed out on yesterday's broadcast, if you missed out on the earlier series, then YouTube is the place to be to check out those VODs. Or, for example, the Podcast, which is our weekly talk show where we talk all things StarCraft. We have the Turtle Tussle, Pigstar Cup, What Is It Monday, plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And hey, if you want to tune into more of what we saw, like, for example, when it came to this finals, I think they were a little bit surprised about herO's build, or this event, herO's build when he came to the gate into Cybercore in the main base into the low ground expansion. I mean, he does that very commonly in open cups, and we're able to know that, recognize that, because we cast StarCraft every single day. We cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast, more than anyone else. We have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. So if you're interested, you can follow us. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the end of year. Enjoy the holidays, right? Christmas is around the corner. New Year's as well. Crazy, pappy, crazy. Coming into New Year's, we should be easing up a little bit and having a bit of a leaner broadcasting schedule. We should have a bit of a break coming into New Year's, but tentative on that one. We'll see. We shall see. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the patrons. Exclamation mark Patreon in the chat. We have our own Patreon where we do earn prize, or we do earn money, and it all goes towards our tournaments. It all goes towards the prize pools of our tournaments for the Tuning Cup, for SDO, and for MSO as well. It's all done via Patreon, so you can support us there if you wish. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao, hasta luego. See you next time.